Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound. Assembly chamber. Sound.
At this time, and let the family be known that for me as Speaker, and I'm sure for many in the chamber here, that our thoughts and prayers are with the family at this time. We now move to members' statements. Sorry. I also wish to advise the Assembly that Mr Mike Nesbitt accepted the nomination for Minister of Health and affirmed the pledge of office as set out in Schedule 4 to the Northern Ireland Act 1998 in my presence, and that of the Director of Legal and Governance on Wednesday, 29th of May 2024. So I wish him success in the role. First item of business then is member statements. Usual as apply, and I call Linda Dillon.
Gormailbert can Corlia, and can I thank the Speaker for your kind comments in relation to the tragedy that happened this past weekend. And it was an immeasurable tragedy for Faker's mummy and daddy, Fiona and Shane, and his brothers and sisters, Dervla, Roisin, Maeve, Dahi and Dulta. Our thoughts and prayers are with them all and the entire family circle, the Gildernew and O'Freeline families. There are no words that can express the devastation that has been visited on the family this past weekend, but I am certain that they will appreciate the gesture by the Speaker in this House today. So I just want to place on the record my thanks to you, Mr. Speaker. Gormila Mayagod.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise to formally welcome the clearing of the 2 PSNI officers on Friday who faced disciplinary proceedings when they investigated a potential breach of COVID regulations in February 2021. Belfast High Court later deemed the decision to suspend one of the officers and reposition the other was unlawful, and was in response to the political interference in the police service by Sinn Féin. Despite this ruling, bizarrely, the PSNI pressed ahead with the misconduct charge against the suspended officer, who appealed that decision and received written notification on Friday that their appeal was upheld. The striking words of the Policing Federation, Mr. Speaker, must be read into the record. Their chair, Liam Kelly, stated that misinformation and irrational conjecture had been circulated since the original incident took place, that they collectively had been appalled at the amount of misinformation, baseless rumour and irrational conjecture around this incident and aimed at those brave PSNI officers. They stated that they were more confident following the acceptance of Mr. Justice Schofield's related judgment that senior management in the PSNI will in future properly and fairly apply the public interest test. The misconduct exoneration for the second officer is most welcome by him and his colleagues and allows this sorry episode to be finally put behind them. Mr. Speaker, the time has now come for those who engaged in that misinformation and baseless rumour to apologise for their actions. The now First Minister accused those officers of unjustified, heavy-handed tactics and of damaging confidence in policing. The MP for South Down described the officers as vindictive and cowardly. Mr. Speaker, those comments have been disproven not only by the courts but by the Police Ombudsman. The time has now come for the First Minister to set the record straight, to apologise for those remarks and to apologise to the police officers so that we can restore confidence back into our police service here, who serves all communities in Northern Ireland without fear or favour. Thank you.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first of all welcome the news that the planned strike action by non-teaching staff unions is not going ahead today, and the 2 unions have agreed a suspension of action for Tuesday also. This is welcome as a temporary reprieve and will bring relief to many parents and to students concerned about sitting examination, and hopefully offers us a window of opportunity to resolve the long-running dispute over the pay and grading review. This review was agreed with the employer, the EA, back in 2019, and it is unacceptable that in 2024 staff are still waiting for its implementation. It remains unclear to me why the EA's business case sat with the Department of Education from February 23 until December that year, before receiving sign-off by that department and being passed to Finance. That was a delay that ultimately led, as far as I can tell, to it not being included in the financial package to restore these institutions, and staff rightly feel let down by how the process has been handled over many years. Support staff in our schools, working often on low pay as classroom assistants, in transport and in kitchens, provide vital services to keep the system running. They should be paid fairly, and they should sit within a grading system that promotes career development and makes these roles viable long-term options for staff carrying them out. There is a workforce crisis in education, and the pay and grading review is essential to addressing it. But this dispute sits in a slightly odd context where the employer, the EA, has no financial levers to resolve it. It does not have the resource it requires to deliver the pay and grading review, so the matter does now sit under the responsibility of the Education Minister. And I welcome the announcement that engagement with unions is underway today. So I urge the Minister and the unions to enter into meaningful negotiations to find a way to resolve this. Staff rightly feel let down by what have been years of inaction, but in our current financial context, a resolution must be found that is both affordable to the Executive and can be accepted by the workers impacted. It won't be resolved by the Minister making unrealistic bids in the next monitoring round. Sensible, pragmatic politics will be required by all stakeholders to find a resolution to this dispute. Our education system faces acute pressures on a range of fronts, and the pay and grading review is critical to tackling some of these, including, as I've mentioned, workforce, but particularly SEN reform, and simply by ensuring that schools do not face a protracted period of closure and disruption. So I call on all stakeholders involved in this dispute to use the short window of time available to find a solution.
Robin Swan.
Last week, this Assembly passed a budget that was warned at that stage would have catastrophic impacts on our health and social care system across Northern Ireland. Some said it was scaremongering, others said it was untrue. Mr. Speaker, unusually for the 6 chairs of our health and social care trusts, they've actually come out this morning to vocally make that warning themselves in regards to the impact that the budget that was passed last Tuesday would actually have on their service. And I'll quote from their statement where they feel they had a duty to warn about the very real potential for avoidable and serious harm being caused to people in our community who require our help as a result of an inadequate budgetary provision. They went on to say that the reality is that without significant additional funding this year and longer-term financial security, the health service will be further destabilised and the public will bear the brunt. Mr. Speaker, I think the key line in that lies within the power of this Assembly is that call for additional funding this year. And Speaker, I would ask those in this chamber and those of the current Executive that actually look when it comes to the forthcoming monitoring round later this month, that they do reflect on the decisions that they took last week, and they have the opportunity to correct it when it comes to that monitoring round.
David Loughlin.
I'm delighted to rise today to mark a historic day for Northern Ireland. Tonight, my friend and colleague, Lillian Senior Barr, becomes the first black mayor of Northern Ireland. I know Lillian's appointment is first and foremost a mark of Lillian's own personal tenacity and resilience, and anyone who has met Lillian knows that she simply is relentless. Lillian and I entered politics at the same time, and I have seen firsthand through her time in politics how she has been a dedicated campaigner for her community and an unstoppable advocate for Foyleside and all the people across Derry. She has already made an enormous impact as a councillor and a campaigner, and I know she will make a remarkable mayor for Derry City and Strabane. She will truly speak up for everyone across the city and district. Her personal story is nothing short of extraordinary. Coming here as a refugee, seeking protection in Northern Ireland, the fact that she will now become our mayor is a sign of the possibility that exists for all people from all backgrounds. And now, because of the barriers that Lillian has broken down herself, she is more evidence of the opportunity for anyone else who thinks that they may not be able to go as far as their talents will take them. Now there are possibilities. I'm also proud that my party nominated her as someone who embodies our vision of a peaceful, prosperous, anti-sectarian future here based on difference and diversity. But Lillian's appointment as our city's first citizen is also a mark of how far we have come as a society. It reflects a changing place, and it is a symbol of the diverse and pluralist community that we now all share in Northern Ireland. Of course, it is no secret that Lillian's nomination has been met with intense and sustained online abuse. That should be a cause for all of us to unite and denounce the cowards that hide behind screens and faceless profiles on social media. On a week when we will speak about hate crime, I think it is really right that we say loudly and clearly to those voices who do not represent us, and they certainly do not represent the people of my city. My city is one of protest and progress. Our people have always spoken up and fought for social justice. The fact that it will be Derry that nominates the first black mayor ever in Northern Ireland is deeply fitting and is a sign of our city taking another step on that march for equality and for civil rights. So Lillian, congratulations, and I wish you all the best in the year ahead as mayor.
Aisling Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to speak today in Irish. In less than a fortnight's time, the European Football Championships will kick off in Munich, shining a global spotlight on all that Germany has to offer and providing a massive economic boost to local businesses and communities. Belfast, of course, has a chance to enjoy similar benefits 4 years later with Euro 2028. The latest report commissioned by Ulster GAA conclude that hosting Euro 2028 games at Casement could generate over 100 million to the local economy. This should be unmissable. It is a unique opportunity. We should be grabbing it with both hands. We have secured the right to host these games. Now we need to ensure that we have the first-class facilities in place at Casement. Time is of the essence, and the potential economic benefits are too great to risk any further delay. This will be an epic opportunity to showcase our island on the world stage. The long-term benefits are transformational, and as someone who has had the honour of playing at Casement, I know it will leave a hugely positive sporting and cultural legacy for generations to come. In 11 days' time, the eyes of the world will be on Germany, but 2028 should be our time to shine. We should be facilitating a tournament that will reap dividends for all our people long after the final whistle blows. The redevelopment of Casement Park is long awaited, and as an executive flagship project, it is long overdue. It's high time to get Casement built. Thank you.
Nicole Allen Robson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to the Northern Ireland Fire Service, who on Thursday night and into the early hours of Friday morning bravely fought a huge fire in Limavady town centre. Indeed, it was the largest fire in living memory in the town and in an area of Limavady that I know very well. My office, which I share with outgoing Member of Parliament, and an office that has served the people of the Roe Valley for 20 years, sits on the same street as where this fire has raged. It is a street that I grew up from, just around the corner from, and therefore it saddens me of the damage that has been brought to the corner of our town centre. To arrive on Thursday evening to see the centre of Limavady ablaze with black smoke billowing across the stunning Roe Valley brought memories of terrorist campaigns that was the hallmark of town centre explosions in the 70s and 80s. Had it not have been for the quick action of the fire service, several very popular businesses would be black in shells today. While buildings can be replaced, people cannot, and therefore I want to offer my personal thanks to the emergency services, and in particular to the dozens of firefighters who fought into the early hours to stop that blaze spreading. To lay bare the danger in this fire was the fact that 60 feet away from the blaze is a fuel station that had that been impacted, we would have been looking at an entirely different outcome. While I hope that the damage can be speedily repaired, I do, however, want also to say that the town that I was born and I was bred in is open for business. Please come to Limavady and support our traders in their hour of need. You will not have a better welcome from the home of the Londonderry Air.
Stuart Dixon.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday marked International Cancer Survivors Day, a day to celebrate and a day to reflect. Over the last 3 decades, we've seen progress being made in extending cancer survival. The risk of dying from cancer has steadily declined, and people with cancer are living many years beyond their initial diagnosis. However, cancer incidence is on the rise. In Northern Ireland, almost 10,000 people are diagnosed with cancer each year. That's more than 26 every day. The average number of cancer cases per year increases by 8%. These increases are largely due to the ageing population. Although cancer survival is improving, with 56% of patients surviving for 5 years or more, survival in Northern Ireland still lags behind other comparable countries around the world. On top of that, more people are being diagnosed with cancer at younger ages. This means that more cancer survivors now have a longer life expectancy in which to deal with all the difficulties that come along with cancer survivorship. As many cancer survivors will tell you, the effects of cancer don't end when the treatment ends. Cancer survivors face ongoing and sometimes lifelong hardships because of their disease. In addition to battling a serious illness, cancer survivors may also contend with the after effects of chemotherapy, radiotherapy and surgery, denial of health insurance and life insurance coverage, difficulty finding or keeping jobs, increased risk for developing secondary cancers and other health conditions, increased risk for developing all of those things, together with the economic burdens due to lost wages and reduced productivity, mental and emotional struggles, strains on personal relationships, and the profound fear of cancer returning. That is why I know, as a cancer survivor, we must continue to advocate for more resources, research and survivor-friendly legislation to improve quality of life for cancer survivors during and after cancer treatment. This is why I urge everyone who takes part in Cancer Survivors' Day celebrations not only to recognise those who are living with a history of cancer, but to raise awareness of the challenges that cancer survivors face beyond treatment. Cancer Survivors' Day is a celebration for all who have been diagnosed with cancer and following treatment have been given the all clear. Mr. Speaker, I was diagnosed with esophageal cancer on the 11th of July 2019, nearly 4.5 years ago. I look forward to the 9th of December this year, when I will celebrate 5 years from my surgery and final treatment. Today is a day celebrated around the world, a chance to reflect on what cancer patients endure and that effect on their families. It's the opportunity to say a huge thank you to all who have made cancer survival possible: our doctors, researchers, nurses and hospital staff, fundraisers and donors. Cancer Survivors' Day provides a heartfelt occasion to honour and celebrate the resilience of cancer survivors.
David Brooks.
To mark 30 years of Bloomfield Football Club, a club whose history can be traced further back still, having evolved from the 24th Old Boys, coming out of Bloomfield Presbyterian Church, and who played in the First Division of the Old Boys League, established back in 1958. Many will know the Old Boys teams were associated with BB companies and their respective churches. As the number of players in the 24th Old Boys with a link to the church and BB fell, it was decided to formally end that association. It was then, 30 years ago this year, Bloomfield Football Club was born. Unable to continue in the Old Boys League, they joined the Northern Ireland Amateur League, where their senior men continue to play today from their base at Houston Park, part of what is known to most locally as Orangefield Park. But today they are more than just one team. Indeed, in terms of player participation, they are the largest community football club in East Belfast, one of the biggest in Northern Ireland, with 37 junior teams alongside the 4 senior teams, which now includes a women's team, with plans to add further female teams this coming year. I attended their annual Junior Fun Day and Awards at Orangefield on Saturday. The park was full with hundreds of children and their families relaxing and picnicking in the sun, having fun on the inflatables. The day typifies the community and family focus of this wonderful club, and I congratulate their committee members, coaches, players, parents and volunteers past and present on this landmark, and I look forward to working with them on their big plans for the future and indeed to celebrating with them this Saturday evening. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker.
For a moment I thought you said Linfield, but clearly not. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to start by associating myself with your own comments and that of Mrs. Linda Dillon in regard to expressing mine and my party's condolences to the wider family affected by the tragic death around the Gildernew family and young Fiacre, if that's how you pronounce his name, and I'm trying my best, but a young 17-year-old who tragically lost his life, and our thoughts are with the family. And sadly at the weekend there was another death that many of us will have found out on the news, and that was that of Rob Burrow, the former rugby league player who passed away at Pinderfields Hospital near his home he was surrounded by his loving family in his last moments, but Rob was diagnosed with motor neurone disease in 2019, and throughout his illness and in his final days, it was marked by the compassion and care of the hospital staff that I know that the Burrow family is very thankful for. In fact, they issued a statement shortly after his death, and they said that the outpouring of love and support that Rob and the whole Burrow family have received over the last 4.5 years meant so much to Rob. The Rugby League family and the motor neurone disease community rallied around Rob, inspiring him greatly, and they thank everyone for their support. And if anyone has followed Rob's journey from his diagnosis to this point, they cannot help but be inspired by how he faced into that terminal illness that he was diagnosed with. He fought with every fibre of his body, and he was described on the news as being one of the smallest rugby players, but he was almost certainly one of the biggest fighters and biggest men that rugby has ever produced. Rob Burrow's determination and spirit in facing motor neurone disease was emblematic of his character. He never accepted limitations, and Rob found ways to excel well beyond expectations, continually inspiring those around him right up to his death. In a world full of adversity, Rob's legacy reminds us all to dare to dream. So rest in peace, Rob. Your impact endures.
Just McNulty.
My sincere condolences with all who knew Faker O'Phelan. My thoughts and my condolences are with his family, friends and community. Imashnanev, Goro Shea. Count Corla, I rise today against the backdrop of a series of chilling warnings that have been issued by all 6 health and social care trusts across the north. Our health trusts have not beaten about the bush on their financial outlook. They've made it very clear that the catastrophic impacts loom large in our very near future. They have spoken of the near inevitability that more hospital beds will be closed and outpatient care, operating lists and domiciliary care packages will be cut. At the constituency level, I, like other members in this chamber, have witnessed firsthand what those mean in real terms. Degrading and dignity-stripping corridor care becoming the norm. Patients waiting for days to receive appropriate treatment. Poor souls waiting for months for cancer intervention, knowing that their disease is spreading, and families at their wits' end fighting to secure care packages that increasingly don't exist. Count Corla, it is a scandal that we are at this juncture. It is a scandal that our dysfunctional politics, collapsing executives, false promises, and brazenly mediocre leadership have led us to this point where people may now die unnecessarily because of our health service that has been starved of resources and deprived of leadership. I think today, Count Corla, of what the average person must think of this place in light of this damning commentary from our health trusts. Do they feel angry, frightened, betrayed? Or do they feel exasperated with a sense of utter despair, or a combination of all these emotions? In the lead up to the last Assembly election, parties jockeying for power committed themselves forcefully to rescuing the health service. Ambitious and noble plans were a dime a dozen. Amidst assurances that it was time for change and that they would work for all, we were promised an extra £1 billion for health. But at the first hurdle, they fail. £1 billion extra for health? Not even close. Such was the weakness of the financial commitment to health that the Health Minister couldn't, in good faith, back their budget. So what has changed between April 22 and June 2024? It can't be Tory austerity. The Tories have been in their austerity wagon for more than a decade. It can't be that they overestimated the money Stormont had at its disposal, because these parties have been managing Stormont's books for a generation now. Mere words are not enough to pull our health service back from the brink. We do not need any more catchy slogans. I'm not asking for anything that hasn't been already promised. All I'm asking for is that the executive leaders be true to what they said in paper. We need all promises made to be promises kept. Executive parties must be held to their word.
Members, time's up.
People's lives hang in the balance.
Stephen Dunn.
I would like to rise to congratulate our very own road racing legend, Mr. Michael Dunlop, on winning his 26th TT race on the Isle of Man on Saturday, equalling the long-held record of his iconic uncle, the late great Joey Dunlop. Joey, who was voted Northern Ireland's greatest ever sports star, won his last TT back in the year 2000, and it is so very fitting that 24 years later it is his nephew Michael that equals that magnificent record of success. This is an incredible achievement and one very worthy of celebration and proper recognition for a local sporting hero from our wee country. We have a very proud legacy and heritage in Northern Ireland for punching well above our weight in so many sports, and something which we can all be so proud of, and this success continues to this day. The Dunlop family name in motorcycle road racing is truly world famous and iconic through the success of Joey, Michael's late dad, Robert, and his late brother William, all of whom are sadly no longer with us, but have left an incredible legacy of success, humility, and also importantly triumph through adversity. Despite many personal trials and tragedy, Michael continues to excel and to win 26 races at the Isle of Man TT, which is no doubt one of the most iconic, dangerous and competitive motorsport competitions in the world, is truly a phenomenal achievement. Michael was set to win his 27th TT just as recently as yesterday, only for a very unfortunate technical issue with his helmet whilst leading the race, but still managed to finish an incredible 4th, despite having to pull in to fix his helmet. I have no doubt Michael Dunlop will go on to break even more records this week and create even more history for Northern Ireland, and it's something we can be very, very proud of indeed, with more wins and records in the years ahead. And I want to wish all the competitors a very safe race for the races ahead this week in the Isle of Man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2013, following the death of young Kevin Bell, who sadly passed away in New York, the community came together, rallied with the Bell family to support them, and raised a significant amount of funds to bring Kevin's remains home to Ireland. As a result of that, and to build on a tremendous legacy, Kevin's father, Colin Bell, established the Kevin Bell Repatriation Trust, a trust that today, 11 years on, 1,800 families have benefited from its support. The impact it has at a very difficult and tragic time for many families is huge and significant, and many are very grateful for the huge amount of work and support that the Kevin Bell Repatriation Trust provide those families in those difficult circumstances. Indeed, this week I and my own constituency have witnessed firsthand the huge benefit and relief it brings to a family that is suffering tremendous loss and pain. On the 3rd of May in Australia, young Jamie Sandhu passed away in very difficult and sad circumstances, a great shock to his family and friends right across Strabane who knew and loved him. He came from a very loving and caring, close family that are rooted in education and in the Strabane community. Immediately, without any hesitation, Colin Bell and his trust came to the aid of that family and brought their son, brother and grandchild home to his family. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, firmly on the record, the gratitude of that family to the Kevin Bell Repatriation Trust is without words. The entire community, in the face of this deeply devastating news, rallied to the aid of the Doherty family in the last few days, and within 3 days raised £20,000 for the Kevin Bell Repatriation Trust. In our community, we are so fortunate to have pillars that are upholding all of us in very difficult times, such as the Kevin Bell Repatriation Trust. And I know it goes without saying that the Doherty, Callan and Sandhu family are deeply appreciative of those supports, as are the other 1,800 families that have returned loved ones back here to Ireland and indeed other areas as well. In this House today, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure on behalf of all members, we say firmly on the record, thank you to Colin Bell and to his family for what they've done, and also that our thoughts are with the family of Jamie Sandhu, who are suffering that deep pain and loss this week.
That brings to a conclusion member statements. There's quite a demand this morning. We'll try and pick up some of those who didn't get in tomorrow morning if they're here and in their place. Next item of business is a motion on committee membership. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Stephen Dunn replace Mr Jonathan Buckley as a member of the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee.
Thank you. I call David Brooks to move the motion.
Move.
The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item in the order paper is the motion on the Assembly Commission's budget for 2024-2025. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the report of the Audit Committee, NIA 17-22-27, on the scrutiny of the Assembly Commission's budget for the financial year 2024-25, as laid before the Assembly on the 9th of April 2024, and agrees the Assembly's Commission budget for 2024-25.
Thank you. I call Sinead Ennis to move the motion.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 1 hour to this debate with 10 minutes to move, 10 minutes to wind and 5 minutes for all other speakers. Please open the debate on the motion.
The Commission has a statutory duty under Section 40 of the Northern Ireland Act to provide the Assembly or ensure that the Assembly is provided with the property, staff and services required for the Assembly's purposes. The Commission develops a draft budget for each year to ensure it can deliver all of the services required by the Assembly. That draft budget is then scrutinised by the Audit Committee, which includes input from the Department of Finance to help to inform the Committee's scrutiny. This House agreed the Commission's 3-year budget for 2022 to 2025 on the 23rd of February 2022. However, due to the significant changes in the planning context and economic climate since then, the Commission has updated its budget requirements for 24 to 25. This has been scrutinised and reported on by the Audit Committee, with the Committee's report being laid before the Assembly on the 9th of April 2024, and that report informs today's debate. This motion and the subsequent vote enables the Assembly to determine the resources that the Commission will be given to enable the Assembly to carry out its legislative functions. Once agreed, the budget is then notified to the Department of Finance for inclusion in any budget presented by the Minister of Finance. Ordinarily, the Assembly will consider and approve the Commission's budget in advance of the Executive's expenditure proposals being considered and agreed. However, the timing of the Executive's 24-25 budget setting process has meant that this has not been possible. Turning to the figures in the Commission's draft 2024-25 budget. The total budget for 24-25 is 58.453 million of resource DEL, which is an increase of 6.103 million from the original budget position, and 3.203 million for capital DEL, which is an increase of 2.198 million from the original budget position. The first category that is included in the Commission's budget is income. Next year, the Commission expects to receive income of £709,000. Of that, approximately £602,000 relates to the recovery of the cost of ministerial salaries from executive departments. The remainder relates to the recovery of salary costs for staff who were seconded to other public sector entities. The second category is salaries and expenses paid to members. This covers a range of areas including members' salaries, constituency office and support staff costs, travel and all other costs associated with members. The total cost for members for 2024-25 is £20.105 million. Salaries payable to members, ministers, committee chairs and members of the Commission were set by the Independent Financial Review Panel, otherwise known as IFRP, in the 2016 determination. The forecast for 24-25 is £6.984 million. The Commission has not made any attempt to predict how member salaries might be impacted by the formation of a future remuneration board, as member salaries are not a matter for the Commission. The amounts that members can recover to meet the costs of running a constituency office, including rents, rates and the cost of support staff, is expected to total £12.708 million. The level of expenses recoverable for constituency office running costs has not been changed since 2016, and the Assembly Commission proposes to publish a further determination later this year to make inflationary increases to these. The Commission also proposes to make additional constituency office staffing support available to those members who have a baby. While some provision for security-related costs is provided in the current determination, the budget includes additional funding specifically for security-related costs, totalling £360,000, given the security risks faced by members and their staff working in constituency offices. Payments to members in respect of travel costs are forecast to be £323,000 in 24-25, including an inflationary increase, as these have not increased since 2016. Members' other costs include winding up, resettlement and any ill health retirement expenses that might occur. These have been budgeted at £90,000. The third major category in the Commission's budget covers salary payments for Commission staff and the administrative costs incurred to deliver the full range of services needed by the Assembly. Commission staff salary costs is forecast to be £23.867 million. This includes a modest increase of 5 staff related to an information systems scholarship programme and support for an internal project to replace legacy computer systems. The budget has been updated to reflect changes in pay scales to reflect the actual pay awards that have been implemented in each of the financial years since the original 24-25 budget was agreed. An increase in employers' pension contributions for staff, as notified by the Civil Service Pensions, is also included, and this equates to £455,000. Administrative costs are forecast to be £10.214 million. Administration costs cover a wide range of expenditure items, including committee expenses, costs of drafting private members' bills, building rates, utility costs, repairs and maintenance costs, and third-party support for business-critical IT systems like broadcasting, catering and research. The Commission is seeking to invest in updating and replacing a number of key systems, such as the core financial and HR systems and bill drafting software. These investment plans, along with a number of capital investment plans, reflect the fact that the Commission is relying on ageing and legacy technology. These investments will ensure the Assembly is provided with and supported by robust, modern and secure systems. As members will be aware, there are a number of issues with water ingress in Parliament buildings related to the roof replacement project, which was completed in 2015. The Commission has issued legal proceedings against those contracted to undertake this work and is seeking recovery of the full costs of repair. Until recently, the Commission has refrained from undertaking the necessary remedial works based on advice that this could prejudice its legal position. However, the legal position has now changed and the Commission has commenced planning for the remedial works to be taken forward. While the exact costs and timing of the repairs is still to be determined, an estimate of £1.8 million has been included in the 24-25 budget proposals on the basis of prudence, although some of the costs may in fact fall into the subsequent year. The Commission is also awaiting an up-to-date estimate of these costs. The final category is payments to parties under the Financial Assistance for Political Parties Scheme 2016, otherwise known as FAP. The new FAP scheme has been developed to reflect the recommendations of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee's report on the review of the settlement of entitlements for an official opposition, which were agreed by the Assembly in the previous mandate. The new FAP scheme has been led in the Assembly and a motion will be brought to the House tomorrow to approve this. The new scheme will provide additional funding to parties that enter opposition, as well as making an inflationary increase to the overall funding provided under the scheme. The 24-25 budget for the FAP scheme is £1.028 million. The penultimate category relates to depreciation charges, which are forecast at £3.948 million. This reflects the expenditure on capital in each of the preceding years and is mostly due to the depreciation charge on the value of Parliament buildings. Turning to capital expenditure, the Commission has identified the need for a number of capital projects to be delivered in the 24-25 year at a cost of £3.203 million. Some of the expenditure relates to projects that were originally budgeted for in earlier years, but for a number of business reasons have been deferred. The capital plan includes a project to deliver partial electronic access control, which will enhance security controls within Parliament buildings, and a project to replace the existing legislative drafting software, which is coming to the end of its useful life. This software is critical to supporting and delivering the legislative programme of the Assembly. Also included is expenditure to refresh the IT network and to replace the secure remote access, which allows members and staff to connect to the Commission's network when they are away from Parliament buildings. Work is planned on the Internal Assembly Information Database, or AIMS, which is pivotal in many procedural areas of work. This work will ensure it continues to properly support the work of the Assembly. Principal Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Commission, I would like to take this opportunity to record my sincere thanks to the Commission staff for their very considerable efforts they have made over recent months to facilitate the return of normal Assembly business at very short notice. There have been many challenges to deal with, but the staff should be recognised for their energy, commitment and resilience and dedication. And with that, members, I commend the Commission's budget proposals for 24-25 to the House.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Alan Chambers, Chair of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I speak today as the Chairperson of the Audit Committee. Normally, the Audit Committee would produce a full report outlining its deliberations on the draft budgets for the Assembly Commission, Audit Office and the Public Services Ombudsman. But because of the tight time frame for the 24-25 budget process, the Committee reported by way of a letter that was sent to the Minister of Finance, and it is this letter that is referenced in the motion. Before I give some detail of the Committee's limited scrutiny of the Commission's budget, I want to outline the background to the Committee's approach. The Committee followed the approach of the predecessor Audit Committee to reflect the constitutional independence of the Assembly from the Executive. A methodology was introduced in 2016, similar to that adopted by the Audit Committee in agreeing the main estimates for the Audit Office and Public Service Ombudsman. The intention is that this additional committee function will be codified before the end of the current mandate. The committee commenced its scrutiny of the Commission's indicative budget at its first meeting this mandate on the 6th of March 2024. Obviously, this is not an ideal way to start the committee's work, but the timescales for this year's budget are very tight. As members will be aware, the Commission has a legal requirement to meet all costs associated with members, including salaries, allowances, expenses, members' staffing costs and pension contributions. These budget elements are determination-driven and are not under the control of the Commission. Officials advised the Committee that the Commission intends to bring forward new legislation to establish an independent remuneration board to determine member salaries to replace the former IFRP. Members should note the budget for 24-25 does not estimate the impact of future determinations once the board is established. During the March evidence session with Commission officials, members covered all aspects of the indicative budget for 24-25. However, certain issues were explored in more detail. These included the cost of enhanced scrutiny, including the introduction of the new Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee, members' security, both personal and in constituency offices, the ongoing corporate systems review project, as well as new software for drafting bills, and the ongoing potential financial impact of roof repairs to Parliament building. The increase in resource DEL was, as predicted, mainly due to MLA constituency costs and party allowances. It also included an increase for secretarial staff salaries to reflect pay progression and ongoing recruitment. The increase in capital DEL is partly attributed to the replacement of the specialised legislation of drafting software, as well as the replacement project for the IT support network. Members heard that other capital works planned are needed to address underinvestment in the fabric of the building in previous years, and viewed them as being necessary to face the challenge of a fully functioning Assembly. Works include the continuing enhancements to the Senate Chamber, the Long Gallery, the Blue Fax and the Visitors' Restaurant. The Committee welcomes these projects and looks forward to seeing these works being progressed as quickly as possible. The Committee was given further information from the Commission on the ongoing issues in relation to the remedial work that was required for Parliament building roof. Members will be aware that this issue is now in litigation and the committee will seek updates in terms of potential impact to future budgets in due course. In coming to its conclusion, the committee was mindful of the wider public expenditure position, but also of the need for now, more than ever, well-resourced and fully functioning Assembly, as set out in its letter to the Minister of Finance. The resource DEL budget of 58.4 million and a capital DEL budget of 3.2 million. The committee does look forward now to working with the Commission over the course of the rest of this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. And I call on Robbie Butler to wind on the motion. Robbie, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the member from the Audit Committee for his contribution and the member for moving the motion. And given the recent debate on the Executive's expenditure proposals for 24-25, and in the context of the significant wider public sector budget constraints, it is crucial that the Assembly debates the Assembly Commission's budget today in plenary. This is because the resources that are made available to the Assembly Commission will be used to provide services to the Assembly and all of its members. The provision of all the services that are required to carry out the Assembly's legislative, scrutiny and representative functions will remain the Assembly Commission's overarching objectives. While this House agreed the Commission's 3-year budget for 22-25 on the 23rd of February 2022, the significant changes in the planning context and economic climate since then have to be recognised. It also has to be recognised that in the absence of normal Assembly business during 22-23 and most of 23-24, investment by the Commission was indeed limited. Therefore, the budget proposals presented today reflect this, with significant investment planned to ensure the Assembly is effectively and efficiently supported and provided with robust, innovative, modern and secure systems in a modern working environment. The Assembly Commission considers the budget for the years as being a reasonable estimate of the financial requirements needed to fully support the Assembly and to deliver the required services to its members. The budget will enable the Assembly Commission to meet the necessary costs that will arise in relation to staff costs, running costs of this building, the cost of delivering effective constituency services for our communities, and the costs of investing in systems and infrastructure to ensure that they continue to meet the Assembly's needs. It also provides for the cost of repairing the roof of the Parliament buildings, but as Ms Ennis has already advised, the Commission has issued legal proceedings against those previously contracted to undertake previous roof replacement work and is seeking recovery of the full cost of repairs. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I very briefly respond to the contributions made by the Chair of the Audit Committee, Mr Alan Chambers. And he spoke of the compressed timeframes which have an added effect across all of our departments, and the same so for the Commission. Perhaps the lack of detail that would be evident, which is not normally the case, and indeed the pressure that brings to scrutiny and the need to ensure that we have this debated in plenary today. Members, the Commission has considered its requirement for the 24-25 year, recognising that a significant element of its budget is non-discretionary. It relates to payments to members and set out by the Independent Financial Review Panel or through a determination published by the Assembly Commission. The Commission is very grateful to the Audit Committee for its work in scrutinising the Commission's budget for this period. And Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Commission seeks the Assembly's agreement to the budget amounts for the resource DEL and the capital DEL as set out in the motion, and I commend these amounts to the House.
Thank you, Robbie. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take your ease to change personnel at the top table. Thank you.
Members, I have received notice from the Minister of Education that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members that they must be concise in asking their questions. This is not an opportunity for debate, and long introductions will not be allowed. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the meeting of the North-South Ministerial Council in the education sector that was held on Wednesday, the 22nd of May of this year. The meeting took place in the Department of Education's Marlborough Street offices in Dublin. It was chaired by Norma Foley, TD, the Minister of Education for the Republic of Ireland. I attended the meeting along with Caoimhe Archibald, Minister of Finance, attending as the accompanying Minister, and Hildegard Naughton, TD, Minister of State at the Department of the Taoiseachs. Caoimhe Archibald, Minister of Finance, has agreed this statement and for me to make it on her behalf. The meeting was cordial, it was productive, and progress was made on a number of key issues, including the review of the work programme, special educational needs, school, youth and teacher exchanges, cooperation between education inspectorates, educational underachievement, addressing climate change and loss of biodiversity within the education sector. The Council did note that officials from both administrations have conducted a review of the work programme for the NSMC education sector. Ministers noted the outcome of the review and agreed the revised work programme for the education sector. Middleton Centre for Autism, the Chief Executive Stephen Duthard and Vice Chair Rosemary Steen provided ministers with an overview of the work of the centre. Ministers welcomed the overall achievements of MCA since 2021 and commended the valuable contribution its range of services has made to the education of children with autism and young people in both jurisdictions. Ministers welcomed the new MCA CEO Stephen Duthard and the new MCA Chair Sheila Darling. They thanked Jim Lennon, the previous interim CEO, and Rosemary Steen, the previous Chair, for their work to support Middleton. The Council noted the work being carried out by both departments and the MCA to develop, extend and to enhance the services of the centre across the island. Ministers welcomed that both departments and MCA are scoping the potential for expansion of the services at Middleton to meet the emergent needs across both jurisdictions. The Council noted the activity on pupil, youth, student and teacher exchanges on a north-south basis and the valuable experience this has provided to those involved. Ministers welcomed the approval of funding under Peace Plus programme under the Shared Learning Together heading, including for the north-south school civic exchanges and under the youth mental health and wellbeing area. Ministers welcomed the proposals made by the two education departments and the Mary Immaculate College in Limerick to extend development and delivery of the Teacher Research Exchange TREX across both jurisdictions. The Council noted the work undertaken by the North-South Education and Training Standards Committee on endorsing undergraduate and postgraduate youth programmes. The Council noted the work of the North-South Youth Sector Practice Development Hub in strengthening and developing sustainable North-South youth work sector relationships and enhancing the quality of the learning experience of young people participating in youth services across the island. Ministers also welcomed the continuing collaborative work of the two education inspectorates and noted the update on the inspection cooperation and engagement since 2021. Ministers agreed that respective inspectorates, along with their commissioning departments, explore potential for funding to enable either or both inspectorates to be commissioned as the evaluators of choice or the preferred evaluators, and to provide a complete monitoring quality assurance evaluation service to relevant projects and programmes. Ministers welcomed the agreement in principle to commence a pilot cooperation programme in 2024 and 2025 to address educational disadvantage, supported by an allocation of €24 million from the Government of Ireland's Shared Island Fund, that's around £20 million sterling. Ministers agreed that updates on this programme will be provided at future meetings. Ministers also welcomed the focus on addressing educational disadvantage, including the design of the new Peace Plus Shared Learning Together programme, related calls for which were published in 2023, and welcomed the recent positive funding announcements that are worth €13.3 million, which have been made to date in respect of the Peace Plus Shared Learning Together programme. The Council also noted that climate change obligations in place within both jurisdictions. Ministers confirmed the Council's commitment to ongoing collaboration between jurisdictions involving curriculum development, shared teacher professional learning opportunities and shared resources that emphasise sustainability and environmental stewardship. Ministers agreed this collaboration could extend to sharing knowledge and experience on improvements in the school estate and the transportation fleet. So in closing, my officials and I look forward to continuing to work in the education sector.
I call on Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, I welcome the statement. I note on educational underachievement, the pilot cooperation programme is due to begin in 24 and 2025 with 24 million from the Irish Government's shared island unit, and further details will be provided in due course. But with respect, we are in 2024 already. When do you expect to be able to come forward with more detail for how this is going to be deployed on a cross-border basis, and how schools on the northern side of the border and indeed the sector can engage with this fund?
Well, the funding is exclusive for Northern Ireland, and I provided a written ministerial statement which provided the detail. I've already announced it. It was launched last week, and the details are contained within that. We're standing the programme up. There will be programme boards in every council area, and I would just refer the member to the written ministerial statement for that answer.
Colin Patchin.
And I welcome the positive engagement that's taking place on the all-island basis, particularly around education. And tackling educational underachievement has to be a priority. I wonder if the Minister had any discussions with his southern counterparts in regard to the DAESH school model, and whether he believes it could be a template to use here in the north to tackle educational disadvantage.
Thank you, and Deputy Speaker, and thank the member for the comments. Where there is learning that can be gained from either jurisdiction, I think that's what we need to make sure we share that. So where there's opportunity to look at the educational underachievement, disadvantage, then I'm very much up for doing that. The programme that we announced last week is significant in terms of building on what was within Fair Start. The criteria and the outworkings of that we will continue now to develop now that we've officially announced this programme, and that will make a very real impact. It's about a whole community response, so it isn't just with the school, it's also with other organisations, and that could be church, it could be youth organisations. This is about supporting parents as well. And it is something that I'm pleased to be able to roll out, but the exact details of how that will operate will partly be for the programme boards in each area to work that through as to how we make sure this makes the kind of impact. But where we can learn from other jurisdictions, we should do so.
Thank you. Can I call on David Brooks, please?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Minister's focus on educational disadvantage and underattainment, and I know he's planning to visit Eastside Learning in my constituency, which does so much great work in this area. Could the Minister provide any further details in the way in which relevant organisations would go about applying for or engaging with this programme?
So obviously the primary focus is around educational underachievement, and then there's also an element to do with the teacher transfer T-Rex that I talked about, and within this scheme there's also what's called BLAST, which is around a creative industry type approach as well. So those creative arts, the performing arts which take place within schools, how can we increase all of that? So the scheme is being taken forward now. Every local government area will have somewhere where there is a scheme. There's 15 specific areas. Belfast is covered in every parliamentary constituency in that respect, and East Belfast is included. And I look forward to meeting with the side organisation in due course to see how can they be part of the programmes that we want to take forward within the East Belfast constituency.
Thank you very much. And just before I call Robbie Butler, I just want to say that the members who came in late will be called after the other members, so just don't think that you're just being excluded for any particular reason, but you will be called. Robbie.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his very welcome update. In regard, Minister, to the Peace Plus funds for shared learning together in that cross-border element, could you give us a bit more detail on that, and also give us an update in terms of the quantum of the money available for shared education projects in Northern Ireland as well?
So obviously the elements of Peace Plus funding that we continue to take forward as part of the Department of Education, the key one is this reducing educational disadvantage. It's called the RAISE programme. That's now what we're calling it. That's about raising achievement for the individual, for the school and communities. So this is really going to build upon what was contained in Fair Start and has been welcomed by those that were involved in that programme. So that is one of the key funding issues that we've been getting support from. And I mentioned Middleton in the statement, which is a centre of excellence. And that is providing support in Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland. And what more could Middleton be doing, particularly around special needs and supporting other schools. So there's real opportunity, I think, in this area, and it's one where if we can do that across both countries, it's something that we should be doing.
Thank you. And can I call on Cathy Mason, please?
It's very welcome that the Minister is engaging so positively with his counterparts in the South, and especially the announcement around the Shared Island funding. I am concerned, though, that nowhere in South Down has been included in the RAISE programme. So can I ask the Minister what criteria was used to inform decisions around locations for the project?
Obviously, the criteria that was used is there. It'll be robust in terms of questions around what areas were included. There's 15 areas in Northern Ireland, and we wanted to make sure that there was a geographical spread, and every local government authority does and is included. That may not extend to every single parliamentary constituency in Northern Ireland, but there is a geographical spread. Educational underachievement is the key measurement in terms of identifying areas that need the greatest support, because this programme is targeted at reducing educational underachievement. But obviously, when it came to the number of areas to be identified and taken forward, there was a criteria and there has to be a cut-off point, and not everywhere will benefit from this. But I ensured that every part of Northern Ireland did have schemes within communities, and every local authority will be involved.
Call on Jim Allister.
Minister, on these North-South programmes, I read in this statement about common work programmes, about teacher and pupil exchanges, about pilot programmes, about collaboration on inspectorates, funded programmes. And then when one looks at East-West, one finds in your pretty threadbare Safeguarding the Union document two lines that talks about twinning arrangements between schools in Northern Ireland and GB. Not much of a match, is it, Minister?
Speaker, the member I know will welcome and be pleased that I have been engaging East-West. Up until the general election being called, I had met with the UK Secretary of State for Education, Gillian Keegan. I had engaged with her and the Schools Minister as well. And indeed, before the election was called, there would have been a meeting of the Scottish, Welsh, English and myself, Ministers of Education, that I was hosting here in Northern Ireland. Because the member is right, we need to learn from all of those jurisdictions that can help and assist the children here in Northern Ireland. So where I can get information, where that's in the Republic of Ireland, I absolutely will do that. Equally, I want to make sure that we are supported in developing in our education system across from Great Britain. So I have been engaging in that, and I know the member will welcome my engagements on the East-West dimension.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Colin McGrath.
Speaker, and can I welcome the appointment of Sheila Darling as the chair of the Middleton Centre. I worked with her as a Board of Governors where she was the principal, and I know that she will deliver and help support an expert service there. But could I ask about the North-South Youth Exchange programmes? Will there be some specific support for groups to help them to be able to participate in them? Having delivered programmes for 10 years on that front, I know that it is a very beneficial programme for both communities here in the North and in the South.
Well, Deputy Speaker, let me just give a more detailed answer to the member when he asks about what is the support that is available for exchanges, because where there is best practice, shared learning, shared experiences, those are all things that are to the benefit of everybody who is involved in them. But I'll write to the member specifically around what kind of support there is when it comes to youth engagement.
Thank you. I call on Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement, and it's certainly a welcome announcement. The Minister will be aware that all research into best practice around these place-based interventions is that they work best when there is collaboration between departments and the community and voluntary sector. How will the Minister ensure that he collaborates with executive colleagues and the community and voluntary sector, other sources of funding, to ensure this has maximum impact?
Well, the chairman of the committee raises an important point around the collaboration within the executive and departments. That's something that we have been doing in terms of getting the support from executive colleagues. And these programme boards, as they are stood up, they take a whole community approach. And so we need to make sure that key stakeholders and different departments are involved in that, because this isn't solely education. Making sure that we provide support in communities around education also has benefits for health, criminal justice system, particularly where we're working in areas of disadvantage. So this announcement, which was announced last week, it didn't get covered. It potentially will get covered now, having given air to the issue, is a very significant announcement of £20 million programmes that will be established across Northern Ireland, and that will benefit people, particularly where there's educational underachievement and disadvantage taking place in our communities across Northern Ireland, and I think that's something to be welcomed.
Call on Kate Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware of the alarming figures in relation to school attendance, and I'm curious about how the RAISE programme will address attendance rates. Thank you.
Mr Deputy Speaker, absenteeism levels, particularly after COVID, has been a challenge across every sector. Part of the reasons why it's important we keep schools open, because the level of absenteeism now is at its highest level than it has been from pre-COVID, and has got worse after COVID because of lockdown measures that were put in place. So that is something that concerns me around absenteeism levels. We're trying to work to address that, but we are living with a legacy of not having schools open. So we need to make sure that we can keep our schools open. Part of the reason why I welcomed the industrial action being suspended is we were able to keep schools open today, which is vitally important, particularly for those children that were in our special schools, our most vulnerable, to make sure that they can stay open, and hopefully I'll have more to say on that when I get to question time later this afternoon. But we do need to address absenteeisms, and schools principals are doing incredible work. Some are going to the houses, they're driving their own vehicles, they're trying to find out how can we help children to come to school. But it is particularly acute in where there is disadvantage. And that's why this reducing educational underachievement, the RAISE programme, I think is also going to have a benefit with a whole community response to get people into school. If you're not in school, you're not getting educated, or if you're not in the right setting, and what other settings are there that can be useful to try and encourage young people to get engaged in educational programmes.
I call on Danny Baker.
And I would like to thank the Minister for his statement and the continued positive working relationship between the North and South Education Departments. Can I ask the Minister how exactly children with special educational needs will benefit from the introduction of this RAISE programme?
Well, Deputy Speaker, where these programmes are operating in those communities, all of the schools will be able to participate in that, some to varying different degrees. So let's get the programme boards set up. There'll be a coordinator appointed within each area, and that will be an important role. And then that will be co-designed within communities. We believe there are templates that can be followed, but ultimately we need local communities to take some ownership of this so they can be part of it, because it is a whole community response to it. And there won't be, in that respect, if a scheme is operating in an area, then all of the school settings should be able to participate in that.
Thank you very much. Can I call on Sinead Ennis, please?
Given the budgetary challenges we face due to the persistent underfunding of our public services by successive British governments, does the Minister expect that there will be other opportunities for additional funding through the Shared Island Unit to help support the education system and its priorities?
Well, Deputy Speaker, obviously we are significantly funded through the Treasury as a part of Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom, something that I welcome. But could we have more? Yes, we could. We're making the case, and ministerial colleagues have made that case to the Treasury, and we had that interim fiscal framework, and that has helped in terms of additional funding. I still, as Minister, need to get on with the job within the resources that I have available to me, and challenging as that is. It will be difficult, but where there can be additional sources of funding that will benefit the children and young people of Northern Ireland, then we should be availing of that. And if that's, in this case, shared island funding, then let's take the shared island funding. The Republic of Ireland government did not ask for any strings attached with this. They did not ask to be part of the design of this programme. That was left entirely to the Department of Education and this government to do that. And if they're able to support it, then I welcome that. If there's opportunities for further support, both from the Republic of Ireland and also by seeking to get the proper funding formula in place within the United Kingdom context, then we need to do that and make sure we properly resource our public services.
Thank you very much indeed. And I note Justin McNulty coming in, but unfortunately you weren't here for most of the statement and the rest of it, and I don't think it would be fair to call you at that point. Members, that concludes questions to the Minister for Education. By leave of the Assembly, I will be suspending the sitting for approximately 15 minutes until 5:30, because we're running considerably ahead of time to allow the Health Minister to get himself ready and get the appropriate information through to us. The sitting is hereby suspended until 13:30. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Members, the sitting is hereby resumed. I have received notice from the Minister of Health that he wishes to make a statement, but just before I do, I just want to say that standing orders require ministers to provide written copies of their statement at least 30 minutes in advance of it being made. Where this has not been possible, you should state the reason to the Assembly. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. And can I begin by apologising for the tardy release of the statement. As you know, the order paper indicated I would not be on my feet until 4:30 this afternoon. I was in a series of meetings culminating with the Finance Minister and unaware of the supreme efficiency with which the Chamber was discharging its business since it first sat earlier today. Also, Deputy Speaker, before I get into the subject of the Department of Health and Health and Social Care, I want to offer my profound condolences to our colleague, Colm Gildernew, who has so tragically lost his nephew. A very good friend of mine drowned 25 years ago this year, and it never leaves you. So my thoughts very much with Colm. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to come to the House at what is actually the earliest opportunity to offer members a sense of my vision as Health Minister. And I want to assure members that having served in this place for 13 years, I am happy to affirm that this House is the ultimate authority and decision-making body of devolution, and I commit to giving this House its place. And as a minor example, I decided to make these remarks in the Chamber before speaking in any detail to the media, and I look forward to forging good relationships with the Health Committee, albeit if my first act was to bring this Chamber to a standstill for a quarter of an hour. I want to begin by offering profound thanks to my immediate predecessor, Robin Swan, who not once but twice stepped forward to undertake the enormous and the multiple challenges of being Northern Ireland's Health Minister and providing stalwart leadership. I also acknowledge all those who came before Robin, Barbara de Bruyn, who like Robin served 2 spells, Michael McGimsey, Edwin Poots, Jim Wells, Simon Hamilton, and our current First Minister, Michelle O'Neill. From the start, I want to state I have no intention of engaging in criticism of any previous Health Minister, because I don't see how such criticism improves the prospects of a single patient. And I'm sure also that each and every one of them will have, as I do, at the forefront of their minds, the improvement of patient outcomes, along with promoting and advancing a respectful, positive working environment for each and every member of the health and social care family. Deputy Speaker, I refuse to accept the fatalistic narrative coming from some that the National Health Service is spiralling to inevitable failure. In 3 short words, my ambition is this: for better outcomes. Obstacles to better outcomes include short-term challenges, the current unprecedented funding shortfall, excessive waiting times, damage to public confidence, as well as a workforce that has suffered much too much from the regular absence and supportive leadership coming from this place. Then comes my longer-term ambition, or what David Trimble famously called the vision thing. In his speech accepting the Nobel Peace Prize with John Hume, David said this: "Some critics complain that I lack the vision thing, but vision in its pure meaning is clear sight. That does not mean I have no dreams. I do. So do I. And my vision thing goes like this. I invite members to close their eyes virtually and imagine a blank map of Northern Ireland. Imagine there is no health service, no hospitals, no GP surgeries, no ambulances. The health map is blank. Now ask yourself a series of questions. Number 1, do you want a health service? I'm pretty sure it's a yes to that from everybody. But the next question is a little more challenging. It is, why? Why do you want a health service? Well, there are at least 2 answers to that: to heal the sick and to keep healthy people healthy. And both, of course, are valid aspirations. And they're not mutually exclusive. It's not one or the other. It is, of course, both. But immediately we've introduced the question of balance. And balance will inevitably lead to a debate, a judgment call, and an element of subjectivity. Because even in an ideal world, where we would have limitless budgets and resources to keep people healthy, others will still get sick. So we'll still need healthcare professionals, they'll need facilities, equipment, and medicines to do that. What I want to do is to populate that blank map with the best projection at the ideal health service for today and tomorrow. The people, the resources, and yes, the budget required to keep as many people healthy for as long as possible and offer whatever care and support they require. So if we then superimpose today's map of health provision, the certainty is you do not have a match. So the long-term challenge is to figure out how to get from A to B in manageable, affordable steps. That, Deputy Speaker, is my vision thing. That is my direction. And let me say from the get-go, reform means many different things to many people, but it's primarily how we can secure better outcomes for our population by changing the way health and social care works, meeting the needs of our population better. There are, of course, key enablers, such as developing the full range of roles in our workforce and using digital technology to improve the safety, quality, and capacity of our system. It's not primarily about cutting costs or saving money, but if that's the byproduct, and in some cases it should be, all well and good. But cutting cost is not the primary objective. And in addition, I should say, and make this absolutely clear, it is not about closing hospitals. Meanwhile, there's the here and now, my second great challenge. And I've been asking myself a couple of key questions. Is the health and social care system in Northern Ireland the best it can be in the service it delivers and in its value for money? And are the people who are the health service, the doctors, the nurses, the social care staff, allied health professionals, and the multitude of important support staff, are they respected and rewarded as they should be? On the first point, the current 24-25 budget assessment published last week clearly indicates that the answer is no in terms of the service delivered, and I shall return to the budget in a moment. On the latter point, I promise I shall value every single member of the HSE family who's working to deliver good outcomes for patients. Everybody working in our health service has a place, and every place should be valued. I want them to feel they're making a positive difference and that they are appreciated and valued. I understand from my initial meetings with senior HSE figures and a number of the Royal Colleges that workforce planning and workforce remuneration are issues that continue to need urgent attention, and I intend to build on Robin Swan's transformational work in this area. For me, this job as Health Minister, which I am both honoured and humbled to hold, is personal, because my life, like so many others, has been bookended by health challenges met by great people in good jobs in our health service. As a young man, I had significant breathing difficulties, and I remember many sessions at the Ulster Hospital trying to unblock my lungs. And I hope you accept it's not a boast, but a testament to the sheer brilliance of the health professionals who helped me that I left school with an Irish international athletics vest. Okay, it's a boast. In recent years, I developed a heart condition, and I don't think I'm being melodramatic in stating that it was my GP who started a process that may well have saved my life. I stand here today, Deputy Speaker, with 2 stents, a pacemaker, and a defibrillator, so some could call me the bionic minister. Then my mother passed away in March of 2020 in the Ulster Hospital after a short illness, and it gave me a huge insight into the professionals who are the health service. I saw the young doctor who perched herself on the edge of my mother's bed, took her hand, and with what I call a beautiful professionalism, made sure Mum knew that she was not going to recover from her condition. What I didn't see was the staff member who came back on rota after a week off and burst into tears when she saw how badly my mother had deteriorated in the intervening days. 2 very different roles, a doctor and a member of catering staff, but both totally committed to performing their roles in what they clearly and rightly define as good jobs. Deputy Speaker, I have to say I'm glad my mother passed away before I made one of the worst decisions of my life, the decision to disregard COVID regulations. And I can only continue to repeat the apology I offered at the time. And as I said last week, it's a stain on my record that I cannot wash away. As indicated, Deputy Speaker, I've begun my conversations and consultations about the future of the health service in Northern Ireland. I have 3 years to make a difference, and my key areas of focus should not be a surprise to those who know me, and the most stubborn challenges are these: delivering reform, tackling waiting lists, investing in social care, addressing mental health, and confronting persistent health inequalities. And of course, these are not mutually exclusive categories. And they will need primary care and social care as much as they will need secondary care. Regarding waiting lists, we have the detailed plans in place, and where they've been funded, the proof is there that they work. I will continue to drive forcefully through these improvements wherever and whenever possible. That includes reform, and reform needs funding that yields a long-term, irreversible impact. This needs, frankly, parallel funding to reduce lists and to ensure they don't grow again by addressing the fundamental issue of closing the gap in demand versus capacity. Sadly, the impact of cancer on our fellow citizens is growing, not least because people are living longer lives. By 2040, it's projected that rates of cancer in men will rise by 45% and by 58% for women. I'm going to pause for a moment to allow the House to think about how many family, friends and constituents will be affected by that. Deputy Speaker, when I started campaigning for better mental health and well-being after first being elected in 2011, the response, frankly, was underwhelming. Some LAs weren't entirely convinced, many others simply didn't get it. And my motion to appoint a mental health champion was defeated in this House. I'm happy to acknowledge that has changed. The battle for awareness is won, and now we need to fund the action plan to make a difference. Speaking to the mental health champion, Professor Siobhan O'Neill, recently, the budget meets only 1/8 of this year's delivery plan. And mental health, Deputy Speaker, is also personal for me. My wife endured an episode of clinical depression many years ago, and the answer was not merely in terms of pills and tablets. The human engagement with skilled professionals was critical to her recovery. And I have also seen the horrific impact of poor mental health as a legacy of what we so euphemistically call the Troubles, both as a broadcast journalist but also when I served as a Commissioner for Victims and Survivors of the Troubles. Again, if you take a map of the hotspots of the conflict measured by bombings, shootings, murders, and you superimpose a contemporaneous map of hotspots of mental health issues measured by attempted and completed suicide, drink and drug addictions, you have a match. And it's no accident these hotspots are often areas of deprivation where health inequalities are most pronounced. So I am working to develop an initiative I expect to be able to announce in the very near future. For me, health inequalities represent the overarching issue for so many of the critical challenges facing health and social care. I do not want a two-tier system where timely access to treatments is the preserve of those who can afford to go private. I do not want to live in a society where those who live in deprived areas have such pronounced lower life expectancy, have greater health struggles and worse outcomes. And that, of course, is a challenge for all parts of government. I want to work with my ministerial colleagues and the resources I have to develop how we could do more to address health inequalities at a community level, and I will bring back more detailed plans in due course. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I must return to the budget. The main parties of this Assembly have all argued with some success that the UK Government should review our block grant and fund us based on need rather than on population. It's a matter of regret that when it comes to the Health Department's budget, need is not mentioned. And the argument becomes, but sure, you're getting over half the total funds. We need to remember that health and social care is about the service to the public, not about the party designation of the Health Minister. And I knew coming into this role that the financial outlook was dire, but I've been stunned by the budget briefings I've received. And I would encourage MLAs to engage with their respective trusts. I know the Chief Executives would welcome that. I fear this House, or parts of it, may not fully understand the consequences for healthcare. The stark reality is that if I implement the current budget, the consequence will be that many patients will suffer harm. Indeed, I note the joint letter from the collective HSC chairs, in which they state the potential for some cutbacks, quote, would impact damagingly on the whole community in Northern Ireland, particularly the most vulnerable, end quote. I'm afraid, Deputy Speaker, I've added a very unwelcome phrase to my lexicon in the last few days. Joining the assessment of cuts with low, medium and high impact come cuts whose impact will be catastrophic. Again, not my words or the words of my party. That is how our health trusts have themselves categorised them. And in my first few days, I've met with senior trust and departmental officials and heard at first hand the rigorous ongoing work to deliver hundreds of millions of pounds worth of savings, which will have a low or medium impact. And of course, we will continue to strive to do more, but those savings are of an unprecedented level. They will be challenging to deliver and will have some impact on patients and on service users. And I must warn MLAs, some will not be without significant controversy. But even then, my department calculates there's a very significant gap once those savings are made, and the only way that gap can be closed is to deliver a break-even budget, and that would be to take the high and catastrophic impact decisions. That, Deputy Speaker, is the reality of the budget that this House passed less than a week ago. Those decisions would require reductions in acute beds, in home care hours, and in care home beds, all having significant and sustained consequences for elective care, for hospital discharges, patient flow, emergency department overcrowding, and ambulance handover times. In short, catastrophic cuts will simply make the situation worse. Pressures on services and staff already at severe levels will be significantly intensified. It also means that as we currently stand, there is no feasible route to affording pay awards. I recognise I must play my part alongside all executive colleagues to help deliver a hugely challenging budget, but for this to work, they and the members of this House also need to be willing to look at the very real challenges facing health and social care, and therefore the most vulnerable in our society also. Let me be clear, Deputy Speaker. Cuts with catastrophic impacts, not on my watch. Meanwhile, I'm also actively planning for reform, building on the work already done, and will bring forward more detailed proposals as soon as I can. I feel I have a dual purpose, Deputy Speaker, to offer members a realistic assessment of the challenges, but also to try to meet those challenges working with them. The situation is far from ideal for my department or any other ministers. But as the novelist Ivan Turgenev puts it, if we wait for the moment when everything, absolutely everything is ready, we shall never begin. Deputy Speaker, I have begun.
Thank you, Minister. And I call on Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and welcome him to his post and wish him well. And as an opposition, we continue to offer that we will work constructively with the Minister in his work. Deputy Speaker, the trusts are under serious pressures. As mentioned, the Chief Executive Officers have today warned of catastrophic impacts, with potential impacts on bed closures, operating lists, domiciliary care and nursing care packages. Can I ask the Minister, is a plan being devised by him with his executive colleagues to deliver the finance that is needed to make sure that our trusts are fit for the purpose going forward?
Well, I thank the member for his question and for his welcome, and I look forward to very much to working with the Health Committee. In terms of discussions with the Executive, the member will understand that I'm in post less than a week. I have met just one other Executive Minister, and that was the Minister for Finance earlier today. And I impressed upon her the fact that I do want to work in a collective manner to try and deliver, not just for health, but a full programme for government. I've always been a fan of the idea of a results-based programme for government, and to do that, we've got to get out of departmental silos and think about cross-departmental working. And the one area that I discussed, albeit briefly, with the Minister for Finance this morning, was the role of health in trying to boost the economy, and I'm thinking particularly of people who are economically inactive. As the member will know, our rates of economic inactivity are quite shocking at 26+%. There are a number of factors there, one of which is the lack of accessible, affordable childcare. But I think top of the list of inhibitors for people being in a position where they're neither in nor seeking work is health issues, both physical and mental. So I look forward to an early engagement with Minister Murphy, but also with other executive colleagues, to look at what our priorities are going to be and how we can all input our resources and our thoughts and our energy to make these things happen, so that we finish this mandate with Northern Ireland and its people in a better place than we began.
I can call on Liz Kimmins, please.
Concorda, and I welcome the Minister to his role and congratulate him. I look forward to working with you in the time ahead. And I suppose to welcome this statement, there's certainly, despite the very difficult picture, there's a lot in it that is definitely very encouraging, and I'm keen to work with you on that in the time ahead. And I think your point are right, Minister. Everyone is affected by this, our own families, our friends, our neighbours and our constituents, so it's within all our interests to get the best outcome. And your key priorities are very positive, Minister. I think that there's certainly what we would like to see done, but everything is underpinned by workforce. So I'd ask the Minister if he can advise when we can expect to see a plan around workforce and how to bring these priorities forward.
Well, again, I thank the Chair of the committee. I enjoyed our engagement earlier today, and I very much welcome your good wishes. In terms of your specific Chair, I can't give you a time frame, but I can certainly commit to trying to establish a time frame. I would certainly assure you that it is a priority for me. Already in meeting some of the Trust chiefs and their financial directors, it's very clear to me that there are some really intractable problems in terms of workforce. I'm thinking particularly of the Southern and the Western Trusts, who are geographically closest to the border, and the impact of Sláinte Care, and the fact that there are consultants, for example, who can quite easily migrate, not a huge distance, and certainly not spend an awful lot of time travelling, to find themselves in a good post on the other side of the border earning considerably more money. So it's not just about attracting the workforce, it's about making the environment attractive to them, but also making sure that the remuneration is as good as it could be. And I want every member who works in the health and social care sector to be as best paid as they can possibly be. There's been a debate within the Economy Committee and the Department about what constitutes a good job. And I was quite fearful that there might be a kind of elitist definition to that, which I don't think there will be, by the way. But from my point of view, a good job is a job where you wake up, you're looking forward to going to work, to do your shift, where you feel valued, where your terms and conditions are good, and where you feel your job is worthwhile. And that would be a kind of broad definition of what I would want as a definition of every job for everybody working in the HSC in Northern Ireland. And that does need a strategy. And as I said, that will be a priority for me, and I look forward to bringing that to the committee in due course.
I call on Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate Mr Nesbitt on his appointment. Can I also congratulate him on his vision and positivity? I think right across Northern Ireland people want to hear from our ministers what they can deliver, not constantly what they cannot deliver. With that in mind, the member will be aware that the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice is something that is particularly close to my heart and to my constituents across North Belfast. The previous Health Minister refused to put in a bid for additional funding to the Health Minister for this amazing charity, despite requests from the Finance Minister. Can the Health Minister give a commitment here in this chamber that he will look at exhausting all options to give the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice the funding that it needs?
I thank the member for those comments and look forward to working with him across the remainder of the mandate. I think, Deputy Speaker, I came to the House, as I said, because I wanted to give the House its place before engaging in any substantive way with the media, but I hope members would understand, being in post for, I think this is day 5, I'm not down into the weeds in the great detail. I'm still receiving pretty high-level briefings, and it'll be a number of short weeks before I'm across the fine detail. So I'm very reluctant to make any substantive details, but I understand the member is asking me simply to commit to looking at it rather than coming to a conclusion. And on that basis, I am absolutely more than happy to make that commitment.
Call on Danny Donnelly, please.
Thank the Minister for his statement. It's good to hear about his priorities for the rest of his tenure. We all want better outcomes, but we all know in this House that there are many, many serious issues that require urgent attention. I welcome his comments, particularly about avoiding the two-tier health system in Northern Ireland, but the reality is that that already exists. Many people across Northern Ireland, including in my constituency of East Antrim, languish on waiting lists for years, while those who can afford to pay, who sometimes may be using huge amounts of their life savings or even borrowed money, will be able to get timely treatment. This is a very sad state of affairs and one we should be working to rectify. I know the Minister will be very aware of the ongoing industrial action and the workforce pressures that we have, especially the upcoming second strike by junior doctors. I hope the Minister will be meeting with this group of workers urgently to try and avert this.
Could the member come to his question, please?
I was going to ask the Minister just what he is doing about community pharmacies. We have had 12 community pharmacies closed across the last year due to financial pressures. It is something that's vital that people are able to receive medications across Northern Ireland, and I would like to hear what his plans are for community, but I appreciate he's only into the role a couple of days, and I look forward to working with him as a member of the Health Committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I don't want to frustrate the member by again saying it's a little bit early for me to lay out a kind of definitive plan, but what I can say to the member is during my short period in building up to taking over the ministry, I visited a community pharmacist in Killelea in my own constituency, and I got a very good briefing from a practitioner as to the issues and some suggestions about the potential solutions. In terms of what the member said, in terms of tackling health inequalities, I am passionate about that subject, and I'm in the early process of thinking when people want the health service We tend to go to them, whether it's to go to a GP surgery or to a hospital or some sort of facility. The question that I'm starting to pose to colleagues is, to what extent can we reverse that direction of travel and take the facilities and the resources to the community? Members will probably be aware that during the COVID crisis, at times the uptake of vaccinations was quite low when people had to go to the likes of a GP surgery. When the vaccinations were taken into the heart of the community, the uptake rate went up. And I think there are precedents for what I'm thinking about. I don't think I'm reinventing the wheel. It's more a question of emphasis. But making sure that particularly communities who would be conceived to be areas of deprivation get the services as close to where they live as possible and are as accessible to them as possible, I suspect will make a real difference.
Thank you very, very much indeed. The questions to the Minister of Health will conclude or will continue after the urgent oral question. Can members take their ease, and Ms Dillon will be the next person to speak on health questions. Thank you.
It's time for questions to the Minister for the Economy, and we'll start with the listed questions. Questions 1, 2 and 4 and 8 have been withdrawn, and I call Philip McGuigan.
Question 3.
The Energy Efficiency Capital Grant, EECG, was announced in early May and is open for applications across a wide range of businesses. This grant is aimed at helping businesses to reduce emissions and lower their energy demand through the installation of energy efficiency measures and renewable technologies. The application process is managed through an online digital portal that facilitates live tracking of inquiries and applications. InvestNI will report monthly on the scheme to my department to help us understand how delivery is progressing against policy objectives. Additionally, in the spirit of continual improvement, a formal review of the scheme's progress after the first 6 months and 12-month intervals thereafter have been built into the approval process, whereby all aspects of the inquiry, eligibility and application process will be reviewed and evaluated.
Garmagad, August Arcade Dulcis, Falchara.
I'd like to welcome the Minister back.
Further to your response, can I just ask how you will ensure the scheme will promote and advance regional balance?
I thank the member, and can I just place on record also asking a court of my gratitude to my colleague Deirdre Hargey for stepping up in my absence and keeping momentum going in the department. In relation to his question about the regional balance for this scheme in particular, InvestNI will be using the portal, they will closely monitor the inquiries and applications that have been received and approved across the region. This includes capturing and tracking live data on the geographical spread by council area and industry group. This data is fundamental for my department to monitor and ensure there is a better spatial and functional distribution of the grant across the region. Furthermore, InvestNI has a dedicated marketing plan for the EECG that can be tailored to meet local business needs with a built-in flexible approach that will address any regional imbalances. A range of social media activities alongside continued engagement with key stakeholders will be monitored, and the marketing approach will be adapted to ensure all business groups are informed of the opportunities that the grant presents.
Our question 4 is withdrawn. I call Liz Kimmins.
Question 5.
Minister.
Local councils are responsible for making payments under the flood relief schemes funded by the Department for the Economy. On the Enhanced Flood Scheme, there were 108 applications to the scheme across 2 councils. As of the 3rd of June, the councils have issued letters of offer to 27 businesses with a value of £1.601 million. To date, payments of £310,000 have been made to 22 businesses. Further payments will be made to businesses upon receipt of a signed letter of offer and any required documentation to evidence costs. On the flood hardship scheme, there were a total of 82 applications across 4 councils, and as of the 3rd of June, hardship grants totaling £135,000 have been paid to 39 businesses.
Liz for a supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his answer, and I'm delighted to see him back in his place after his absence. Can I ask the Minister then, I mean, we've heard of the delays of Council getting some of the funding out. Can the Minister advise how much funding has the Department released to date to councils to fund the flood grant scheme?
Minister.
Well, I'm sincerely hoping, because I know, like ourselves, being a representative of one of the areas where the flooding occurred, of the urgency of getting funding out to businesses, and so I hope that the Council can make every effort to ensure that that happens quickly. I do understand that there is a complex process of assessment and verification and the need to protect public funds. £10 million was set aside for support, and we would hope to see as much of that distributed in the short time ahead as possible. And if there is anything left over in relation to that, then we certainly will examine ways in which we can continue to support businesses in the affected areas.
Call Andrew McMurray.
I think my answer has been answered, so I'll just withdraw, but I would just like to welcome the Minister back. It's good to see him. Thank you, Chair.
Call Justin McNulty.
Yeah, good. That's Concor. Minister, good to see you back on your feet. I'm sure it was a big fight for you and your family, the health scare you had recently. Minister, in terms of the distribution of grants, flood grants from councils, can you tell us when issues around businesses like Lordship Design, where Loretta Gallagher has got the initial payment from council, but now they're trying to take it back off her because all of her business is not on the ground floor? Can you tell us how issues like that can be resolved in terms of distribution of those payments? Thank you,
Minister.
Well, I would like to see of course, the Council has responsibility to protect public funds and make sure funds are distributed appropriately. But I would also like to ensure that there is a degree of flexibility, and we asked at the outset, in terms of the engagement of the councils, that they have a degree of flexibility to ensure that they understand the real challenges that businesses have suffered as a consequence of that flooding incident in both Newry and Downpatrick and in other parts last October, and to ensure that they approach this in a can-do way to try and make sure businesses are supported as best they can. There is a requirement on businesses to provide evidence of loss and of damage, and I hope that businesses can quickly get down to that. But we do want to see support getting out to all of the businesses that were affected on the ground and getting out as quickly as possible.
Call Nick Matheson.
Deputy Speaker, question 6, please.
The 14 to 19 framework is a joint endeavour between my department and the Department for Education. The Minister for Education and I have met to discuss our approach to this work and our shared priorities, taking account of the current education and skills environment. As a first step, we have prioritised careers as a priority area for delivery and tasked officials from both our departments to produce a joint programme of work. This indicates our commitment to collaboration in the interests of young people. On the wider framework, the Minister for Education and I will be considering how best to prioritise the other elements of the framework, building on this collaborative approach and using insights from stakeholders on the ground.
Nick Matheson for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister will be aware that a joint committee of the Economy and Education departments met last week, and officials from both departments in that committee were clear that there would be no action plan being published in relation to that strand of work you referred to with careers advice. How can the Assembly hold your department to account if there's no targets, benchmarks, outcomes to measure your work against?
Minister.
Well, there was a report that was published, I believe, at the time the Assembly was down, and from that flowed an implementation plan, and I think that's what he's referring to. That was used for internal guidance for officials in relation to how they brought this work forward. So I understand there weren't plans to publish that, but I'm sure as the officials came before both committees that they are keen to engage and to ensure that the committees and indeed the ministers who have tasked them with this area of joint responsibility keep us up to date on progress they're making. We've been very clear that we want to begin with careers. We want to ensure that careers advice is consistent and is available to all young people in that consistent manner, and that is, if you like, almost like a pathfinder in terms of getting this joint area of work, which is very essential for young people, up and going between the two departments. So we're keen to develop this early and then to push on with the rest of that agenda, and we're very happy to keep yourselves and the committee updated as to any progress.
Colin McGrath. He was up for the last one. You're right, Minister.
I recognise the need to assist businesses and meet our climate change targets. My department is working with Invest NI to deliver financial support for businesses through a new scaled phase of its energy and resource efficiency programme. The main part of that programme is the Energy Efficiency Capital Grant Scheme, which was announced in early May and is open for applications across a wide range of businesses who meet the scheme criteria. I have committed £40 million to this scheme that will run until 2030, providing essential support for businesses to reduce emissions while also creating economic opportunities in the green economy.
And Dodds for supplementary.
Can I thank the Minister? It is really important that in this particular aspect of the economy, Northern Ireland does not lose its competitive edge. And it is also equally important that consumers are not left to pay for climate change targets within this House. What new programmes has the Minister bid for, and what bids have been accepted in relation to climate change targets?
Minister.
Well, as I say, there is the primary focus of that is that energy efficiency support grant, and that I think there's something in the region of almost 600 applications in for that already. A couple of hundred of those have been processed already, and that's only opened in May. So you can see that there's quite a wide range of interest in that. Of course, we also are engaging with the British Government in terms of the investment zone. And we have already indicated that we would like to see the £150 million earmarked for that to be spent on green technology in the green industry. We have an opportunity here, I think, if we harness that correctly, not only to create jobs and to support innovation, creating new and better jobs, but also to work on the areas of renewable energy. Because we live in a country that is very high in resource in terms of wind and other renewable sources as well, to make sure that we get to a situation where that can actually benefit the consumers, both business and household consumers, if we can reduce our energy costs, reduce the necessity to rely on fossil fuels and an insecure demand which tends to fluctuate. So our opportunity for promoting renewable electricity but also renewable heat, then I think will benefit both consumers and businesses alike. But we have identified both the 40 million that I have dedicated out of the department, the 150 million, and we will continue to work on other areas, I think use of financial transaction capital to support the Net Zero Accelerator Fund as well, to try and work on all of those areas to make sure that not only can we create jobs in this area and improve jobs in this area, but we can also reduce the cost to consumers and to businesses.
Nicola Brogan for supplementary.
And I'd also like to welcome the Minister back to his position. Given the funding constraints imposed upon us, can the Minister explain what he's doing to leverage alternative sources of funding for climate change schemes? Littlehill.
Minister.
Well, as I mentioned, that we are working with both Invest NI and the Strategic Investment Board to develop that Net Zero Accelerator Fund. That's intended to be a catalyst for attracting and complementing private investment into the green economy. We're also working with the Department for Levelling Up Housing and Communities to establish the Enhanced Investment Zone, as I've said, which is about £150 million. We're in the process of co-designing that project for the North alongside the Department in London. Other funding sources available, the Industrial Energy Transformation Fund, Peace Plus and Shared Island Fund, and it's important that businesses themselves leverage this broader funding landscape with a focus on reducing emissions and growing the green economy.
Colin McGrath for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister back to his post as well. Climate change is delivering adverse weather events such as the floods that we've seen in Downpatrick. Would the Minister be open to applications from local council to help promote and support footfall, which has been obliterated since that event last year?
Minister.
Well, the High Street Task Force, which is responsible for a lot of these matters, is led by another department. The Department of Economy have a contribution to that. And of course, we're keen to work with all departments in ensuring that the High Street, and particularly in areas that have been damaged, unexpectedly damaged. High streets are struggling in general in terms of the economic conditions we have, but in Newry and Downpatrick in particular, they have received a very serious blow last autumn. So while my primary focus in relation to that is to make sure the councils deliver out the funding support for those affected by the flooding, I think in a broader sense, in terms of that work of the High Street Task Force, all of the departments in the executive as a whole have a duty to try and understand the challenges facing our high streets and try and provide support across departments wherever we can do that.
Call Mr. David Brooks. Minister.
I agree that our universities and colleges should work collaboratively together to deliver best outcomes for learners. It's also important to recognise that schools and community-based providers play an important role in ensuring a joined-up and effective education sector. In order to ensure that colleges and universities in particular work together in a complementary and not a competitive manner, the Tertiary Education Senior Leaders Forum has been established. This provides a place for senior leaders from my department, Department of Education, further education colleges and higher education institutions to come together to consider strategic matters of common interest, including qualifications. The core purpose of the forum is to foster greater collaboration between all those involved in education, post-compulsory school age, and to help move towards a more coherent tertiary education sector.
David Brooks for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I was glad to hear more about that at the concurrent meeting of the Economy and Education Committees this week, or last week. But would you agree with me that it is important that while our universities offer a range of excellent courses, that by incurring into courses that would have traditionally been served by our colleges, they don't undermine our excellent FE sector, which is vitally important to our economy as well?
Minister.
I think there may be a perception that universities are moving into that space at the expense of colleges. I think there's been some work done to establish that that's not necessarily the case. We do need to make sure that in a system where we have very little money to spend, and that's why his reference to the work between ourselves and the Department of Education across all these matters is important, that we actually use the resources we have to as best as we possibly can. So that's responsibility on us as executive ministers to make sure that the system works for education, not just for the young people, but in terms of the public finances required to run it, works as seamlessly as possible, and we don't get duplication, we don't get contradiction. What we want is the most complementary scheme system possible, and that's why forums such as this are important. That the joint work done by both departments is very important in relation to that. There is a drop off, I'm told, advised that we have the lowest numbers of that age cohort since about the 1950s, so that could explain some of the drop off in college numbers, but nevertheless we have a very good college estate, we have a very good further education sector. I want to see it fully utilised. We have a real challenge in terms of getting people and skills into the workforce, and the college sector is vital in terms of delivering in relation to that. So I've had discussions with them in this regard, and I do want to make sure that in our joint work with the Education Department and in the work of that forum, that we make sure that the entire system works in a complementary fashion rather than a competitive one.
Call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and again I'm a voice to welcome the Minister back, and I wish him good health moving forward. But could you give us an update just on the reform of the delivery of further education as we move forward?
Minister.
Well, the first priority when I came into office was to ensure that we got the lecturers' pay issues resolved, and I'm glad that has been able to be done. I have had a meeting with the principals from the colleges, and we will continue to work, bring that work in terms of reform forward. We want to make sure that we have a system that actually, recognises the unique product that each of the colleges have, recognises their own autonomy in that and the communities that they serve in a regional way right across the north, but also make sure that it is coherent and cohesive, and it actually tackles some of the big issues that we have identified as problems within the economy, and primarily the issue of skills, getting young people into education, offering pathways for people who have been out of either the education or the training system back into it. The colleges are uniquely placed to do that, and as I said in the previous answer, they have a very good estate, a very good system. We want to make sure that it is fully utilised. It's not currently fully utilised, so I think in any idea of reform, that that we want to bring to the fore is how we fully utilise that, how we make sure the colleges act at their most efficient and deliver for the economy and deliver for society here.
Philip Brett for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and on behalf of myself and the Committee Minister, can I welcome you back to office. Can I welcome your commitment to the FE sector and highlight the point that you made that it's important that the FE sector and its campuses serve the communities in which they are located. Could the Minister then outline in his recent discussion with principals of the colleges, has he raised the importance of the Castlereagh campus of Belfast Met, something that my East Belfast colleagues continue to champion?
Well, I had, at the joint meeting I did with them, we didn't get down to the actual individual campuses, but I have had discussions. I met your party leader in relation to the Castlereagh one. I've had correspondence and issues raised with me with other elected representatives as well. I had the pleasure of visiting the college in your own constituency as well and chatting to the principal and senior staff there. So there is a recognition that we have, we want to make sure that the system works very well. There's a good offering there. There are very good facilities, they are very well located. We have resolved and I hope we continue to work in terms of enhancing the role and the support for the people who work in that system, both in delivery of teaching but also throughout that system, to make sure that we have, if you like, a happy campus in that regard, and then to focus on the areas that we have outlined as priorities for the Department of the Economy, particularly in terms of the area of skills and training. So I have no doubt there will be individual issues arise in terms of members of the pieces of the estate within various colleges, and we want to work through that, but we need a cohesive forum. We need the support for the colleges themselves to get forward with the work that they're doing. And I'm very happy to talk to them about those individual areas of question marks around some parts of the campuses that I have.
Nick Matheson for supplementary.
Principal Deputy Speaker, can the Minister confirm when he will respond to the recommendations from the Independent Review of Education in relation to FE and HE?
Minister.
Well, as I say, the primary, I suppose, focus we had when I came into office was to try and make sure that we got as I think across nearly all of the departments, was trying to make sure we got the public pay sector issues resolved. I think by and large, with the exception, I understand that there was hopefully some progress in relation to schools over this week, but those issues have been resolved. I've met with the colleges themselves. I've talked to them about that issue of reform. And the report that was being done into them, and we intend to bring that work forward now. But what we want to do is try and make sure, as I say, right across, so it's not individual, it's not an isolated piece of work, if you like. We have an education system, we have a joint responsibility with the 14 to 19 cohort, but there's responsibility on either side of that as well. I want to make sure that the system we have is as coherent and cohesive as possible, that it serves all of the community, and that it also serves our economic needs in the time ahead.
Call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 10, please.
Minister.
I have no intention of increasing tuition fees, given that our students already face considerable cost of living pressures and many take on significant debt to access higher education. I am committed to working with the higher education sector to embed sustainable funding arrangements that enable the sector to thrive and create more opportunities for our students.
Doug Beattie for supplementary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Minister, and I'm glad he's made a recovery and he's back with us today. University application numbers are due to rise by 20% by 2030. Could I ask the Minister what's his plans to be able to increase those student numbers?
Minister.
Yes, and I think that what we want to do is to try and see, and I've stated that as a desired outcome. The simple question that the burden of that falls on the students, I think is unfair, because we are in a cost of living crisis. We are putting thousands and thousands of young people into significant debt just to go through higher education. So I have committed to working with our institutions to try and see other ways where we can increase the numbers without placing that burden directly on students. Of course, if we had more money in the system, if we had a better settlement in terms of our public finances, then there would be more opportunities for supporting more places. But my focus is trying to find ways to creatively work with the educational institutions themselves to try and find a way to grow that number and to make sure that as many young people as want to stay in, and there are people who want to leave these shores to go to other places for a university experience, but as many of those who want to stay then have an ability to stay there in the time ahead.
Patrick Delargy for supplementary.
thank the Minister for his answer so far. And will the Minister ensure that the Mason cap will not impact the expansion of Magee?
Minister.
Well, the executive parties made a commitment back under new decade new approach to get the numbers in Magee up to 10,000, and that is the plan that I intend to operate to. We have discussed with the universities themselves and discussed in very recent times with officials, just since I've come back, about ways that we can work to ensure that those numbers increase, and that is clearly going to be a focus. It's an executive commitment. It's my responsibility to deliver on it, and that's what I intend to do.
Sean Mulholland for supplementary.
Thank you, and welcome back, Minister. Can the Minister give us a timeline for the review of student support in terms of when it will be completed and when any recommendations can be made?
Well, we've just got the budgets and we'll have to obviously analyse what we have. We don't have as much as we would have wanted. We recognise that, and every department's in the same position. I'm sure heard some of them already today. So we don't have the funds that we would like, but nonetheless we will continue to provide support for students, and we did manage to find funding in year to supplement that support. So I am currently analysing how I can spread that limited budget that I have into the various areas of the department, and equality testing that as well. So once I have that done, I'll be able to make an announcement as to how much support will go in that, and when following that then will be some advice on how people can access that support.
Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, it's good to have you back. I agree with you that we don't want to see any extra burden on hard-pressed students. It's also the case that we export an entire university's worth of our young people from these shores every year. Many of them want to go, but too many of them don't want to go, and they don't come back. It's a structural problem in our economy. We've heard a lot about task forces, study groups, but will there be specific action in the programme for government for how we increase student places in this society? Will it be in the PFG?
Well, the easiest way we would have to do that is to have more money to be able to do that. If he agrees with me in that it's unfair to place the burden on that on young people themselves, who already get themselves in significant debt just for the benefit of accessing higher education. So the easiest thing would be to increase the funding that we have available. Of course, that's a different conversation with the government in London. But certainly I look forward to seeing the programme for government being delivered very, very soon. I'm not of the view that PERDA should apply in the way it has been applied to many things. I would like to see it advanced more quickly than that, and we will ensure the executive have a commitment, a collective commitment to growing the economy, and increasing the number of people who access further and higher education institutions and skills and who remain here is surely a very strong way to continue to grow our economy.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, question 8.
It's definitely 11, Minister.
I established the Independent Task Force in March under the leadership of Stephen Kelly and Nicola Skelly. The group has met twice, receiving presentations from Ulster University as well as Derry City and Strabane District Council. Local business leaders also led a task force discussion on the future skills needs in the North West. The next task force meeting takes place this Wednesday and will be attended by representatives of the local community as well as the Special Envoy for Economic Affairs, Joe Kennedy. The expansion of the Magee campus to 10,000 students was a commitment in New Decade New Approach and is key to promoting regional balance in line with my own economic plans. As Minister, I intend to see this commitment delivered.
Ciara Ferguson for a supplementary.
Thank you for your answer thus far. Minister, could I ask what additional funding has the Department allocated to Magee for the expansion for 24-25?
A total funding package of £152 million has already been committed for the expansion of Magee. This includes previously announced funding of the £38 million from the Shared Island Fund for a new teaching block, city deals and Inclusive Future Fund, as well as investment from the university's own reserves. For the next financial year, the Department includes up to £4.1 million resource and up to £14.7 million capital for Magee expansion activities.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Obviously, the task force is going to be bringing a paper in September. Now, the funds that are in place at the moment are not taken into consideration, perhaps recommendations coming through from the task force. Are you confident that you will have money to put towards that expansion?
Minister.
Well, What we're currently doing is engaging with UU, and of course the task force will have an oversight in relation to that and an input in relation to that for a more detailed plan on the allocation of that funding. This will be made available in the financial year to take forward opportunities to expand McGee campus by developing the infrastructure and increasing the student numbers. The task force, as you quite rightly say, will come forward with a plan in September. They're very much aware of the figures that we've been talking about here. If they have a different approach, I am very, very happy to listen to that and to try and secure the additional funding. She will recognise, as I'm sure all, particularly members of the committee, will recognise the limitations on the funding that we had. But nonetheless, the commitment remains for the expansion of McGee. I see it as an executive priority, and I see it as my duty to deliver on that.
Call Tom Buchanan. Minister.
Provision of high-quality, affordable childcare is a priority for the Executive. On the 23rd of May, the Education Minister outlined a package of measures for early learning and childcare that have been agreed by the Executive. One element of this package is a targeted business support scheme for childcare providers to assist those in financial difficulty and in areas where the demand for childcare exceeds supply. The Executive has initially earmarked £2 million for this purpose. Invest NI has nominated an official to work with my officials and the Department of Education on the design of the scheme. The involvement of my department and Invest NI will be important to ensure alignment with other businesses, support interventions and compliance with state subsidy requirements.
Tom Buchanan for supplementary.
For his response, the Minister will know the importance of the childcare sector within our communities, and can the Minister give some indication if this business support scheme will be a one-off or will it be on a recurrent basis?
Quick response, Minister.
Well, the clear intention of the Executive is to provide affordable childcare. Not only is that a benefit to families and individuals and communities, there's also a benefit to the economy to allow people to return to work. So that isn't a one-off commitment, that is a over the years commitment that the Executive have made, and I would sincerely hope that once we get these schemes started, then we will follow that through with the necessary funding to make sure that people can continue to avail of affordable childcare.
Perfect timing. So that ends the period for listed questions. We're now going to move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. Questions 2 and 10 have been withdrawn, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Speaker, Minister, we're really looking forward to scrutinising the sub-regional economic action plan to be published in September. Will you ensure that the objectives and the actions of this plan do not solely relate to Invest NI?
Minister.
No, the intention is to make sure, in terms of sub-regional action plans, that we get all of the actors in each area to come together to identify the needs of that area. Some of that may be Invest NI work, but some of it may be Department of Economy work, but some of it may be other departments. What we want to ensure is that local areas get some resource, get the necessary structures in place and find their voice in order to represent the interests, economic interests of those regions to the centre, where I would anticipate that the centre will record accordingly to the needs that have been identified. So it's clearly a matter of work which is about democratising local economic input and ensuring that those voices are very clearly heard and that there is resource to match the requirements in each area.
Sinead McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. And I know you appreciate that a functioning Invest NI is not regional balance, and it is much wider remit than that. And it's not just your department; it's other departments that have to come in beside you and with you and commit with you money and resources in order to really deliver regional balance that is deep and meaningful and will have good outcomes, and I welcome your commitment to that. Rather than asking you another question, I know that this is an ongoing issue that needs to be resolved quickly within this mandate.
I call William Mervyn.
Can I ask the Minister what measures he will take to reduce the levels of young people in UNMA who are not in education, employment or training?
Minister.
Pick up the question.
So, sorry.
Can I ask the Minister what measures he would take to reduce the level of young people in UNMA who are not in education, training or employment?
Minister.
I recognise that one of the greatest challenges we have are getting particularly people who have, if you like, not fallen through the system back into training and education. And previously, that funding to support those programmes, and I'm sure he's aware, as I am in our own constituency, of many groups that work in this area very effectively. Funding for that was done through European funding that we had. That funding was ended with Brexit and was not replaced by the government in London. So the department has been trying to find ways to supplement that. Some of those groups did receive levelling up or shared prosperity funding, but that again is coming to a cliff edge in the very near future. So we want to try and ensure that the groups that are out there assisting young people to come back into the education system or to achieve necessary skills or indeed even just confidence in themselves and going out to work are supported in doing that. And that is a challenge because that funding has been lost to us. But we will continue to work with the departments in London to try and ensure that we get better and more reliable access to some of that funding for shared prosperity and levelling up, so we can give the certainty to those groups and all those young people who are in need of support in education and training.
Mervyn for supplementary.
I thank the Minister for his response. Would the Minister accept that recent figures show that 14,000 16 to 24-year-olds in Northern Ireland are not in employment, training or education? Does he accept those numbers are too high?
Minister.
Yes, I think they are. And so, you know, when many of us, and I've been here for many years as he has, pride ourselves on having a world-class education system, it's world-class for those who it works for. And unfortunately, there are far too many people who it doesn't work for. So we, in a situation where we now have, where we have almost full employment but a high level of economic inactivity, that's clearly the area that we have to ensure gets some attention. And so I'd like to see those numbers reduce. I would like to see young people, particularly from areas of deprivation, be they rural or urban, having the opportunities to upskill, to get education, to find their way in the workforce, to get decent paid jobs and a sense of fulfilment out of the work that they get in order to be living better lives for themselves. So I think that is a challenge for all of us, not just to support the economy, to support those young people themselves.
Connie Egan.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, Minister, I welcome you back to the Assembly Chamber. Can I please ask what work your department is doing to support part-time learners in both further and higher education?
Minister.
Well, there are a range of support packages for people in those areas. I think what we have to do is, I suppose, that we take our lead from the colleges and the universities themselves in regard to the numbers that we have. It's a programme, I suppose it's hard to, like all these kind of anticipatory programmes, to see what the needs will be over the course of the year. And we do manage generally over the course of the year to supplement the funding for that. So just a month or two ago we were able to announce an additional amount of money into student hardship support schemes to try and ensure people can access that. It's a little bit like the issue around jobs and training and skills. We have to make part-time courses and part-time entry into workforce available to people. Because it's a big challenge for people to go from completely reliant on a benefits system or a welfare system to go immediately back into education, or completely being responsible for caring roles and responsibilities in their home, be that children or be it others in their own homes, to go back full-time into training or education. So I think we all have to understand accessibility issues, and that means that part-time courses need to be available and accessible to people, and they need to be supported in entering into those. And similarly in the world of work, we need to ensure that employers are operating part-time accessible entry levels into work as well. So while we don't have, and we're currently working out what our budget will allow us to do for the year ahead, it is something that we do provide support to, and we'll provide as much as we can into the future.
Connie Egan for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Conscious you did mention this in your answer, but I'm wondering specifically about support that your department can provide for people with disabilities, caring responsibilities or long-term illnesses on accessing part-time learning courses.
Minister.
Well, I'm very happy to work with the colleges and the universities themselves to make sure that they are doing all they can to allow people to come into education. So they design some of the facilities around their courses that they operate, but they have to be conscious that the people who are furthest from our education system and our employment are people who suffer from illnesses or disabilities, and they're often the people who end up in the worst elements of work or the worst conditions of work, and that's why I intend to bring a Good Jobs Bill to the Assembly over the course of this mandate, which will try and address some of those issues. But I absolutely accept that in the first instance it's access to training that is required for people, and I will continue to work with the colleges and the universities to make sure they understand they need to make that as accessible as possible.
Call Nicola Brogan.
Can the Minister provide an update on the closure of the RHI scheme as agreed as part of the NDNA agreement? Littlehill.
I've been attempting to secure executive agreement on the future of RHI since the 4th of April. However, to date it has not been allowed onto the executive agenda. This is delaying participants from receiving an uplift in their tariff. It also puts at risk an orderly closure to the scheme, as Ofgem has now provided a final termination notice. Ofgem will only continue to administer delivery of the scheme with an absolute backstop of the 30th of April 2026. So I hope the Executive is allowed to discuss and decide upon these issues so that participants can receive appropriate payments and so we can close the scheme in an orderly manner in line with the agreed executive priority.
Nicola Brogan for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, in closing the scheme, will you ensure that participants are fairly compensated?
Well, that is the plan, but if we can't get, of course from the court rulings that there was a sense that they wanted to ensure that people were treated fairly, and many people entered this scheme on the basis of a genuine attempt to avail of a support that was there for them. So we have to ensure that people are treated fairly, but we have to get to a stage where the Executive agrees what we're going to do about this. This is not a problem that I created, this is a problem I inherited. I'm trying to bring, as was agreed, some degree of closure to that. It's frustrating for me that we can't even get a discussion in the Executive on it, and I would urge those who have been holding us up to date to allow the Executive to deal with this problem so we can move on in line with the views of the Court during that hearing.
Paul Steve Aiken.
And again, I welcome you back to your rightful place, being here as well. Declaration of interest, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I am the oncoming chair of the All-Party Group in Aerospace Defence and Space. It sounds like it's a good title, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Minister, you'll be very aware that the aerospace sector in Northern Ireland is a growing sector and faces some challenges, not least in the skills agenda and the rest of it. Could the Minister outline to me what degree of priority he expects InvestNI to put into the aerospace, defence and space sectors as we go forward, bearing in mind the growth that is likely to be over the next couple of years in Northern Ireland?
Minister.
Yeah, well, I think it's incumbent on Invest and on the Department to identify areas of priority and particularly clusters, and he's quite right in that there is a growing cluster, some big players in it, but quite a lot of small and medium enterprises involved in that sector that are advancing. It touches on the areas of good jobs, it touches on the area of productivity, because there's quite a lot of innovation in that sector and quite a lot of growth. And so it is in line with the priorities that I have set within the department, and also it offers regional balances. Quite a lot of these firms are scattered right across the north. So, of course, yes, all of us operate within a limited budgetary framework, including InvestNI, but I think what we have tried to do is identify sectors where there are opportunities for growth, and I would concur with his view that there are clearly opportunities for growth in this sector.
Steve Aiken for supplementary.
That as well. Could the Minister therefore, when he's looking at his diary, commit to coming to Farnborough to the International Air Show, where Northern Ireland will be highlighting its wares at a particular series of events? And I think it would be excellent if the Minister was able to find himself there.
Well, I get invited to quite a lot of events, as I'm sure the member would be aware. So it's a question of trying to juggle the diary and to make sure that I can go to as many as I possibly can, while also retaining the focus on the work that I need to do within the department. So I'm always content to consider any invitations which come to me to make sure that I'm doing my best to support all of our businesses right across the north.
Call on you, Murphy.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, could you provide an update on the first meeting of the Social Enterprise Task Force?
The first meeting of the Co-Design Group for Social Enterprise was on the 31st of May. I was able to attend it briefly myself, which I was pleased to do. The group are highly motivated to see strategic support for the sector and use the first meeting as an opportunity to share their experience and wealth of knowledge. There was an understanding that the focus should be on trading, scaling and supply chain collaboration. These objectives will work towards making social enterprises more sustainable without reliance on funding and allowing the sector to meet their expectations of social value. It was noted that there's already work being done to support the sector, but it is fragmented, making it difficult for social enterprises to access. So the next step will be to identify potential barriers and what current supports are available. This exercise will show gaps in areas where we can implement short-term actions and ensure there's no duplication. Officials agreed to bring a draft paper to the next meeting on the 27th of June.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, could you also provide us on the group set up by the Department to develop the credit union movement?
Yeah, the meeting took place a couple of weeks ago when my colleague Deidre Hargy was at the helm in the Department for the Economy, and the group, it was important to come together to see the opportunities that they have to support our own economic plans of supporting regional balance and creating good jobs, increasing productivity and tackling issues around net zero. The Irish League of Credit Unions have their own manifesto, and that was in many ways set the context for the working group, but the department's work does not need to be limited to that, and we requested, my colleague had requested, and that will follow through with myself, that officials provide regular updates from the working group that has been established.
Robin Swan's not in his place. I call John Blair.
Speaker, and I join with others in welcoming the Minister back and wishing him well. And I'd like to ask also, if if the Minister could update us on the work of the Green Energy Skills Industry Reference Group. Minister.
The issue of skills, as we've said many times here, is a huge one for us. The big attraction, particularly for foreign investors to here, are our people and our skills, and the biggest challenge we currently have is in doing that. So there is a range of engagement going across a lot of sectors: Skills Advisory Council, the reference group that the report that came to us from Matrix as well, talking about skills and future skills that are required, and we continue to do that engagement across the department and with the various institutions that are working on providing that, including business itself. The challenge for us is the lack of funding that we have in order to put support into skills programmes, but we intend to work with all of those advocates in that area to try and work as best we can to provide the necessary level for our people.
Very quick supplementary, John.
Principal Deputy Speaker, with that in mind, could the deadline of September 2024 for the Green Skills Action Plan be brought forward, given the urgent nature of the plan and also this issue?
Yes, I think what we have to do is take account of, we have had several reports from different groups. We've had a lot of engagement over the last period of time in relation to that. The big challenge we have is trying to find the resource from the department to match the ambition that there is. But there have been good work in terms of examples of good practice. For instance, the Mid-Ulster clustering, where the manufacturing sector there, go and engage with the colleges, the schools themselves, to ensure that their focus is there. So what we need to do is that everybody who's in the area of skills, be that schools, colleges, education, the department, the private sector itself, and all of us who have an interest, the groups who get funded through various programmes for assisting young people, are all complementing each other and focused in the same area, rather than trying to trip over each other or step on each other's toes. We want to make sure that the limited amount of money we have goes as far as it possibly can to try and support that area of work.
That ends questions to the Minister for Economy. Just take your ease for one moment.
We now move to the questions to the Minister for Education. Questions 10, 12 and 15 have been withdrawn. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Education in Northern Ireland is based on the key and guiding principle established in our law: the children are educated as far as possible in accordance with the wishes of their parents. I believe that diversity and choice are a strength, not a weakness, of our education system. Every child, every school and every sector are important and valued in our education system. Integrated education, which provides opportunities for children and young people from different community backgrounds to learn together, has an important role to play in that process. The number of pupils accessing integrated education continues to grow. Over 27,000 pupils in Northern Ireland are now enrolled in 71 integrated schools. That is over 6,000 additional places in the last 10 years. To measure, assess and aim to meet demand for integrated education, my department will do the following: include societal level questions on demand and the factors parents consider when making school admission decisions in the annual Northern Ireland Life and Time survey, assess and monitor parental demand for integrated education as expressed through school admission preferences via the EA School Admissions Portal. Use the EA School Admissions Portal to obtain permission from parents to be surveyed regarding their school admission preferences, and annually carry out a Northern Ireland-wide survey of such parents to assess and monitor demand for integrated education. It will carry out ad hoc local surveys of parents to further assess and monitor demand as required. It will consider the outcomes of parental ballots for transformation carried out by electoral reform services and consider any other relevant survey data available. So where demand is identified through this structured and systemic analysis, I will ensure that NICE and EA, as the arm's-length bodies charged with promoting integrated education and providing sufficient places to meet parental preference respectively, work with their parents or partners across the education sector to meet this demand.
Mr. Loughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. Your department's implementation strategy for integrated education actually doesn't set any targets for the growth of integrated education and doesn't tell us how much money you're actually going to spend. But your actions have told us that you are not serious about integrated education because you've taken away £150 million of capital spend on integrated education. So can you explain how we can reach realistic targets if we're not actually setting them in the strategy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I have been successfully able to do is have £150 million identified for the Struil campus in Omagh. The member may wish to take it up with Mr McCrossan, who has advocated very well for his constituency to ensure there are 6 new schools developed in that area as part of a shared educational programme. What I also was able to do successfully was place the integrated schools that were as part of the Fresh Start programme into my conventional capital programme, and I announced last week that Bangor Central Integrated Primary School and Millennium Integrated Primary School were moving forward and getting funding. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure where the member gets her information from, but that is the facts, and I am treating all sectors equitably. No one sector will get preferential treatment over another. I will treat them all fairly.
Mr. Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister explain the capital spent on integrated schools over the past 5 years and how this compares with the percentage of children who attend integrated schools?
Minister. Obviously, when it comes to expenditure over the past 5 years, there has been significant spend, and that comes to £92.7 million. That represents approximately 22% of all major works expenditure across the school estate in that period. And I'm sure the member will agree, with only 8% of pupils attending integrated schools, this highlights the significant additional investment that integrated schools have received compared to other school sectors.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, Clause 9 of the Integrated Education Bill states that Integrated Education Action Plan must include targets and measurable benchmarks. Can we get a justification as to why the Department has moved away from this and towards an outcomes-based approach instead?
Minister. Mr. Speaker, happy to provide precise detail to that question, but what I would say to members, the schools that I have visited from various sectors, whilst some may not have integrated officially in their title, there are control schools more integrated than some schools that are officially designated as integrated. And so I've said this before, the inference that somehow other school sectors do not provide an integrated form of education isn't right and is disrespectful to those schools. I was in Upper Bann with my constituency colleague Diane Dodds. Over 21 newcomers within that school environment. I was at another school where there were 18 different nationalities, all within the control sector, integrated, diverse, but it doesn't have it in their official title. So members, particularly in the Alliance Party, do need to get off this particular issue of wanting preferential treatment for one sector. If you want to be a community for all, try including everybody.
Hear, hear. Philip Brett.
Question number 2, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Seaview Primary School project is in the early stages of development, with an integrated consultant team having been appointed for the project in November 2023. The ICT is currently undertaking a technical feasibility study to explore options and costs to provide suitable accommodation for the school, and it is anticipated that a report will be submitted to the Department for consideration in the coming months. Once the technical feasibility report has been examined and approved by the Department, a business case will be completed which will identify the preferred option to be taken forward.
Mr. Brett.
Speaker, and delivering the new school at Seaview will be vital for the local community, but just as important as our school buildings are those who work within it, and particularly I think of our non-teaching support staff. I know the Minister shares my commitment to ensure they receive the pay and grading review that they need. Could the Minister provide an update on his work to secure those vital funds for that sector?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can update the House in terms of progress that has been made. Last week I engaged with the unions directly. I spent a number of hours with the team. I stood up officials within my department and we made progress over the weekend, and I engaged directly with the Finance Minister and we identified a way forward that I believe can lead to a successful resolution. The unions decided not to proceed with their industrial action today. That was important to have schools open, particularly within our special schools, where those children and young people with complex needs require that regular form of access to the school environment, and strike action is particularly disruptive on those most vulnerable. We also had GCSE Maths sitting today, and there was a concern that we wouldn't be able to have those exams go forward for everybody. And I think everyone in this House would agree that for those young people who have worked so hard, not to have the opportunity to sit those exams would have been something that was unacceptable. So I was pleased that we didn't have the strike action today. Mr. Speaker, I can update the House further that we engaged this morning with the unions. That was a very positive meeting, and schools are being contacted by the Education Authority to advise them that strike action shouldn't be taking place tomorrow, but the unions are still going through officially their processes. But we are operating now on the assumption that schools will be able to open as normal tomorrow. We will continue to work on the finer details of this, because support staff who are in our classrooms, who are in our catering teams, who are driving the buses, are incredibly important, and I deeply value the work that they do, and it is vitally important that this pay and grading review is resolved, and we engage with Treasury, but we also look to our own resources within the Assembly to find a way forward, and I will continue to work constructively with the unions until we get a permanent solution.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, my son was delighted the boss of all schools visited his nursery last week, and I just wanted to ask in relation to the capital bills, the announcement for 2024-25, when he hopes building work will begin at Millennium Integrated Primary School.
Minister. So, Mr. Speaker, in announcing the capital bills last week, which again was a positive announcement, a demonstration that this executive can work even with the difficult financial constraints that we're operating in. 8 new school bills, 7 primary, 1 post-primary, and within that Millennium Integrated was included. That allows us to move forward into securing a tendering process that will lead to contract, and Millennium Integrated is at a very advanced stage. So there is no further obstacle in respect of us moving forward into construction. The precise date when a digger will arrive on site, I can't give the member, but we are taking that forward, and I know that is particularly welcomed by those schools, and Millennium Integrated was one that was unfairly caught in the Treasury process around Fresh Start. I'm pleased that we were able to step in and take that forward.
On Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll answer oral questions 3 and 6 together. The Addressing Bullying in Schools Act of 2016 came into operation from the 1st of September 2021. The Act has 3 core parts. It provides a common definition of bullying, establishes a new duty for schools to record all incidences of bullying, their motivation and their outcome, and requires the schools' boards of governors to take responsibility for the development, implementation, monitoring and periodic review of the school's anti-bullying policies. Concerns were raised during the public consultation on the legislative proposals that led to the Act that any such data held by the Department of Education or the Education Authority would be subject to the Freedom of Information Act and could therefore potentially allow external organisations to create bullying league tables. The then Education Minister subsequently stated that there were no plans to collect or publish any information in relation to bullying incidents. The Department has therefore not directly collated data from schools in relation to bullying incidents. Following initial information and training offers, the Department established the Addressing Bullying in Schools Implementation Team, ABSIT for short, in September of 2022. The data is held by ABSIT within EA in terms of its response to referrals. Between September 22 to March 24, ABSIT had responded to 577 referrals relating to bullying type behaviour. The team have provided specific support to schools with regard to 185 significant bullying type cases, delivered training to 147 school leadership teams and bespoke training to 110 school governors. And since its launch in January 2024, the Level 1 Foundation training on the Act has been completed by 3,848 educationalists.
Mr. Chambers.
Speaker. Minister, thank you for that answer. Does the Minister anticipate that this data will be used to develop a universal approach across all schools in tackling bullying, or does he believe a tailored solution in individual schools is the best way forward?
Minister.
Well, where there's best practice, we need to make sure we disseminate that, that is something that, of course, we will want to do and facilitate. I've outlined how we have been making efforts to address these issues. Often schools are best placed with the right kind of support, which needs to be consistent across Northern Ireland, at resolving these issues. But where we can identify best practice, it's important that we disseminate that information.
Connie Egan.
Mr. Speaker, and Minister, research from Carafriend shows that 68% of pupils in secondary school that are LGBTQ+ are bullied due to their sexual orientation or gender identity. What plans do you and your department have to tackle homophobic and transphobic bullying in schools?
Minister. Speaker, all forms of bullying is wrong. Bullying in respect of one's sexual orientation is wrong. And it's important that schools address that issue alongside other forms of bullying which does take place. So, of course, my department will continue with the Education Authority to support schools when it comes to addressing bullying behaviour which is unacceptable in our school system.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for his commitments to tackle bullying. Is there best practice in other jurisdictions that we can learn from, particularly focusing on the ever-increasing rise of cyberbullying, which impacts children and young people so much more now, right beyond the school opening and closing hours?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the department will be collecting data from other jurisdictions, and further research will be carried out in respect of this issue, so that where we identify alternative methods of addressing these issues that we are not already carrying out, then we will learn from that. Data on bullying experiences among children and young people has been gathered by governments in England, Wales and Scotland, and that has been carried out through a range of health, well-being and crime surveys. However, our understanding is that data on bullying type behaviour is an issue just to disseminate. So the answer, yes, we will be carrying out further research to identify other international approaches to managing the problem.
Thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, further research is not going to cut it in relation to the previous question. Addressing bullying in schools, specifically in relation to social media platforms, where we know children are dying because of bullying behaviours on those platforms. What communications have you had and your department have had with those companies to outline their responsibilities in terms of their platforms being havens for bullies and bullying behaviours which are having a devastating impact on children and young people who are on the receiving end?
Mr. Speaker, it's actions and further research to make sure that the actions that we are taking, where they can be improved, then they will be improved. It isn't an either or. We're doing far more than just putting research into this particular issue, and I outlined the measures and the impacts that we've already been having in trying to support schools. But the member does raise an important issue when it comes to online social media abuse, and children in particular at a very sensitive age are much more vulnerable to this than adults, and it can be devastating for adults as well. So it is vitally important that we're supporting schools as they seek to manage the issues around online communication, social media posts, and all of this can be very difficult to do. And so what I can do to support schools, I will do, and where we can have research to provide better informed practices, then we will do that through research to help inform how we address these issues.
John Blair.
Mr. Speaker, question number 4.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The school uniform grant is available to offer financial support to low-income families as a contribution towards the costs of school uniforms. The Education Authority was able to uplift its school uniform grant rates by 20% in 2022-23 following an additional allocation of funding by the previous Minister of Education. Severe budgetary pressures mean that it has not been possible to allocate additional funding to the Education Authority to implement a further rise in the rates of uniform grant for the 2024-25 academic year, and I recognise that there are other parts of the United Kingdom where higher rates of uniform grant are available, and I would obviously like to be able to allocate additional funding to the Education Authority that would enable a rise in the uniform grant. However, this can only be done when the funding is available to do so. While recognising the rate of uniform grant is one way to reduce the impact of uniform costs on low-income families, I believe that schools seeking to minimise the costs of their uniform can potentially be of even greater benefit, and schools should therefore endeavour to align their school's uniform requirements with the Department's guidance circular that encourages them to keep school uniform costs to a minimum.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for that question. I think he almost referred to the fact that it is disappointing news. So can I ask then, that given that addressing the extortionate cost of school uniforms was identified as a key priority when he took up office, and I understand officials had previously worked on fairly detailed proposals around this, then why has it taken so long to bring forward a consultation on this issue?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member rightly raises my desire to address this issue in terms of the current guidance which exists into placing that on a statutory footing. I have engaged already with the schools with letters to principals reminding them of that circular, appealing to them to follow it. The overwhelming majority of schools do follow that guidance, but we need to have all schools following that guidance, and so there will be a public consultation launched within weeks before the end of this particular period of the Assembly's timetable before it breaks for the recess, and that will seek the views of the public in relation to placing it on a statutory footing, and within that we will also seek views in relation to a cost cap.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, Minister, 3 months ago the Assembly debated a motion which called for many of the actions that you're now talking about. Can you be specific? You said that the consultation is going to be launched hopefully before recess. Can you give us a timeline for when you want this guidance to be put into statute? Will it be by the end of this year, by the end of this mandate? When precisely?
Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, I obviously will not be able to have the guidance placed on a statutory footing for this September. Many schools have already engaged in retailers and the supply chain, and therefore we won't be able to do that. But what I was able to do was to remind schools to follow the guidance, and the overwhelming majority are doing that. I want to have it on a statutory footing for the commencement of the following academic year, so that there is a statutory basis for it. And of course we need to work out how do we monitor that, what role potentially could the inspectorate have to ensure that the legislation that gets passed by this House is given effect to it. because it is one thing to place something on a statutory footing, it is another to monitor and ultimately enforce. And how can you do that? What would be the sanction for not doing it? And that is things that need to be worked out as part of the consultation process and then the legislative process whenever the bill would be introduced to this Assembly.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister had mentioned that the rates elsewhere in the UK in some places are higher. Can you give any further details on how the rate here compares to other parts of the UK and the Republic of Ireland?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In terms of comparators, in England, many local authorities don't offer any uniform grants, and in those that do, there can be considerable variation in the level of support, and that can vary from £30 to £160. In Scotland, there's a minimum level uniform grant of £120 per child at primary school and £150 per child at post-primary. In Wales, they have a Schools Essential grant, and that's aimed towards supporting parents in uniform costs, but also sports kits, IT equipment, and that would be £125 per pupil, £200 for pupils in post-primary. So there are a range of different support measures that exists, and there isn't one uniform approach, pardon the pun, in respect of how the costs are calculated and then what the payments go towards. We have our own scheme. It was a DUP education minister who increased it by 20%. It had stood still for nearly a decade, and there had been no increase until my predecessor, Michelle McElveen, addressed the issue then. I've indicated my desire to do more, but that requires the Department of Education to have the resources available to it for us to do more.
Dan Dodds.
Number 5, Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The executive budget provides the department with a capital budget of £254 million for the 2024-25 year, which is an increase of over £80 million on last year's opening position. This additional funding has allowed me to release 7 school enhancement programmes in addition to the major new capital bids that were announced. The school enhancement programmes include Carnini Primary School, Kilronan School, Lurgan Model Integrated Primary School, St John's Primary School, in King Island, St Kevin's College, St Malachy's College, St Mary's Primary School in Bard. The budget is available to progress all other school enhancement projects through the design and planning to the pre-tender stage. A decision to release these to tender and construction will then be taken dependent on budget availability at the time. And whilst the additional funding, Mr. Speaker, is extremely positive and welcome, the department continues to face significant capital pressures, particularly for special educational needs placements, and therefore difficult decisions will continue to be required around prioritisation. And my vision is that every child is educated in a high quality learning environment, and the school enhancement programme is key to delivering on this vision by providing significant improvements to a school's teaching and learning facilities. It is a high impact and relatively low cost programme which can make a lasting improvement to a school. So I will continue to make the case for increased investment in the education estate to ensure that every child can enjoy the benefits of improved teaching and learning facilities.
Ms Dodds.
And thank you, Minister. You referenced recently that we visited some schools in Upper Bann, and one of those schools was Carrick Primary School, and you quite rightly talked about 21 different languages and a really diverse, inclusive school. But they've been waiting 5 years on a business case for a school enhancement programme. And this is clearly an unacceptably long wait. And I know that you took cognizance of this. Can the Minister tell us what he can do with the Education Authority in order to shorten this time frame and allow schools to proceed to the point where they are eligible for funding?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member rightly makes the point around the length of time it takes to move through the various stages until they are at the point of being able to move into that tender construction phase. And it is a frustration that I share, and one which at Carrick the member had me at, and other principals have articulated to me in respect of that. So Obviously, we need to look at the processes, how we can go through the various different stages in terms of making that more efficient and expediting them at a faster pace. That's a piece of work that officials in my department are looking at with the Education Authority, and it is ultimately for the Education Authority to be planning out the school estate, particularly for controlled schools, and making sure that the support is there, and I need to support them in terms of discharging their responsibilities effectively for our schools.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Education Committee recently visited the Forest School in Clandyboy and heard from a couple of primary schools about the transformative impact of quality outdoor learning provision. Are there any plans in the Minister's capital budget for the financial year ahead to release monies to school to put in place quality outdoor learning provision?
Minister.
Well, Mr Speaker, the member and chair of the committee highlights the forest schools, and I've been impressed at the number of schools that I've visited that have been able to incorporate some of the trees and different vegetation that is within their estate. And you can see, children and young people love to be outside, and they love to be picking up all of those bugs and beetles and different things and valuing how to protect them. So the forest schools is a good initiative. But it speaks to the issue of outdoor play. And so within the announcement that I made last week around the capital programme, I did announce a new curriculum-led capital programme. We've allocated £10 million to that. That is largely to focus on things around outdoor play, physical education. Where a school is not able to properly deliver its curriculum, how can we support this? So that is a new capital programme that I announced. We've given funding to it this year. We will want to stand that up and obviously have application to that. But that is a programme that I would want to see over the next number of years building upon to make it a bigger programme. That's why I continue to make the case, unapologetically so, for my department to get more funding on its recurrent resource side, but also when it comes to the capital expenditure.
Colin McGrath.
Mr Speaker.
Sir.
Mr Speaker, my department is responsible for the home to school transport policy and the Education Authority for its operation and delivery. This includes route planning and determining eligibility for transport assistance in line with the policy. The EA determines its bus routes based on public demand in the area, and routes are reviewed on an ongoing basis, particularly at the start of the school year. Eligibility is assessed on an individual pupil basis using two criteria, namely distance and suitable school. It's for the EA to determine the most suitable mode of transport for eligible pupils, which may include a seat on an EA bus, a TransLink bus pass, or a parental payment where a seat on a vehicle cannot be provided. Routes and pick-up points are often well established as serving local communities around specific schools. Parents may choose which school their child attends, but where an eligible pupil bypasses closer schools to attend one further away, there may be fewer or less convenient transport options. The Education Authority is not obliged to create new routes for small numbers or individual pupils.
That concludes questions to the Minister. Now we have topical questions, and I call Mr Jerry Carroll.
Minister, for months into this new executive, education workers were told there was no money for the pay and grading review, and now in the month of election, lo and behold, some money may be found. I emphasise the may. Can you give an update on negotiations and progress with education unions around pay and grading review?
Sir.
Speaker, I provided the House with an update to an earlier question in respect of this issue, but to say to the member, whenever I came into post, I recognised the work that our support staff carry out. I deeply value that work. I approved the business case. I put it forward to the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister approved the business case. The Executive agreed within the budget that the Executive passed that we needed to find a way forward. That way forward was to engage with the Treasury, which the Finance Minister, on behalf of the Executive, engaged and met with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, put that formally into writing. Obviously, an election has been called. That creates an issue around His Majesty's Treasury in terms of responding. But I've also tried to identify how we can take this issue forward through some funding in the June monitoring in the absence of the Treasury providing the reprofiling of future funding. Those negotiations have been taking place now, both with myself directly and with my officials, and I'm pleased that today we didn't have strike action, and I trust that we won't have that action extended tomorrow, because we want a resolution. So this is an executive, I as Minister, supported by the Finance Minister, both agree that we need to find a resolution to this issue, and we believe there is now a pathway to do that, and the unions engaging with the relevant officials should be given the space to get this issue concluded, and I hope we can expedite that as soon as possible.
Mr. Carroll.
Minister, for the answer. I'm still unclear though when or if the money will be released at all. I think you need a clear answer for the lowest paid workers. Workers have said they will likely resume strike action in the autumn if this money is not in their bank accounts. Will the money be in their bank accounts by this autumn, Minister?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to taking decisions on this issue, we have, as an executive, stepped up, and I know the member sometimes doesn't feel that that's the case, but there can be occasion where the member could recognise when there are ministers genuinely and sincerely trying to, in earnest, resolve these issues. When the institutions were restored, the funding package provided to Stormont did not include a resolution on this issue. That was not as a consequence of any member in this Assembly, and therefore we had to work forward a resolution, and we are trying to resolve. I believe we are on our way to doing that, and that will ensure that we resolve the issue around pay and grading review, because recruitment and retention in this area is hugely important, and we need to make sure that we provide the right support for those individuals who are vitally important. And I want to do more. I want to provide opportunities for career progression for classroom assistants, so that they can see how there are further opportunities in investing within our education system. So we've made progress. Schools aren't on strike. We continue to negotiate on this issue, and I believe that there is a pathway forward that will resolve this permanently.
Al Robinson.
Would the Minister agree with me that book reading is key to a child's early learning?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I would agree about the importance of reading to young children, encouraging their enjoyment of books, which has a positive impact, we know from the evidence around children's early learning and development in terms of their language, communication and social skills.
Mr. Robinson.
I certainly thank the Minister for his answer. Would the Minister consider reinstating the Book Start Baby programme?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, before my first child was even born, I was reading to my wife. Hopefully Annie was picking up some of it before she came into this world. The importance of reading can't be understated or overstated, because it does have a hugely beneficial impact to the development of children. And so I will be reinstating this important programme. Northern Ireland is the only part of the United Kingdom where the Book Start Baby programme is not currently available, and I'm determined to address this inequality, and I've asked Book Start to submit a proposal to extend this important provision to Northern Ireland this year. The funding made available by the Executive to support the early learning and childcare strategy will enable us to put in place this vital provision for our youngest children.
Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, further to the framework on developing a more strategic approach to 14 to 19 education and training, can you update the Assembly on when the agreed success measures for the 14 to 19 landscape will be published?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have that particular detail just at hand for the member, but I'm happy to provide that in more detail. Suffice to say, he raises the issue around 14 to 19-year-olds, which is important, and it's one where there's collaboration between my department and the Minister for the Economy, and I met with the Minister a number of weeks ago around the framework in which the two departments operate. We're going to review that framework to make sure that when it comes to our schools and our colleges, that we are effectively collaborating together.
Mr. Tennyson.
Thank the Minister for that. The Minister will be aware that the Education and Economy committees held a concurrent meeting last week in which education officials said there were currently no plans to publish the framework on the action plan for the framework on 14 to 19 education. How does the Minister expect those committees to scrutinise that work if the action plan isn't available to measure progress against?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if the exact and precise reasons why that hasn't been provided. It may be an entirely internal-facing document. That could be the reason. I don't know the reason for that, but I'll certainly provide a written response to the member.
Peter McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Can I ask for an update on SEN placements for the new academic year?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is an issue which I recognise, as all members do, requires a resolution. And whenever I first again came into office, the indications were that there were some 1,000 children needing to be placed in September. That led to action on my part to communicate to schools directly, seeking indications from those schools that would be willing to provide a place for this September. There were over 700 schools responded to that, over 300 of them positively. We then carried out a short survey around the needs of those schools, identifying across Northern Ireland where specific pressures are, trying to make sure that it isn't just about any school, it's the right school, has to be the right place for children, and we are continuing to provide placements, and so there has been progress made, and we continue to make progress. I intend to update the House more formally whenever we have a much clearer picture, but I can say to the member that figure of 1,000 has been reduced by several hundreds, and we continue to make progress. I want to make sure that by September every child has got a place. Then we need to make sure that this isn't repeated in future years, because this happened last year, it's happening this year, and we need to ensure that we are providing the proper support for children with special educational needs.
Mr. McReynolds.
I thank the Minister for his response. Can the Minister outline how he will ensure the necessary capital works are delivered for the new academic year so that all children with a specialist placement in a mainstream school or nursery are able to access their place on a full-time basis for the start of this academic year?
Mr. Speaker, the priority on the capital spend has been for special educational needs provisions, and therefore there will be the funding needed to stand up the various specialist provisions so that we can address that. So we will do what we need to do to make sure support is there. But, Mr. Speaker, this is why I outlined a new standalone special educational needs capital programme that is distinct to the other capital programmes within the Department of Education. I announced the immediate commencement of Knockevin School, Ardnashee as well, because I recognise the need that is there. We're also looking at all 39 special schools and identifying their needs in terms of capacity, and where we can take forward school enhancement programmes, we will be doing that. And there will be, we believe, 8 new schools needed in Northern Ireland, and the Education Authority, at my instruction, are already identifying the potential sites where these new schools could be established. That is important that we do that, but we also need to make sure that where mainstream schools, and it's important that there is inclusion within our education system, that we provide support to mainstream schools, and that is what we're doing. And we will address this issue this year. I'll provide a more detailed statement, Mr. Speaker, in due course, but I recognise the importance of tackling the issue. That's why I have been tackling the issue.
And a follow-on from the last question, can I ask the Minister, will he consider a SEN-first approach to address the ongoing difficulties in school placements for children with special educational needs?
Mr. Speaker, the Department is taking a SEN-first approach in terms of our capital, in terms of the prioritisation of investment. And for every family that isn't able to have a child placed in a school, it's a crisis for that family. And often I speak to parents, and they're already providing support for a child, a young person that needs additional support, and they're already under pressure and stress. And therefore the position that they go through this year and still not knowing where their child's going to be placed isn't one that I believe is acceptable. So we do have a SEN-first approach, and we are trying to address this issue.
I appreciate the Minister's response to that, and I know he will agree that the importance of early intervention in terms of supporting children with special educational needs, and will he also apply that same logic to those children who are in need of a special educational place for preschool as well?
Mr. Speaker, I think what we were able to do as an executive, we identified £25 million for the early learning childcare strategy. Within that, there is funding which will be able to stabilise the Sure Start provision, which provides really important work even before birth and then in those pre-nursery school years. And I also want to see how Sure Start and organisations like that can be enhanced. We had 22 schemes operating in Sure Start which were of a temporary nature, so that was in addition to the permanent schemes that are there. The funding that the Executive provided will allow those 22 temporary programmes to be mainstreamed and be put on a permanent footing as part of the core work of Sure Start. And I think that will be welcomed in those areas where you've had temporary schemes and projects up and running. But I would like to do more. And as we develop the strategy, that is something that I would like to see expanded out. So it isn't just in schools. We are looking at the nursery school provision, and we're also looking at preschool. And that, again, is a demonstration that even with the difficult financial constraints that we have to operate in, this Executive is prioritising and we are delivering.
Mr. Brett's not in his place. I call Donny.
Does the Minister agree with me that the community and voluntary youth sector are invaluable to youth provision across our society?
Mr. Speaker, like the member, I also see this in my own constituency in terms of the work of the community and voluntary sector. Indeed, it's why, as part of the announcement that was made last week, wasn't picked up, but the new RAISE programme, which is about reducing educational disadvantage, speaks about the whole community approach. And that's within formal educational settings, but it's also within those other community organisations and where the voluntary sector is involved. So whether it's in youth service provision, which my department has a responsibility to support, or this new programme, which is going to build upon Fair Start, the community and the voluntary sector add so much value that it's important that they're properly utilised, and where they can do more, then it's important that I support them to do more.
Speaker.
Your answer. Can you confirm when the review of priorities for youth will be completed?
Minister.
Well, I don't have the precise date of when it will be completed. Part of the reason that it's been taken forward is for the very issues that I just outlined, because we do need to support those community and voluntary youth organisations. They do incredibly important work, and it's important that the systems are supporting them. And there has been concerns expressed to me that they feel that the system has not been supporting them in the way that they could, or that they could be delivering services in a way that maybe statutory bodies haven't been able to do as effectively as them. And we just need to make sure that we provide the right provision by the right people, but ultimately what's best for the young people and who's best to deliver that is the important factor in reaching those decisions.
Mr. Swan and Mr. McGuigan are not in the place, so that brings to conclusion topical questions to the Minister. Matthew O'Toole has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Justice. I remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk.
To ask the Minister of Justice what action she intends to take following the High Court decision on the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Act, Northern Ireland 2022.
Call the Minister for Justice.
Legal challenges against sections 12 to 16 of the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Act, Northern Ireland 2022, which relate to the anonymity of persons suspected of a sexual offence, were heard in the High Court on the 22nd and 23rd of April, and Mr Justice Humphreys delivered his judgment on the 31st of May. The judgment found in favour of the applicants in respect of the challenge that the provision was incompatible with Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which is the right to freedom of expression, and declared it unlawful. This was on the basis that the provision criminalised publication of a suspect's details without recognising any public interest offence and failed to provide for a process by which media organisations may apply to the court during a suspect's lifetime to have the prohibition on publication modified or revoked on public interest grounds. The other grounds of challenge, which related to the retrospective effect of the provision and an alleged lack of procedural fairness, were not upheld. As members will appreciate, I will now wish to take time to study the detail of the judgment in conjunction with my department's legal team before making any decisions on a way forward.
I call Mr. O'Toole.
Minister, while the intentions may have been good, it is important to recognise that this has been terrible law. Mr. Justice Humphreys, in his judgment, was clear and damning. He said the imposition of a criminal sanction on public interest journalism and the chilling effect occasioned thereby represents an interference with Article 10, which requires the most anxious scrutiny. Given that newspapers are and have over the last weeks and months receiving letters telling them not to report the names of offenders who have deceased offenders who have already been named in civil proceedings, can't you today be clear that you will not attempt to appeal this decision, because any attempt to appeal this decision would, I'm afraid, just double down on bad law and be a waste of public money?
Minister.
Well, as I have already said, this is a complex and detailed legal judgment, and it does not just have implications for this particular piece of legislation, but potentially also for this House. Appeal is therefore always an option. However, I will want to carefully consider all my available options and in conjunction with the Department's legal team before arriving at a decision to the best way forward. The judgment goes beyond the reach of solely my department, where it has a wider bearing on future functions of the Assembly. All involved will want to carefully consider whether there is the potential for unintended consequences.
Alistair.
That the Minister walked the Assembly into this folly, not least by exaggerating Lord Justice Gillen's proposal. Does she accept the judicial rebuke? And how is she going to retrieve the situation?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to be clear, I did not walk the Assembly into anything. The Assembly, in fact, scrutinised this legislation, and the Act is an act of this Assembly. The member who has raised the question was in the chamber and indeed raised objection to other elements of the bill, but not to this provision in the bill. I would also correct him in saying that I exaggerated Sir John's position. I have it in writing from Sir John in front of me that it is not true to say that he did not recommend the new law or that I misled MLAs about his report. He did recommend that measure of anonymity, albeit not the 25 prohibition post-death. The latter point, however, he recognised as entirely consistent with the spirit of his report.
Linda Dillon.
Can call you and thank the Minister. Minister, can you give us a guarantee that in your engagement going forward that you will engage with victims of historical, clerical abuse, historical institutional abuse, because this law does actually have a massive impact on them and a number of them have contacted me in relation to it?
As we take this forward, we will be not only engaging in terms of our legal team, in terms of the judgment itself, but we'll also be looking at the import of that in terms of future legislation and any potential change to this law. We do take seriously the issue of victims. Indeed, one of the reasons why this law was introduced and was on a par with the anonymity awarded to victims was to ensure that the right of victims to anonymity could not be undermined by jigsaw identification. So victims' concerns and victims' rights has always had primacy in this conversation and will continue to do so.
Joanne Bunting.
Speaker, this is a very concerning situation which unfortunately has resulted in reputational damage for the Minister, her department and indeed this House. These were significant unintended consequences which were missed despite all our collective procedures, because in the last mandate this institution was rushed and sacrificed quality for quantity. So the questions are, Did the officials in the DSO not know the potential ramifications? Did they not understand, or did they mislead? Because whichever way, I'm sure she will agree, this is not a good outcome. Moreover, how will this change the mindset of her department with regard to how it considers and brings legislation? What are the lessons to be learned? And also, I trust that this ruling will cause the Minister and her department to have pause over their custom of bringing policy matters at consideration stage rather than on the face of the bill, when things like this can occur even without that risk.
Minister.
Well, as the Chair has recognised, this didn't happen because it was brought at consideration stage, so the drawing of any conclusions in that regard would not actually follow through in logical terms. I welcome the opportunity to put on record clearly that neither I nor my officials misled this Assembly in any way. Not in any way. We were clear, and I would categorically refute any suggestion that that was the case. The provisions were included in the bill at its introduction, and while it is factually correct that specific queries were not raised about the provisions, it shouldn't be interpreted as misleading the Assembly. The committee did not ask questions on these particular provisions. They were neither hidden, nor was there any failing on my part or that of the department. Where the committee sought clarity and additional information, that clarity and additional information was provided. I also do not accept the member's assertion that legislation was rushed through in the last political mandate. While it was a challenging period for all, no processes were condensed in the committee, and we worked with members, including members of the Justice Committee, to ensure that appropriate time was given for full scrutiny to be applied. There were no condensed passage of any bill. I'm conscious that my officials and I made ourselves available, both at long and short notice, to provide additional information. And I would draw her to the then chair of the committee himself, Mervyn Storey, who said the bill underwent extensive and detailed scrutiny and debate. The committee stage and lengthy debates at consideration stage and further consideration stage resulted in a large number of amendments being made to the bill and the addition of a range of new provisions that have improved and strengthened the legislation to provide protections for some of the most vulnerable, the victims of sexual abuse, child exploitation and human trafficking. That is most welcome. He went on to say the committee did not just scrutinise the provisions of the bill in full and thorough manner, but actively looked at current legislative provision and identified opportunities to improve it and deal with emerging types of offending behaviour.
We move to Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for the answers to questions so far. Minister, could you tell the House what representations were made by the media during the passage of this bill?
To the best of my knowledge, no representations were made either to the Department or to the Committee as this passed through the House. The first representations that were made in respect of the legislation from the media came at the point where these provisions were commenced, which was a considerable time after the passage of the bill.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I just want to put on record my thanks to the Minister who initially did meet me on resumption of the Assembly for a 45-minute meeting in this, and she recognised that I wanted to bring a private member's bill to achieve what Justice Humphreys actually did on Friday. Minister, we were in disagreement in regard to the victims of historic sexual crime in terms of how they interpreted this, and I enforced on you the removal of hope that Section 12 actually did to them. Would you accept today that victims of the sexual assault and sexual crime now have that hope restored, and would you recognise that today in terms of moving forward with this?
Minister.
Well, I thank the member for coming to meet me, and we had, I think, a productive and useful discussion. The grounds on which the member objected to these particular sections of the legislation are not those that were tested before the courts and are not relevant to those that were tested before the courts either. Well, there was always obviously a concern with respect, and it's already been raised by other members, with respect to the right of victims to speak about their experience, and that is why the basis on which the restrictions on reporting were drafted were narrowly drafted so that victims could retain their anonymity, but would also have some recourse to be able to speak. But we are now in a different position than when we met, and it will be for me, with my officials and with the legal advice available to us, to look again at these provisions and to look at all options available to us at this point in time.
Deirdre Hargey.
Thank you to the Minister for coming along today, and obviously the High Court has made a decision and a ruling on this matter, and the Minister will know that I had raised concerns in terms of the legal case back in February when we had met, granted that the legal process was still ongoing at that time. But I suppose in the context of that now and in the context of the ruling, just to give clarity to victims and survivors, would you be able to indicate a timeline as to when your next steps can be known? Thank you.
Well, we will be heard again in the courts in terms of the parties to proceedings, in terms of the precise form of declaratory relief, and that will happen shortly. We have 6 weeks in which to reach a conclusion as to whether or not the judgment should be appealed, and we will obviously want to take legal advice speedily on that matter ahead of that deadline to ensure that we consider all of the implications of this ruling, not just for this particular piece of legislation, but more widely for legislation passed by this House.
That concludes. Oh, sorry, Mr. Stone. That concludes questions in the statement. Next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That the draft Human Medicines Amendment relating to Original Pack Dispensing Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. Oh, sorry.
Apologies, we'll just take a breather for a minute. Minister of Health, there's still questions for the Minister of Health, so we'll conclude that first. So the next person on the list is Linda Dillon. Linda.
Can Corlia, and can I first of all apologise to the Minister that I missed the very start of your statement, so apologies for that, and congratulate you on your new role, and I'm sure we'll work well together as we did on the policing board. I agree with you, Minister, on what constitutes a good job. Unfortunately, many of our healthcare workers aren't experiencing the vision that is outlined, and we know that many of them feel underpaid and undervalued, and yet they continue to give a very high level of service. So I'm just wondering if you can outline what plans you have to support and, more importantly, provide strong leadership to the workforce that have felt unsupported and a bit leaderless.
I thank the member for her question and the point which is absolutely central. I think when we talk about the health service, we think about buildings, we think about equipment, we think about medicines. We don't think enough about the people who are the National Health Service, the health and social care people. So what I want to do in the first instance is assure them that I have my definition of what a good job is, and that includes not just terms and conditions and remuneration, but how they are treated, how they are respected, how we understand what they do. And I go back on that personal level to my dear mother's last few days in the Ulster Hospital, when that member of the catering staff who'd been off for a week came into the room where Mum was and burst into tears because Mum had deteriorated really significantly physically over the course of that 7 days. And that just to me sums up the commitment and the care that is put in. So there is a head of workforce and workforce planning within my department. I was with him in between times of being here and coming back here. We have a meeting on Wednesday. I assure you what I assured him. Getting the workforce planning right, respecting the staff is absolutely up there in terms of what I want to achieve. And I was going to say in the initial weeks, but actually over the next 3 years, I want to spend as much time as possible, not in the department, but out and about, meeting and greeting. And actually in the long gallery, there were about 100 of the 360 volunteers from the South Eastern Health and Social Care Trust who were having afternoon tea, just as a thank you for their efforts. So it's not just the staff, it's the volunteers, it's everybody who helps make the National Health Service what it is. And I repeat, I do not accept the narrative that we're in some sort of fatalistic spiral downwards. And my confidence in that is based primarily on the people who run it.
I call on Paula Bradshaw. Speaker, and thank you, Health Minister. Welcome to your post, and I very much appreciate the positive tone at which you delivered, and I very much feel that you're being sincere. Minister, you talked about delivering reform and the financial constraints you're under. You'll be aware that last summer the Chief Executives and others worked on work streams under the Hospital Reconfiguration Design Plan. And the next stage was meant to be about going out and consulting with those healthcare professionals that you've just mentioned. Where are we at with that? Thank you.
And I thank the member for the question and for the point. If I understand the question correctly, this to me is about a different way of looking at our hospital configuration. I think traditionally we have looked at hospitals as standalone entities. And of course, in an ideal world, I'm sure there are people who would want an acute hospital at the end of every street, and we know we can't get anywhere near that, nor should we be trying. So, in my view, and I think I'm in sync with my predecessor, with Robin Swan here, it's about saying, let's view our hospitals as a network, and then it becomes a question of who does what where, because not every hospital is going to do everything. And I think that is quite right, because if you have a hospital where there is a specialism in a certain service, then that allows the clinical staff, the consultants, to develop their expertise. So I can only say, speaking personally, if I needed a fairly significant procedure, would I want to go to a hospital where the team was performing that procedure, say, once a week, or somewhere where they're performing it 5 or 6 times a day, 5 or 6 days a week? I know which one I would choose. So getting that configuration right is part of what I'm looking at as reform. And when I say reform, I suppose that's just my preferred term for transformation. I hope that answers to some extent your question, if I understood it.
Colin Allen Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for a statement today in the House, and I certainly do wish him well. Minister, we had predicted that when one former Health Minister had walked out the door and another had walked in, that the new Minister would have the same challenges that he too would have to face up to as he walked through that door. I just want to know, you touched upon the workforce pay in your statement. Members of this House have been invited to join junior doctors who will stage a protest outside this building on Thursday. Now, unfortunately, I cannot attend, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I have already made my views known in this chamber. But can I ask the Minister, does he intend to join that protest and to speak to them to give a fresh perspective on that negotiation?
Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for his question. What I can say is that I am aware, as I'm sure the member is and the House is, that the health service is an incredibly complex organisation with so many moving parts, and to do something in one area inevitably is repercussive and will have implications in another area. So again, as the member I'm sure is aware, I spent a few weeks as my predecessor's Assembly Private Secretary. I tried to use as much time as I could in doing some reading, doing some thinking, and conducting some meetings, including with the 5 chief executives of the geographic or hospital trusts and a number of the Royal Colleges. And so what I am keen to do is to now have a formal meeting with the chairs of all the different committees of the BMA here in Northern Ireland, because to agree to something for one is clearly potentially repercussive for another. So I don't want to be perhaps solving an issue in one place only to find I've created an equal issue in another place. And in terms of his opening remarks, yes, I do think I inherit the same problems that my predecessor had. I am going to try and deal with them as positively as possible, because I think what everybody can agree on is we want to inject a bit of hope into the future of the National Health Service while being realistic about the challenges, not least the budgetary challenges. And I have to say I am putting a degree of store that the budget may see some green shoots, if I may use that expression, as a result of June monitoring in a few weeks' time.
I call on Peter McReynolds.
Minister for his statement, and can I take this opportunity to wish him well in his new role. The Minister will no doubt be aware of the issues facing many adults in obtaining access to a potential diagnosis of ADHD. I submitted a petition to the Speaker on this matter on the 23rd of April, calling on the previous Health Minister to urgently commission adult ADHD services in Northern Ireland. Unfortunately, I am yet to receive a response. The petition now stands at 3,882 signatures. Will the Minister today agree to meet with me and ADD&I as a matter of urgency to tell us his plans to tackle adult ADHD in Northern Ireland?
I thank the member for his comments and his request. I am most certainly happy to do so. I'm aware of the issues. I'm aware that there are also issues in terms of access to medicines, which to some part are a global issue which we have relatively little control over. That doesn't mean we need to work hard to try and resolve those issues. I am aware from family experience of family members who have learning difficulties, who have issues, and the service that they receive, not just from the Department of Health, but more generally. So I'm absolutely sympathetic to what he is saying, and certainly I will go away and speak to private office and see if we can make that happen.
Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and welcome to the Health Minister, the new Health Minister in his role. He said in his statement, and I welcome it, that his ambition is for better outcomes. But what conversations has he had, and what outcomes will he seek to place in a programme for government that will be not just aspirational, but specific and clear in terms of getting waiting lists down and all the other measurable improvements we want to see in the health service?
I thank the Leader of the Opposition. I haven't had sight of any draft of a programme for government, so I think the best way to answer him is to say I am actually rereading Mark Friedman's book, Trying Hard Isn't Good Enough, which was the basis of OBA, or Outcome-Based Accountability Programme for government. Some people might prefer results-based, because it seemed to be when I arrived in this House back in 2011, as a government we seemed to put a lot of emphasis on inputs and on outputs. So if you took, for example, an area of deprivation, you might say, well, we've put X million pounds into it, and the outputs are we've set up training facilities here, awareness facilities there. But we didn't go to the end of the equation. What were the outcomes? And what I found on the Economy Committee back then was that if you looked at the areas of deprivation that were in the league table of top 10, after 10 years, they were still in the top 10. Now, they might have gone from 5th to 6th, but that wasn't enough. So in terms of a programme for government, I'll be about trying to achieve outcomes. And following on from my statement earlier on, one that I think is going to be a really good test of this executive and collegiate collaborative working is tackling health inequalities, because it's not just a matter of health. These issues tend to arise in areas of deprivation. I believe that the Minister of the Economy and I can work well together and get our departments together in trying to come up with inputs and outputs that secure actual better outcomes for people. So that is just one example, but I hope the Leader of the Opposition will accept I'm in the foothills on day 6 as the Minister. But I hope that is indicative of my thinking. It's not just the Department of Health working in a silo. It's about trying to work collaboratively with everybody else. And it's not just about saying to another minister, come and help me deliver. I'm very conscious that we talk about, for example, educational underachievement. Healthier children tend to do better in schools. So there's a role for my department to help the Minister for Education. And that's my modus operandi.
Diane Dodds.
Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I think everyone in this House, including those on this side, do wish you well and want to see really, really strong, good outcomes for health and for our community right across Northern Ireland. But I've been reflecting on what you said, and much of what you said is about what you cannot do because of the budget, but not so much about what you can do with the budget. So I would like, and I think across this House we'd like to know when we will see detailed spending plans from the Department in relation to that 52% of the block grant that you already have. And on the 15th of April, I asked your predecessor when he would publish his plan for the reconfiguration of hospitals and services. His answer to me then was a couple of weeks. Now, I know, Minister, you're new in post, but you have served a significant number of weeks as an apprenticeship. And I was wondering, would you be able to publish your plan in a couple of weeks?
Minister, that was 2 questions. You can choose which one you would like to answer.
I don't want to challenge the chair. I thought it was 3, but let's not quibble. So I thank the member. I'm afraid I don't particularly agree with her analysis. I thought in my statement earlier I talked about areas where I will be doing work, but for the avoidance of doubt, I'm talking about reform. And while that will be, as everything else will be, constrained by the lack of funding, as every other minister will be constrained by a lack of funding, that does not mean I'm standing here saying this is what I cannot do. I am saying I will start the process of reform. And I say to members, at times it may be controversial, at times it may be very difficult, it may be particularly difficult at times in terms of members' representation of specific constituency areas. And again, on top of reform, I am talking about mental health, I'm talking about cancer care, I am talking about waiting lists, and I'm talking about tackling health inequalities, and these are concentric circles. They all overlap, they all play one into the other. As for the 52%, as I said earlier on, Deputy Speaker, I don't understand how over the last number of months we have been consistently arguing with the Northern Ireland Office, His Majesty's Treasury, the UK Government, that the block grant isn't fit for purpose because it's based on population and not need. And we succeeded in that argument, and it's now not 100% of spending in England, it's 124%, based on assessed or objective need. And yet when it comes to the health budget, the member says, not what is your need, but you've got 52%, suck it up. Well, it may just be that 52% is what we need, or it may be that even more than 52% is what we need to heal the sick and keep the healthy healthy. And again, I say, the health trusts who have already come up with solid plans to save a very significant amount of money with cuts which are assessed as low and medium impact. And by the way, that means that there will be an impact on service users and patients. But we're now going to have to move into higher impact and catastrophic cuts. And I say to the member, despite the apprenticeship, I am not there yet in terms of assessing what those high impact and catastrophic cuts are. And I don't believe that the trusts are either, although they're talking about a significant reduction in beds in hospitals and in care homes, a reduction in domiciliary care, even a reduction in beds in intensive care units. So if we're talking about harm in an ICU, we could be talking about ultimate harm.
Sean Mulholland, please.
Much, Deputy Speaker, and welcome to your new role. Minister, in his Children's Social Care Services Review, Professor Ray Jones put forward a total of 53 recommendations. So some of those recommendations don't necessarily need resources, particularly if they, or adequate resource or investment, particularly if they're pooled or used effectively, as per the Children's Services Cooperating Act. Will you direct the Department to implement those recommendations, or are you going to undertake another review of said recommendations?
I thank the member for her question. I don't see any particular need to undertake a new review. What I would like to do is simply quality assure the recommendations in the current publication. And I'm in communication with the Children's Commissioner, Chris Quinn, and I think an early meeting that we'd like to have would be with stakeholders, not least the Commissioner, to talk about how I can quality assure for myself that these recommendations are good ones. And I very much take the member's point. Sometimes you can make significant difference, tangible difference, without necessarily needing huge amounts of funding or indeed resource or personnel. And let's lift our spirits. Let's say, despite the challenges, and they are very severe, we can do things that make this better. So let's not have that kind of counsel of despair. I am optimistic we can do this a bit better.
Can I call on Deborah Erskine, please?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the Minister into his new role. I will be a critical friend to the Minister, and I look forward to working with him in the weeks and months and years, no doubt, that lie ahead. I'm coming from a perspective, obviously, where I represent a rural constituency, and you've mentioned the Western and Southern Trust. And in my constituency, we don't even have dual carriageway that will bring patients from the likes of the SWA right up to Ballygolly roundabout. So it is imperative that we have road improvements while we're looking at transformational pieces within our health system as well. And for example, making sure that patients can use public transport and incentivise them to actually get to their appointments when we're looking at moving services. So what is the Minister doing in relation to that, working with the Infrastructure Minister, and will he even engage with members from rural constituencies to talk about those particular aspects?
A very good question. Deputy Speaker, from the member from Fermanagh and South Tyrone, I too represent a rural constituency in Strangford, and it is all very well, I take this point, it's all very well saying we can have centres of excellence which will be for better services, but that's no good if you can't get there. So the question of transportation is one that I have already had a number of discussions with senior colleagues within the Department of Health. I haven't spoken to the Minister for Infrastructure yet. I have yet to attend an executive meeting, so that is all ahead of me. But I just want to assure the member that we need to think imaginatively and sympathetically about people who, for whatever reason, cannot easily access the transport that they are going to need to get from A to B, to get those better outcomes. Because if they can't do that, by definition, the outcomes will not be better. And I accept the member will be, and welcome her as a critical friend. I think I see 3 over my right shoulder as I speak.
I call on... Not yet, Paul. Sit.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And with your permission, could I convey my sincere sympathies to the family, to the Gildernew family, on the untimely and sudden loss of Fiachra, Gunyana Gia Trokara Eranam. First of all, to yourself, Mr. Minister, could I convey my heartiest congratulations on your appointment, and let's hope it's a productive and fruitful one. Returning to the issue of community pharmacy, if I could ask you, Minister, to pledge that you would look at the issue of clawback by the department from community pharmacists. It is one issue that has been raised time and again with local community pharmacists with me as being that which is driving many of them to financial tipping point. Already we've heard that in the last 18 months, 12 such community pharmacies have had to close here in Northern Ireland. So could you have a wee look at that, please, and see, Minister, what can be done, because it seems that there's a spin being placed on it by the department, and one which requires probably a critical eye by yourself to look at to see if it can be resolved.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Mr. McGlone for his opening remarks and just repeat what I said at the beginning of my statement earlier today, which is to extend sympathies and condolences to our colleague Colm Gildernew and the wider family on their tragic loss. The issue of community pharmacies I am aware of. I have visited quite recently one in my own constituency, and got a briefing on issues such as clawback on the cost of some medicines versus the reimbursement. So I get that. I get some of the other issues. And from my point of view, I don't want to do what we've always done. I want things to be done better. And so I'm looking at social care, I'm looking at primary care, I'm looking at GP surgeries, multidisciplinary teams. I think everybody acknowledges work, deliver outcomes, and community pharmacies, I think, not only can do more, but they stand ready to do more. They want to do more. So it's a question of how we facilitate that. But as I say, it's all within this big jigsaw with all these moving parts. So I can promise the member it's certainly on my radar. It will not be ignored. But what the actual resolution is within the big picture is still to be worked out.
I call on Paul Frew.
Speaker, and can I genuinely wish the new Minister well in his brief and his challenge. I can also already detect a sea change in positivity coming from this new Minister, so I appreciate that. Can I ask the Minister, given the concerns expressed by the heads of trusts and in the higher echelons of his new department around what could happen in 8 weeks' time, when they know rightly that there's a June monitoring round in 6 weeks' time, has the Minister seen the department's bids for June monitoring, and is he satisfied with those bids?
I thank the member for his question, which speaks to the last conversation I had before I came into this chamber. So I have seen a number of options for bids, but have not signed off on them, but that will happen, I would imagine, before 6 p.m. today. And I think the difficulty is that if we bid for everything we want, there's the danger that people will say, oh, there they go again. They're after the entire cake rather than a slice of it. The danger in not bidding for everything is that we're not sending out the right signal, which is this is everything we need to keep people safe, to keep the healthy and to heal the sick. So there has to be a bit of a judgment call. And for me, that includes being aware that there isn't a single minister of the Northern Ireland Executive who is getting everything that they need in terms of finance and resources. So there has to be a priority. And I'm very conscious that my predecessor made the point that although we might say we allocate budgets to the departments based on an analysis of risk, what cuts pose the greatest risks to keeping people safe? And that clearly is not just within the health department. But my predecessor said he didn't believe that there was an equal measure being applied, that different departments were using different measures. So I do believe there's still a conversation to be had in that area. All I can say is the bids or bid, whether we put it in as one or individually, will be very significant and will pose another great problem for the Minister of Finance particularly. I met with her earlier today. I have no doubt that if she could, she would give everybody what she wants. I'm in no doubt she is doing her best to try and unlock the purse strings of the Treasury. And I can only assure you that I look forward to working with her and with executive colleagues to try and to get the best outcomes that we can, which will not be the ideal outcomes, because we're not in that place, but to minimise harm and do as much good as we can is my objective.
Call on Justin McNulty.
Welcome to your post, Minister. I wish you all the best with the good year and tal that. Minister, your statement has one glaring omission, and I say this in as collegiate a way as possible. In terms of synergies, in terms of better outcomes, there's no mention of an All-Ireland Health Service. you talk about a map of the north, a blank map of the north, and the north is not an island, and surely you have to explore opportunities on all-Ireland basis. All-Ireland Cancer Research has proven what success is. It can be renal facilities cross-border basis, and the all-Ireland cross-border health directive needs to be re-implemented. Do you see possibilities whereby hospitals which may have previously been seen as peripheral, Daisy Hospital, which can now become a centre of excellence, serving its natural hinterland of borders of counties Armagh, Down, Monaghan, Louth, potentially even North East Meath, and where the opportunities lie there for efficiencies and synergies. Thank you, Minister.
I thank the member for his question. I would just suggest to him gently, collegiately, that just because it wasn't mentioned explicitly in the text doesn't mean it's not implied within the text. So if you take that imaginary map I had of Northern Ireland, it will be informed by whether there are accessible services on the other side of the border. So think about, was it 2010, 2011, the breast cancer services at Altnagelvin in Derry/Londonderry. As I understand it, the kind of business model for that included serving Donegal in the northwest of the island. SWA, the Southwest Acute Hospital in Enniskillen, again, I think the business model said, there would be cooperation across the border into Sligo and the west of Ireland. So, if you had limitless money and you were going to invest a huge amount of money, for example, in Daisy Hill and Newry, you wouldn't do it if the HSE in the Republic was about to do the same thing for the same services in Dundalk, or vice versa. So I've already signed up my intent over the remainder of this mandate to attend North-South Ministerial Council meetings in a sectoral format on health. I look forward to meeting my counterpart. And in short, look, I assure the member, yes, there will be times when we'll be looking at this on an all-island, and at times an all-islands basis, to ensure that we do everything we can for better outcomes.
And may I thank the Minister and all the members for their questions. That concludes questions on the statement. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. Can I ask the clerk to read the motion, please?
That the draft Human Medicines Amendment relating to Original Pack Dispensing Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Can I call on the Minister of Health to move the motion?
Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I am seeking the Assembly's approval to the making of this set of draft regulations. They will amend the Human Medicines Regulations 2012, or the HMRs, as they're commonly known, and this will enable original pack dispensing of medicines, and it will require whole pack dispensing of medicines containing valproate in Northern Ireland. The HMRs are a set of UK laws. They regulate the use of medicinal products for human use. They set out a comprehensive regime for the authorisation of products, for their manufacture, import, distribution, sale and supply of the products, for the labelling and advertising, and for pharmacovigilance. The statutory rule creates a specific requirement for medicines containing all forms of valproate to always be dispensed in their original manufacturer's packaging. This is to ensure girls and women receive warnings regarding the risks of taking these medicines when pregnant. The manufacturer's original packs include specific warnings and pictograms on the labelling, which is unique. These include a patient card along with the statutory patient information leaflet and an additional patient booklet highlighting the risks of taking the medicine while pregnant. Valproate-containing medicines are used in epilepsy and bipolar disorder. There are known risks associated with valproate-containing medicines. These include significant risks to children of mothers who took valproate-containing medicine during pregnancy. Exposure of an unborn baby to valproate during pregnancy is associated with a high risk of congenital malformations and neurodevelopmental disorders which may lead to permanent disability. So the aim of the amendments is to require manufacturers original full packaging dispensing of these medicines and to further decrease the number of babies who are exposed to valproate in pregnancy. That said, pharmacists will be able to make an exception to whole pack dispensing on an individual patient basis. And this is where a risk assessment is in place that refers to the need for different packaging and where processes are in place to ensure the supply of patient information leaflets. The statutory rule will also introduce original pack dispensing, known as OPD, to allow pharmacists in Northern Ireland the flexibility to dispense up to 10% more or 10% less of a medicine compared to the quantity prescribed. This happens if it means pharmacists can dispense the medicine in its original manufacturer's packaging. This will again support increased patient safety by improving patient access to safety information that's included in a medicine's original packaging. These provisions will also help community pharmacies to streamline how they manage workload by enabling greater use of automation within the dispensing process and releasing capacity within pharmacy teams to undertake patient-centred services that meet population health needs and support HSC transformation. And these amendments are being made following the completion of a UK-wide consultation which took place in 2021. There were 84 responses to that consultation across the UK, 5 of which from Northern Ireland, and while the majority of respondents were extremely supportive of the proposals generally, some respondents suggested exceptions needed to be built in to support patients who have specific, individually identified dispensing needs. For example, when patients receive their medication in daily dosage packaging, such as a monitored dosage system to aid compliance. Further to the consultation responses, an exception is now being included within these amending regulations, whereby pharmacists will be able to make an exception to whole pack dispensing of medicines containing valproate on an individual patient basis. This is where a risk assessment is in place, which refers to the need for different packaging, such as a monitored dosage system, and where processes are in place to ensure the supply of patient information leaflets. Amendments to the HMRs for original pack dispensing will enable pharmacists or pharmacy staff under their supervision to dispense 10% more or less of the medicine compared to the quantity prescribed if it means they can dispense the medicine in the manufacturer's original packaging. However, judgment by the responsible pharmacist will remain a critical part of the process. For instance, there are some prescriptions, such as a course of steroids or antibiotics, where a decision may need to be made to supply the exact quantity prescribed. It's important, Deputy Speaker, to note that original pack dispensing will not apply to controlled drugs, which are medicines that have further legal controls on top of those that apply to all prescription-only medicines. This is because they may cause serious problems, such as dependency and harm, if they're not taken as intended by the prescriber, or indeed they're diverted for other uses. As a whole, these amendments will directly contribute to the overarching objective of safeguarding public health by improving patient safety in Northern Ireland. Ensuring that patients receive the necessary information included in and on the manufacturer's original packaging will support them taking their medicines safely and effectively. The HMRs have a UK-wide territorial application and must be amended using powers set out in the Medicines and Medical Devices Act 2021. Subsequently, any amendments would normally be made jointly by my department and the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care using the draft affirmative procedure, meaning they would be debated and approved via the draft affirmative procedure in both the Houses of Parliament and here in the Northern Ireland Assembly. As Northern Ireland had no sitting assembly until recently, the UK government made the decision to proceed with the laying of a draft amendment statutory instrument that applies only in Great Britain. This statutory instrument was debated in UK Parliament on the 20th of September and came into operation in Great Britain on the 11th of October. In the absence of a minister to bring forward these legislative amendments to the Assembly for application in Northern Ireland at that time, my department issued a chief professional letter in relation to full packaging dispensing of valproate-containing medicines to highlight that Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, the MHRA, guidance relating to valproate-containing medicines should be considered as good practice in Northern Ireland until such times as similar legislative amendments to that which had taken place in Great Britain could be taken forward in Northern Ireland. The draft regulations which I bring before the Assembly therefore replicate the provisions already made for Great Britain. If these regulations are approved by the Assembly today, the respective legislative provisions will then extend and apply in Northern Ireland in the same way they currently apply in the rest of the United Kingdom. My officials attended the Health Committee at its meeting on the 2nd of May to outline the policy intent of this draft statutory rule, and I'm pleased to confirm the committee raised no issues on the content of these draft regulations, and it is with the committee's support, Deputy Speaker, that I now bring this statutory rule before the wider Assembly and its members today, and I therefore commend this motion to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. And I call on Liz Kimmins.
Before I speak on the motion, again, just to congratulate the Minister on his recent appointment, and I don't underestimate the challenging portfolio of work that the Minister is responsible for, and I want to reassure him that the committee will work with him and his officials in a positive and collaborative way in his efforts in the time ahead, as we've said in the previous discussion. And now I turn to the ASR, and I welcome the opportunity to confirm the Health Committee's support for the motion that the Minister of Health has brought to the House today. As the Minister has outlined, this statutory rule amends the 2012 Human Medicines Regulations, which govern the arrangements for the licensing, manufacture, wholesale dealing and sale or supply of medicines for human use. The committee was briefed by departmental officials on the proposed SR on the 2nd of May. At that briefing, officials advised the committee that the proposed SR would create a requirement for medicines containing valproate to always be dispensed in their original manufacturer's packaging. The purpose of this is to ensure that women and girls receive warnings regarding the risks of taking such medicines when pregnant. The officials also advised the committee that the proposed SR would also introduce flexibilities for pharmacists in the dispensing of medicines to ensure that original packaging safety information is provided to patients. The committee fully endorsed the policy merits of the proposed SR, which aims to improve patient safety, and confirmed this again at its meeting on the 30th of May when we considered the SR and agreed to recommend that it be approved by the Assembly.
Members, I said that the draft Human Medicines Amendment relating to original pack dispensing regulations, Northern Ireland. Oh, sorry. My apologies, Minister. I should have asked you to wind. Thank you for keeping me right, Clark. That's excellent. Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And also thanks to the Chair, and on the broad point of working with the committee. I just repeat, I'm 6 days into this role, over 13 years in this chamber, working here and its committees. And so I feel a great sense of loyalty to that. And what I think is if we get the relationships right, a lot of things are possible. So I really look forward to working with you and your colleagues on the Health Committee. And I thank the members for supporting this legislation. I just want to close by taking this opportunity to acknowledge the work of Dr. Jim Morrow, a now retired consultant neurologist from the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust. His work in the field of epilepsy medicines and pregnancy, I think, has had a global impact, and I should declare, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Morrow is somebody I've known for a very long time, since school days. Dr. Morrow founded the UK Epilepsy and Pregnancy Register. His work has been absolutely key, instrumental in highlighting safety issues of valproate in pregnancy and in learning more about the safer treatment alternatives, the alternatives for treating epilepsy in pregnancy. And I think we all owe Dr. Morrow a huge debt of gratitude. And with that, I will conclude. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. And may I apologise to the House for sort of preempting what would have been those fine remarks that the Minister has just made. So, members, that the draft Human Medicines Amendment relating to Original Pack Dispensing Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to suspend Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for the 3rd of June 2024.
Can I call on the Minister for Communities to move the motion?
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee agreed that there should be no debate on this motion, but before we proceed to the question, I will remind members that it requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Okay. Contraries? No. Right. Okay. Or as there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated.
Next item on the order paper is a motion on accelerated passage for the Defective Premises Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Defective Premises Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
I call the Minister for Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Defective Premises Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Before I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion, I wish to inform members that an appeal regarding a decision of the High Court in relation to the Victoria Square development has been listed for hearing in December 2024. As a consequence, proceedings regarding this matter are now active for the purposes of Contempt of Court Act 1981 and consequently fall within the Assembly's sub judice rule set out at Standing Order 73. The fact that there are active legal proceedings regarding the Victoria Square development should not prevent debate on the proposed accelerated passage of the Defective Premises Bill. This is clear from Standing Order 73(3), which provides that nothing in the order shall prevent the Assembly from considering legislation. The Defective Premises Bill is clearly legislation to which Standing Order 73(3) applies. Members should therefore undertake scrutiny of the accelerated passage motion as normal, whilst remaining cognizant of the importance of not prejudicing ongoing legal proceedings. Minister, please open the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And can I begin by putting on record my sincere condolences and sympathies to the chairperson of the committee, to his family as well, following the tragic passing of his nephew. And on behalf of my party and the department, we want to assure him and his family of our prayers at this time of unimaginable loss. Mr. Speaker, I seek the Assembly's approval to introduce the Defective Premises Bill using the accelerated passage procedure. I can confirm that executive approval was sought and granted for the use of the procedure. The bill itself introduces amendments to the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order 1975 and the Limitation Northern Ireland Order 1989 to extend the limitation period for which actions may be taken when defects occur in dwellings or buildings which contain dwellings. I want to give thanks to executive colleagues for the collegiate approach that they have taken to allow this bill to progress to the Assembly and for their agreement to this motion. When I met with Ministers Archibald and Muir just over 10 weeks ago, we all recognised the urgent need to address the disparity that exists between Northern Ireland and England and Wales on this issue. And for that reason, I undertook to introduce legislation at the earliest possible opportunity that would place Northern Ireland's homeowners on an equal footing with their counterparts in these other jurisdictions. While that meeting in March was precipitated by the High Court's decision to dismiss the case brought by the residents of Victoria Square against its developers, that case is not the reason why I seek accelerated passage. Rather, that particular case shone a light on the burden, both emotional and financial, faced by residents who, through no fault of their own, may be left with a home which has been rendered valueless, while still having to pay mortgages and other costs associated with it. These could be starter homes owned by people taking their first steps on the property ladder, or homes bought by people when entering retirement. All of this arises from Northern Ireland not keeping pace with the changes introduced in England and Wales in 2022 by their new Building Safety Act. And since taking on responsibility for residential building safety in January this year, my officials have been working on developing new policy and legislation that will ensure that all citizens are afforded similar protections to those in place in other jurisdictions. However, this is a substantial piece of work, and it is unlikely that any legislation that arises out of it will be introduced to the Assembly during the current mandate. Given the impact that this disparity is currently having, as evidenced by the recent High Court case, and the possibility of further cases over the next few years, I feel that there is an urgent need to rectify this matter that justifies the use of the accelerated passage procedures. Should members not agree to accelerated passage, the stark reality is that homeowners in Northern Ireland will remain disadvantaged should their homes be rendered uninhabitable due to defects arising from construction or from building work carried out to their property. As we have already seen, this can come with a considerable financial and emotional cost to our citizens. Now, I did not come to the decision to request accelerated passage lightly. I recognise and fully respect the important role that committees play in the legislative process in ensuring that every bill gets the proper degree of scrutiny. I would not have suggested the use of the accelerated passage process had I not considered that it was important to address, as a matter of urgency, the disadvantage that homeowners in Northern Ireland face under the existing legislation should defects in their dwellings render them uninhabitable. So, Mr Speaker, I commend the motion to the Assembly and ask that it agrees to process the Defective Premises Bill under the accelerated passage procedures. Thank you.
I call the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee of Communities, Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to address the motion that accelerated passage be granted for the Defective Premises Bill. On the 16th of May, the committee was briefed by departmental officials on the bill. The session provided committee members an overview of the bill's 4 clauses, covering its intent and provisions. Committee had heard about a new bill via media reports and had written to the Minister seeking information about the scope of the bill and a timeline for bringing it forward, as we were undertaking a planning session and we were keen to have clarity on how many bills the committee would be receiving for scrutiny. In March and April, committee began to receive correspondence from interested stakeholders, and at the meeting on the 16th of May, we also heard directly from representatives of the Royal Society of Ulster Architects. They voiced concerns about the bill, particularly regarding the potential unintended consequences of a couple of clauses in the absence of a broader programme of reforms similar to those enacted via the England and Wales legislation within the Building Safety Act 2022. Members did have a series of concerns and unanswered questions about the bill, which became more apparent as accelerated passage was discussed as the Minister's preferred option. Concerns about the accelerated passage process included reduction in scrutiny, as the accelerated passage process removes the committee stage, significantly limiting the opportunity for thorough consultation with relevant stakeholders and making considered recommendations for amendments. Committee acknowledges that this reduction in scrutiny could lead to potential oversights in the legislation. Compressed deadlines. Committee heard that compressing the timelines between the remaining stages of the bill, curtailing the opportunity to consider and develop amendments, is particularly concerning for complex and technical bills where detailed examination is crucial. In relation to transparency issues, Committee also heard about concerns about transparency. Given the reduced scrutiny inherent in the accelerated passage process, maintaining transparency in the remaining legislative stages is vital. The limited engagement with stakeholders due to the accelerated process may result in insufficient understanding of the bill's impact and application, potentially overlooking significant technical issues and concerns raised by those directly affected. On that, we should acknowledge that additional requests to brief Committee and individual correspondence submitted in the last week's tabled papers had to be redirected straight to the Minister for information, given the utilisation of accelerated passage. Members need to weigh up the Minister's argument for urgency against the risk of hurried legislation. The Committee is cautious about the consequences of passing legislation without the level of scrutiny afforded by the Committee stage of a bill's progression. In terms of sub judice concerns, whilst discussing this defective premises bill is not restricted by sub judice rules, Committee was cognisant that there is still the potential for the Minister or the Department to avoid answering certain questions which could further limit the House's ability to scrutinise the bill effectively. Learning from the past, this House knows very well the importance of robust scrutiny mechanisms and transparency. It's incumbent upon me, as Deputy Chair of one of the scrutiny committees, to highlight the risks of inadequate time for scrutiny and the need for careful legislative review to prevent repeating past mistakes. In summary, the Committee has no consensus position here. Accelerated passage process limits thorough scrutiny and stakeholder engagement. The Committee did write to the Minister to ask him to consider whether the bill would benefit from proceeding through normal passage, which would include a committee stage. The Committee also sought and received its own legal advice and further information on the potential legal implications of the bill, particularly its retrospective application. Committee members do nevertheless recognise the urgency and importance of addressing the legislative disparity that currently places citizens in the North in a different position than those potentially affected by defective premises in England and Wales. In conclusion, as Deputy Chair, I have to outline that the Committee itself does not have a determinative role on whether accelerated passage be granted for this bill, which is a matter for the House. That concludes my comments as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee. I will now just make some comments as Sinn Féin spokesperson. As reiterated, we acknowledge and recognise that accelerated passage process does limit scrutiny and stakeholder engagement, and we have flagged these concerns with the Minister. We do understand the reason for acting urgently. We want to ensure people here are not disadvantaged compared to those residents in England and Wales. We support the motion for accelerated passage and reiterate the need for the Minister to consider concerns raised, thus ensuring this bill is fit for purpose. Thank you.
Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister has announced that the Defective Premises Bill is designed to introduce new provisions into the limitation NI Order 1989, fixing a retrospective period of up to 30 years and a prospective period of up to 15 years in which a party can take action for defective premises. Also introducing new provisions into the DPO to allow a building that contains 2 or more dwellings to be treated as a single dwelling for the purposes of the order. These changes are based on the provisions introduced in England and Wales by sections 134 and 135 of the Building Safety Act 2022. The SDLP acknowledges that our existing legislation dating back to 1972 can no longer provide our citizens with the protections they need and deserve. Therefore, we are sympathetic to amending the law to afford greater safeguards and do it as expediently as possible. And acknowledging our difficult situation, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is seeking accelerated passage of this bill. Of course, such action should not be done as normal business in this House. It deprives the Communities Committee of its capacity for proper scrutiny and shortens the Assembly's ability to inspect and amend should any amendment be necessary. Those are things that members of this House will consider as this goes through the various stages of this process. As a party, the SDLP has thought long and hard about the notion of accelerated passage, and it must never be a natural first option. Indeed, our citizens are entitled to know that MLAs have taken any draft legislation set before the House very seriously, and the highest standards of scrutiny have been applied. Accelerated passage must therefore never be taken for granted, and every instance must be judged on a case-by-case basis. That said, in this instance, we are faced with a unique situation, with the dangers of prolonging the passage of this bill being very real. Moreover, our citizens are entitled to equality with those in other jurisdictions. Bearing these things in mind, the SDLP does recognise that whilst we are unhappy with accelerated passage, the reasons as to why this is the route of action by the Minister. We also, at the committee, have said on countless occasions that further scrutiny would only add a short period of 30 days to the process, which would enable proper and full scrutiny, and also allow us to put key questions to the Minister and others to ensure robust scrutiny of this process and to answer any of the concerns that we have about the said bill. The bill has been introduced by the Minister, and in good faith we expect, with the legal resources and expertise of the Department, to help craft and present it in a way that is competent, not incompetent. Further, this is an executive bill, and it has, from my understanding, support of executive colleagues. This bill contains only 4 substantive clauses and is based on parity with existing law in England and Wales, and this Assembly can engage in robust debate and scrutiny during the bill's passage. And finally, there is a compelling need to provide equality of protection under the law to residents in this jurisdiction, which has been prevented for one reason or another, and absolutely as a result of the absence of these institutions functioning as they should. Consequently, the SDLP will, on this occasion, agree with caution to the accelerated passage, in the knowledge that this House will carefully scrutinise the bill as it passes through the various legislative stages required by this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a DUP member of the Committee for Communities, along with my colleague Maurice Bradley, MLA, I wish to express our sincere condolences to the Committee Chairman Colm Gildernew, MLA, and his family circle on the tragic death of his nephew Fiachra this past weekend, and we express our deepest sympathy to the Chairman and his family on the sudden loss of this young man's life. Regarding the legislative matter before us, we do wish to welcome that this short bill is proposed to progress with accelerated passage, and hopefully will now do so. Members will be aware of the joint statement issued on the 19th of March 2024 by 3 executive ministers: the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Andrew Muir; the Minister for Finance, Kiva Archibald; the Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons, between them representing 3 different political parties in the executive. In that joint statement, the ministers recognised the need to address the disparity between the legislative position here in Northern Ireland compared to the rest of the United Kingdom with regards to defective premises, and to do so at the earliest possible opportunity, subject to Executive and Assembly approval. And then on the 25th of April, the full Executive Committee agreed to the introduction of the Defective Premises Bill and the proposal to use the accelerated passage process to ensure that the bill clears the Assembly as quickly as possible. So we in the DUP stand by that position, that the bill should progress under accelerated passage, and I will say a little more about the matter in the second stage debate to follow. Okay.
Andy Allen.
Mr. Speaker, and can I join with members in expressing mine and that of my party's deepest condolences to the committee chair and his wider family on the tragic passing of his nephew. Mr. Speaker, turning to the matter before us, today we stand at an important juncture concerning the defective premises legislation. The path we tread has been meticulously documented and will undoubtedly be further explored, as it has already been members in our discussions here today. The pivotal question that looms over us is whether the accelerated passage procedure is the most suitable mechanism to propel this legislation forward. The accelerated passage procedure, as highlighted already, enables a bill to pass through all legislative stages in as few as 10 days, foregoing, crucially, the committee stage. The latter being an important aspect of the legislative journey, as it provides an opportunity for detailed examination and refinement, where applicable, of the legislation through engagement with a broad spectrum of stakeholders. It is imperative for this House to ensure that the decision to forego the committee stage is justifiable. The Minister must provide clear reasoning and assurance, taking into account all concerns to justify this decision. In a recent statement regarding the introduction of this urgent legislation to rectify the disparity in legal protection for citizens affected by defective premises, the Minister stated, "I do not seek consent for the accelerated passage procedure lightly. I fully respect the right of the Assembly to have the normal time and scrutiny processes. However, it is not right that this discrepancy between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom remains unresolved. This issue is of grave concern and has the potential to impact many people across Northern Ireland. As a party, we concur that this issue is of significant concern, with the potential to affect many of our citizens. Therefore, it is paramount that we address it correctly, ensuring the delivery of fit-for-purpose legislation. We also recognise that, for the most part, the bill aims to align our legislation with that of England and Wales, achieving parity and providing Northern Ireland citizens with the same protections. Given the Minister's decision to pursue accelerated passage, and without preconceiving the outcome of this debate, I have several queries for the Minister. It is crucial for the Minister to address these queries as they pertain to the potential for accelerated passage that would set aside the committee stage for the bill, where we would have an opportunity to engage more broadly with stakeholders and indeed the Department. What interactions has his Department had with relevant stakeholders, and how have these interactions helped influence the Department's perspective? Moreover, how extensive has this engagement been, and has any potential unintended consequences been raised or identified? If so, can the Minister provide details on what steps his Department has taken or plans to take to mitigate against such issues? In summary, whilst we acknowledge the urgency and importance of resolving this legislative discrepancy, we must not compromise on the thoroughness of the process. The granting of accelerated passage procedure, as mentioned by the Minister, is a serious matter that should not be taken lightly. Therefore, I would urge the Minister to consider and address the points that I have raised, as they will help inform this House and indeed members' decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Jim Allister.
Speaker, I join in the condolences to the Chairman of the Committee. Just last Friday, in the High Court, this House was rebuked for inadequate scrutiny of the Justice Sexual Offences Trafficking Victims Act of 2022. Yet here we are again, about to rush our fences. I heard Mr. Allen ask questions of what consultations the Minister had held. I also listened to the proceedings of the committee and the evidence of the Ulster Architectural Society, that though they'd written to the Minister and drawn matters to his attention and apparently asked for a meeting, he never met them before he issued his declaration of what he was going to do. And they identified before that committee a very disturbing list of potential unintended consequences, which that committee certainly has not had time to explore, and there's been little evidence that the Department has explored them. Just to amplify a few of those, within this bill, under Section 1, it is clear that it applies only to the person who took on the work. So you have a situation where maybe 20 years ago, work was taken on, but the fault isn't the fault of the workman. The fault is the fault of poor materials. Yet there is no cause of action against the manufacturer of those poor materials. The cause of action lies against the builder. Now, how is that providing a foolproof and satisfactory course of remedy to anyone in those circumstances? When a builder or someone like that is sued in our civil courts, and they say, well, it's not my fault, I used what I was given, they would normally join as a defendant the manufacturer of the goods. Seems not in this case, because in this case it looks as if the manufacturer of the faulty concrete pillars or the faulty whatever is away scot-free. Now, where is the thought that went into deciding that's a good way to proceed? I didn't hear the answer to that when I listened to the committee. And I really am surprised. And indeed today I detect a very different attitude by parties in this House than what I listened to in the committee, which leaves me puzzled as to why in committee there was, I think, a vote against supporting the accelerated passage, and yet today that seems to have faded away. There are other issues. This bill as drafted. Yes?
Just in regard to the vote he talks about, and just for clarity, if it is the vote that I think he's talking about, which was the only one that took place in the committee, that was not to object to accelerated passage. That was in regard to writing to the Minister to ask if he would consider a short, sharp committee stage, just for clarity.
Well, I stand corrected, but I think it's fair to say that the thrust of that vote was not to rush our fences, to take the 30 days and to have some degree of scrutiny. That position seems to have been abandoned by some, certainly.
The member for being generous with giving way. The member is right to point out a number of concerns that I indeed share. Whilst the member will have seen some of the discussions that happened in full public forum, other detailed discussions did happen in closed session, and there was a number of advices received, legal and otherwise, and assurances were sought. And believe me, Mr. Allister, Mr. Speaker, assurances were sought that gave some ease to elements of concern that I, indeed, as a member of the committee, had in relation to it. I will repeat, I don't believe this is the right way of doing things. 30 days would have been much better and would have ensured much better scrutiny, and I'm sure Mr. Allister would agree with that.
I certainly do. You know, no matter what the assurances were in private, this House is putting its credibility on the line in terms of saying we are going to cut out a committee stage. We are going to, despite what happened last Friday in the High Court, we are going to rush our fences on this. And I'm saying to this House, I'm raising a red flag to this House and saying, is that wise? And I really do seriously question the sense of doing that. You know, you could, under this legislation, sue an architect. An architect, as a professional, will always maintain their professional insurance for the period after they stop practicing. I did it myself for 6 years, because in that 6 years you could be sued. Where is an architect or anyone else going to get insurance for 30 years? They're not, I suspect. And indeed, by virtue of natural process, they're allowed to be dead within the 30 years. And yet they may be the only person capable of being sued. What this bill will do is, when it comes to the building of projects, it will generate and encourage individuals to form limited companies before they build anything, so that there is no personal liability. They may indeed form a limited company for the very purpose of building that project and then dissolve it. So who do you sue then? Sure.
The member again, Mr. Speaker, makes a number of very valid points, and I know the member will know that that is already happening and happens in many developments anyway. And there are risks by way of unintended consequences of this bill going through in the process that it is, and there is a number of concerns. The member, Mr. Speaker, points out as well in relation to materials that there's no accountability for the manufacturers of those materials, and we've seen right across Donegal and beyond how defective materials such as rack, mica and pyrite in buildings have caused huge issues for the government, huge issues, more importantly, for the homeowners, and there's a difficulty in getting any level of accountability. This, by default, would let those affected, and I'm sure Mr Allister, I hope, will agree, off the hook if indeed we face the same crisis here, which I fear, Mr Speaker, Mr Allister, is down the line.
Could be. But, take one of the schemes which exists for the limited number of properties in Northern Ireland which have been affected by the defective cladding. To qualify for that building safety fund, you have to show there was no other available redress. Going forward, there will be, for 30 years, on paper, an alternative redress. So how would you qualify for that or a like fund, even though the people you might wish to sue are long gone or anything else? It does seem to me that there's so many issues here that need to be drilled into, that this House, and in taking this vote, this House is deciding we're not having a committee stage, we're just going to rush through, so the prospect of amendment based upon any serious consideration is gone once we pass accelerated passage. And if we're in a circumstance where none of those issues have been drilled into, then what is this House doing in terms of its scrutiny functions? It does seem to me to be very ill-advised. And one notes that Scotland declined to follow the English and Welsh bill, a bill which actually was about far more than this issue within this bill. And it struck me as almost a commentary in itself on the haphazard approach to this. That when you go to the explanatory and financial memorandum, the explanation for no consultation is, oh well, England and Wales consulted. England and Wales consulted on a very wide, much more wide bill than this. Now, it does seem to me peculiar that when it says, to ensure parity with England and Wales, no further consultation on this bill has taken place. And the English bill hasn't stood the test of time in that we cannot say the fears that were raised about it have proved to be non-existent. The bill's only on the statute book. It hasn't yet been tested. Those tests will come. And yet we're rushing into, without consultation, without drilling in, without any of that, we're rushing in to follow suit when there are red flags all over the place about how this bill may or may not assist. When I look at this bill and read clause 2.4, which talks about where an action is brought that but for subsection 2 would have been barred by the Limitation Act, a court hearing the action must dismiss it in relation to any defendant if satisfied it is necessary to do so to avoid a breach of the defendant's convention rights. Has the committee had a briefing on what that even means? What are the convention rights which under 2.4 would mandate a court to dismiss an action against the defendant? What are those? I didn't hear any discussion about them. And yet, here they are written into the bill as a peg upon which could be hung not just a discretion, but a mandatory obligation, must dismiss an action against the defendant. So what convention rights are we talking about? How would they manifest themselves? How would they interlink with this bill? Those are all questions crying out for an answer. And frankly, I haven't heard the answer. Maybe we will. Maybe the Minister will shed great light on all these things. But it does seem to me that it is a very wrong-headed approach, particularly after what happened last Friday, to be rushing down this road.
Call for the Minister of Communities to wind up the motion.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the members who've contributed to the debate and the high level of consensus that there is around the chamber. Can I place on record, it is also my view that accelerated passage is not something that should be entered into lightly. However, it is a tool that is available to us in this chamber whenever it is necessary, and I believe that that certainly is the case in this instance. I just want to respond to some of the points that have been made by Mr. Allen about what interactions that I have had with stakeholders, and there was some preliminary engagement with the industry, and that took place, although that was at a high level. But I would just point out that this is the lifting of legislation that currently exists in England and Wales, where there was a scrutiny of that legislation. If we were asked to bring in a legislative consent motion, we would be doing something similar to what we are now in terms of the role for this Assembly. So I don't bypass committee engagement lightly. We have had some experience already now of the scheme being in place for 2 years in England and Wales, and we don't have evidence of that unintended consequence yet. Look, I understand the concerns that people express about the lack of committee scrutiny at this stage, but as I have highlighted, and as I will highlight further, I believe that there is a need for us to take action on this, and therefore I commend the motion to the House.
We now move to the question. I'd remind members that this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the Defective Premises Bill proceed on the accelerated passage procedure. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. No. Aye. No. Aye. Clear the lobby. Is the question put in 3 minutes? Order. Order. Members resume their seats, please. The question is that the Defective Premises Bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. Be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Do we have tellers? Members, as we have no tellers and we have ayes from all sides of the House and one no, then I think we can proceed with cross-community consent for this particular passage. We now move to the next item of business. The Assembly has agreed that the Defective Premises Bill may proceed under accelerated passage procedure. The next item in the order paper is the second stage of the Defective Premises Bill. I call the Minister for Communities.
I beg to move.
The second stage of the Defective Premises Bill has been moved, and in accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on the debate. Before the debate commences, I wish to remind members who are participating in this debate of what I spoke about. Order, members, order. It's important. I would remind members of the issues around sub judice that I spoke about during the previous debate, and would therefore encourage members to pay attention to what has been set out in that in order that you don't bring yourself into contempt of court proceedings. I call on the Minister to open the debate on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a short bill of only 4 clauses. However, with the agreement of the Assembly, it will bring our citizens parity with England and Wales, parity of opportunity for legal recourse should their home become uninhabitable due to a defect either arising from the construction of the dwelling or as a consequence of work carried out to it. It may help if I provide some background on why this disparity has arisen. In the wake of the Grenfell tragedy, the UK Government carried out a root and branch review of the residential building safety regime and procedures within England. This led eventually to the introduction in England of the Building Safety Act 2022. The Act included provisions to amend the Defective Premises Act 1972 and the Limitation Act 1980 to increase the limitation period within which leaseholders can take action against developers where defects to their dwelling have rendered it uninhabitable. Following the publication of the Building Safety Act 2022, the Executive recognised that Northern Ireland citizens should be afforded the same level of safety as their counterparts elsewhere in the UK, and it commissioned the Department of Finance to establish an expert panel to examine the local position and to report back. The report, which found similar issues with those identified in England, was published in December 23. The report also recognised that the building safety regime in Northern Ireland was much more fractured than elsewhere in the UK, with responsibility for safety falling between 6 executive departments, 11 local authorities, as well as a number of other public bodies. In January this year, a residential building safety division was established in my department to take forward the report's recommendations. Work has already commenced on developing policy and legislation that will introduce a legislative framework that places us on a par with other jurisdictions and which puts citizen safety at the heart of the residential building safety procedures. I anticipate that a substantive bill will be introduced, most likely in the next Assembly mandate. While work on the new legislation has been proceeding, the outcome of the recent High Court case has cast a harsh light on the very real disadvantages that this legislative disparity can bring to Northern Ireland homeowners. For that reason, I have sought to address the disparity as a matter of urgency by offering homeowners here the same recourse to legislative protection that other jurisdictions enjoy. Following my meeting with the DAERA and DOF ministers, I undertook to bring forward legislation to address this disparity at the earliest possible opportunity, subject to Executive and Assembly approval. I am grateful for the support offered by Ministers Archibald and Muir that has helped work on this bill to proceed at pace, and I would like to extend my thanks to the Executive Committee for their agreement to bring this bill to the Assembly. I would now like to focus on the content of the bill itself. As mentioned earlier, the bill consists of 4 clauses which introduce new provisions to 2 existing pieces of primary legislation, namely the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order 1975 and the Limitation Northern Ireland Order 1989. It transfers the functions of the 75 Order from DAERA to DFC and establishes that the Act will come into operation the day after receiving Royal Assent. Clause 1 of the bill introduces a new Article 4A to the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order 1975 that extends the duties that already exist in the order to people carrying out work to a building that contains 1 or more dwellings. Previously, the order only applied to new dwellings. The wording of this clause is a close replication of the equivalent provision in England and Wales that was introduced by Section 134 of the Building Safety Act 2022. And like that provision, it cannot be applied retrospectively to defects arising before the commencement of this bill. Clause 2 is broadly similar to the new provisions introduced in England and Wales by Section 135 of the Building Safety Act 2022. It amends the Limitation Northern Ireland Order 1989 to introduce new limitation periods for actions taken in respect of defective buildings. With the introduction of this provision, the limitation period for actions taken for defects arising after this bill commences is extended from 6 years to 15 years. It also introduces a retrospective provision for actions taken under Article 3 of the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order 1975. In other words, actions relating to the provision of a dwelling, extending the limitation period from 6 years to 30 years. Subsection 2 requires that any action taken under Article 3 of the 1975 order should be treated by the courts as if the new limitation period has always been in effect. Subsection 4 of the clause requires the court to dismiss a case brought by virtue of the retrospective effect of the amendments on limitation if satisfied that it is necessary to do so to avoid a breach of the defendant's convention rights. The essential point to note is that the clause does not guarantee success to a case brought under the new limitation periods. The plaintiff still has to prove his case. Subsection 5 prevents the new limitation periods. Yes, give way to the member.
Before you depart from 2.4, it imposes this mandatory obligation to dismiss if convention rights are prejudiced. What convention rights is the Minister advised would come into play here?
I will provide before the end of this debate the number that would come under for the member, because there obviously are a number that are applicable, and I'll get the precise wording for him. Subsection 5 prevents the new limitation periods being used in relation to claims which have previously been settled by agreement or finally determined by a court, whether on the basis of limitation or otherwise. I'm aware that some people have expressed concern as to how this clause might impact upon cases that are being appealed. I can confirm that it is the intent of this clause that it should apply where an appeal has been lodged with the courts or where a case is still within the period in which an appeal may be lodged. Legal advice received from the Departmental Solicitor's Office and Senior Legislative Counsel has confirmed that the wording of the clause allows appeals to be brought under this legislation. In addition, the case of URS Corporation Limited versus BDW Trading Limited, the Court of Appeal in England ruled that the amendments brought about by sections 134 and 135 explicitly allowed for their retrospective application, and that cases where proceedings were still open could use the new limitation periods. Clause 3 transfers the provisions of the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order 1975 from DERA to DFC. This legislation addresses residential buildings only, and as responsibility for residential building safety now sits within my department, it makes sense to transfer these provisions to DFC. Clause 4 allows for the provisions of the bill to commence the day after receiving royal assent. Just give me a second. It is often said that our homes are the biggest financial investment most of us will make in our lifetime. This legislation gives homeowners here the same opportunity as their counterparts in England and Wales to protect that investment where, by no fault of their own, the dwelling has been rendered uninhabitable due to defects caused during its construction or by work carried out on the property. It provides longer time to hold to account those responsible for building the house or carrying out work on it to ensure that the work is to the highest quality using the best materials for the job. Maybe the member could address his points and I'll come back to him in summing up. So therefore, Mr Speaker, I hope that the members will support this bill's progress through the Assembly, and I'm happy to provide fuller responses to any issues that members have.
I call the Committee Deputy Chair, Ciara Ferguson.
I rise as Deputy Chairperson of the Committee for Communities to speak on the second stage of the Defective Premises Bill. This bill is of considerable importance as it seeks to rectify a significant legal disparity that currently places citizens in the North at a disadvantage compared to residents in England and Wales. At present, the statutory limitation period related to liability for defective premises in the North remains at 6 years, placing our citizens at a disadvantage. The bill aims to address this disparity by amending our legislation to align with the provisions of the Building Safety Act 2022. The Defective Premises Bill consists of 4 substantive clauses. The primary aim is to replicate provisions made in the Building Safety Act 2022. This involves changes to the Defective Premises NI Order 1975 and the Limitation NI Order 1989, extending the limitation periods for action related to defective premises from 6 years to 15 years and in some cases up to 30 years. On the 16th of May, the committee was briefed by officials from the Department for Communities. The officials provided a comprehensive overview of the bill, explaining its content and necessity. The Grenfell tragedy in 2017, which claimed the lives of 72 innocent people, led to a review of building safety across the UK, resulting in the Building Safety Act 2022 in England and Wales. Similar systematic issues were identified here in our jurisdiction, which will necessitate comparable legislative action. During that meeting, the committee engaged in detailed discussions, raising several pertinent questions and concerns. The first was in relation to cross-departmental responsibility. The officials outlined the fragmented nature of our current regulatory system, with responsibilities crossing 6 departments and 11 councils. The bill aims to streamline these responsibilities, though concerns remain about the clarity and accountability of these roles post-legislation. This fragmentation has long been a point of contention, and the bill's attempt to address this is welcomed, though it must be thorough and effective. Secondly, in relation to scope and retrospective application, questions were raised about the retrospective application of the bill, particularly concerning ongoing legal cases and settling of claims. Officials clarified that the new limitations period would not apply to cases already finally determined by a court, but would offer extended opportunities for new claims. This is a critical aspect of the bill, as it seeks to provide justice to those who may have been previously disadvantaged by the shorter limitation periods. Thirdly, in terms of potential impact on industry, the committee queried the potential impact on the building industry, especially our small and medium building companies, our family builders and building professionals. Officials assured us that while initial administrative costs are expected, the long-term benefits of the bill, particularly in enhancing building safety and consumer protection, would outweigh these costs. It is imperative that the industry is prepared and supported through these changes to mitigate any adverse effects. Additionally, the committee was briefed by the Royal Society of Ulster Architects on the 16th of May meeting. Their representatives expressed concerns about the bill having unintended consequences, particularly in the absence of a larger programme of reforms similar to those in Britain. They stressed concerns that a broader regime to tackle defective premises is likely to have to wait until the next Assembly mandate. This delay is concerning as it leaves a gap in comprehensive safety reforms that are urgently needed and that must be fair to all. Furthermore, on the 23rd of May, the committee received its own legal advice from the Head of Assembly Legal Services. This advice provided more information on the potential legal implications arising from the bill, particularly regarding its retrospective application and the potential challenges that could arise. The legal insights did underscore for committee members the potential complexity of the issues at hand. Lastly, and in terms of the broader context and stakeholder engagement, the necessity for this bill is underscored by the broader content of building safety reform following the Grenfell tragedy. The subsequent review identified systematic failures in the regulatory system, issues with competence, poor behaviours, a lack of inspection oversight, and unclear roles and responsibilities. These findings are mirrored in our own system, evident in the expert panel for the Building Safety Programme's report, Improving Safety in High-Rise Residential Buildings in the North, which concluded in April 23 with 15 recommendations. In addressing these issues, the committee recognises the importance of extensive consultation. We have been assured by the Department and the Minister that extensive consultations will be undertaken with residents, industry experts, building managers and public sector clients. This engagement is crucial to ensure that the reforms are effective and proportionate to the specific context of the North. In conclusion, while the committee acknowledges the importance and urgency of addressing the legislative disparity, we have not had sufficient opportunity to gather enough evidence to reach any settled or consensus view on this bill as introduced. The accelerated passage procedure limits the committee's ability to perform any such scrutiny. The committee will follow the progress of the bill's later stages with keen interest, and we once again want to urge the Department to remain open to further engagement and consultation to address any emerging issues. It is our collective responsibility to ensure that the legislation we pass is robust, comprehensive and truly in the best interests of our citizens. Thank you.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as members have heard and are aware, following the Grenfell Tower tragedy in 2017, an investigation led by Dame Judith Hackett led to a major review of the safety of high-rise residential buildings across the United Kingdom. In England and Wales, this fed into the Building Safety Act of 2022, which established a 30-year retrospective building liability period and a 15-year liability period for buildings completed after the enactment. In contrast, in Northern Ireland, we are still operating under the Defective Premises Northern Ireland Order of 1975, which limits the period of liability to just 6 years. So, the short bill that the Minister has brought before us, having just 4 clauses, will address and remove that disparity and align Northern Ireland with the periods of liability as in England and Wales, namely 30 years retrospectively and 15 years prospectively. We do need a wider package of legislation to advance in Northern Ireland, similar to the 2022 Building Safety Act in England and Wales. However, officials have advised that realistically it would take into the next Assembly mandate for that major legislation to be prepared and completed. Therefore, it is right that we address this specific matter, which was highlighted by a recent court case. I wish to commend the Communities Minister, Gordon Lyons, for stepping forward to take the lead on this matter when it was previously unclear which department should take responsibility. It is to be welcomed that the Minister has ensured that progress can and will be made. It is relevant to mention other policy decisions and processes whereby building safety is currently being advanced locally. In February 2022, the Executive tasked the Department of Finance to establish an expert panel to investigate the safety of high-rise buildings in Northern Ireland. The expert panel's report and recommendations was published in December 2023, and in January 2024 the Residential Building Safety Division was established within the Department for Communities to implement the 15 recommendations of the report and to advance policy and legislative changes. So this Assembly will have further proposed legislation to consider in due course, but for now the short bill before us should be approved. Thank you.
John Mulholland.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your input so far. I want to acknowledge that this has been a most unusual set of circumstances, that the urgent need to address this disparity has come before us. For so long, the disparities in building standards and accountability have left many residents in Northern Ireland very vulnerable, as we have seen. Our aim is that we can ensure that every individual and every family in Northern Ireland can live in homes that are safe, secure and up to the standards enjoyed elsewhere in the UK. Whilst I am acutely aware of the difficulties of retrospective legislation, by bringing parity to the residents of Northern Ireland through this short act, I believe the Minister and this House are reaffirming our dedication to equality and to justice. We want to ensure that no one is left behind when it comes to safety and integrity of their own homes. I want to agree with colleagues that, of course, we would love to be here looking and scrutinising a more thorough piece of legislation looking at building safety, but given the shortness of this mandate, I would rather see this short bill pass to achieve parity for residents in Northern Ireland than to have nothing in place at all. And I also want to put on record my thanks to the Minister of Communities and his team, given that is where the expertise lies within his department. I want to thank him for taking this forward in such a quick manner to try and achieve parity for all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak today on the Defective Premises Bill. Before turning to the legislation, it is important to acknowledge the swift and collegiate way the Communities, Finance and DAERA Ministers worked to progress this important matter from the outset. This legislation seeks to address critical issues in constructing and maintaining residential housing stock, ensuring safety, quality and accountability in building practices. At the heart of this bill is the principle of accountability. The legislation extends the duties of those involved in construction and maintenance, requiring them to perform their work in a professional manner using proper materials. It is not merely about setting high standards, but ensuring that homes are safe, habitable and constructed to last. Builders and contractors must be accountable for their work, and we must protect homeowners and residents from the physical and financial risks of defective building work. It is important to note that whilst there may be instances of poor construction practices, the vast majority of buildings are constructed to a professional and lasting standard. One of the core tenets of this bill is to extend legal protection for homeowners. The current time limit for bringing claims related to defective premises is a mere 6 years. This bill proposes to increase that period to 15 and in certain retrospective cases up to 30 years. This extension aims to offer homeowners a more equitable opportunity to seek justice and compensation for defects that may not become apparent within the shorter time frame. It acknowledges that serious structural issues can take years to surface, ensuring those affected have time to take legal action. This bill also seeks to ensure fairness and parity with the standards already set in England and Wales by the Building Safety Act 2022. By aligning our laws with those across the rest of the United Kingdom, this legislation seeks to address this disparity that currently places Northern Ireland residents at a disadvantage. In addition, this legislation seeks to simplify and clarify the legal processes surrounding defective premises. However, it must be noted that some have suggested otherwise, particularly concerning the definition of finally determined. To that end, I would ask the Minister to expand on that point. Has he had any clarification of the meaning of finally determined? In relation to the existing or previous judicial processes, Notwithstanding my previous comment, the bill appears to provide clear definition and responsibilities to reduce ambiguity and potential disputes over the interpretation of duties and standards. This clarity should benefit both homeowners and those in the construction industry, fostering a more transparent and straightforward legal environment. The bill represents a significant step forward in strengthening consumer protections by transferring functions related to defective premises from DAERA to the Department for Communities, centralising and streamlining oversight, seeking to provide more effective enforcement and support for affected homeowners. However, it is important to consider the concerns raised by individuals regarding the potential for unintended consequences of this legislation, as already alluded to by myself and others. Those raising concerns highlight that the Defective Premises Act amendments represent a rare example of retrospective or retroactive legislation, essentially changing the past by law. They feel the amendments are well-intentioned, but they will have several unintended consequences that must be considered appropriately. Additionally, they have referred to this legislation as legally turning back the clock, which they think creates the potential for unusual implications impacting insurance policies and professional indemnity, existing government funding and relief schemes, human rights concerns such as the right to a fair trial. As already raised, and with particular focus on ensuring we get the legislation right, protecting homeowners and residents of residential buildings, we must ensure we fully scope out any potential adverse unintended consequences. Furthermore, those highlighting concerns with the proposed bill also state that although similar amendments have been passed in England, as alluded to by Mr Allister, their impact still needs to be fully understood. They have also cited differences between the construction economies in Northern Ireland, or in England and Northern Ireland, going on to challenge the view that these changes bring Northern Ireland into line with England and Wales in terms of consumer protections, as simply not being the case, and that by bringing these clauses into law ahead of other changes that the English legislation enacted causes further complications and the possibility of very different outcomes. In conclusion, we feel that Defective Premises Northern Ireland 2024 is an important piece of legislation that seeks to enhance accountability, extend legal recourse, ensure fairness, simplify legal processes and strengthen consumer protection. However, the Minister, having been granted accelerated passage, must address concerns raised by stakeholders. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As stated earlier, whilst the SDLP have expressed concerns at committee and in this House, we are satisfied to support the Minister today, but with caution and subject to a number of clarifications which I hope the Minister will provide. It is not natural territory as a legislator, and it shouldn't be for this House, that the scrutiny process is subverted in this way. I don't believe it would have in any way added to the pain of those already affected by allowing a 30-day process for scrutiny. If anything, it would have ensured robust scrutiny and that we heard from various stakeholders who could have added to the quality of the legislation to ensure that it actually does do what the Minister is telling us it does in protecting those affected. There's a number of concerns that we have, and they've been touched on by various members, and they've been raised at committee, both in private session, which with reluctance, but due to the legal advice we've received, we had to do that, and also in open session as well. The Minister will be aware, Mr Speaker, that in the south of this island, a number of properties are affected in a significant way as a result of defective materials, which is mica, pyrite, rack and other substances within these blocks. And it has led to huge numbers of homeowners being affected and not being able to live in their homes. In fact, their homes are crumbling down around them. It has caused a huge level of stress to those affected. And I just want to put a word of caution to this House. That if anyone thinks that those materials stopped at the border, they need to waken up. On a daily basis, organically, everything comes across that border in both ways. And if anyone thinks that the only homes affected are in Donegal, then you're in for a big shock further down the line. I have no doubt whatsoever, Mr Speaker, that homes in my constituency, quite a number of them, have those chemicals. I have no doubt that they exist in Derry and in Fermanagh and across Omagh. And it will be a matter of time before that starts to come to light. In fact, if you walked around a number of estates, as I do often, because of that many elections in this place, Mr. Speaker, you will see it. To the naked eye, it's very obvious there's issues. The problem is that people aren't forthcoming because there is no way of dealing with it, and their homes and properties would be devalued almost instantly. They would be stuck in a very serious situation. One such home that I visited, the poor man and woman have worked all their lives rearing their family, built a beautiful home on the outskirts of within my constituency. And the House clearly has very serious issues with materials that were used. And the question I have, Mr. Speaker, for the Minister is whether this bill will provide any protections to homeowners whose properties may have been constructed from defective building materials such as mica, pyrite, rack, where problems are emerging or will emerge in the future. This is a train that is undoubtedly on the tracks.
The member give way. Would the member agree with me that I have an example in my constituency, Hunters Mill, where the practices were that the buildings didn't need piled because of the flood maps, but subsequently, many years later, after they were built, those maps now show that they are in the floodplain and the houses are starting to give way, the sewage system is giving way, the road network is giving way, the residents can't sell their houses because people aren't able to get mortgages, and that whilst this may not necessarily be defective building materials, the decisions that have been taken have left these people in a hopeless situation, and that this bill, we would like to seek clarity as to whether that might provide some hope for them as well.
I thank the member for his important intervention. This is a question that is very important, particularly in the context of the bill. If indeed the reality comes home to roost, as it has in Donegal, and is one of the biggest hurdles facing the government of the day in the south of this island, then we need to be prepared.
Okay, would the member give way?
I will.
Just thinking, as my colleague here mentioned that issue, planning permission. Can he clarify if planning permission was approved by the council or in fact by a government department, the DOE at that time?
I thank Mr McGlone for his intervention, and I will give way to my colleague, Mr Speaker, if he would like to intervene on that.
It was a government department, so yes, indeed, it would be a government responsibility.
And again, that comes back to the key issue that exists, Mr Speaker, in relation to some of the issues that we have with our infrastructure and the process that leads to development of various houses. And Mr McGrath is one example of where this is a potential issue. The core question I have, Mr Speaker, for the Minister is whether this bill in its current form will provide protections for those homeowners who, I have no doubt, are right now and will be affected by defective materials that their homes are built with. And that's an important question, because that will ultimately determine whether I and others in this House will amend this bill. Because I will not, or put forward an amendment for this bill, I will not and cannot support a bill that will add to their pain. The reason that a number, Mr Speaker, of these homeowners aren't coming forward is because they've nowhere to go. There's no advice available. And I have written to the Minister and indeed other departments to ask if they're aware of any examples of where these defective materials exist in homes in Northern Ireland. And at every response I've been told no. But Derry and Strabane District Council and other councils across Northern Ireland are aware of homes within council areas that are indeed affected. And this comes on, Mr Speaker, to the point raised by Mr Allister. If there is no means of accountability for those that actually manufacture the materials that are building defective properties, homes, then who will be held responsible further down the chain? Will it be for this House? Will it be for the Executive to come to the rescue of what could potentially be one of the biggest challenges that we could face? There hasn't been enough, Mr Speaker, exploratory work done by the department relevant to the Minister or other departments at the Executive table into whether or not there are significant traces of these materials in homes across Northern Ireland. And maybe the reason for that, Mr. Speaker, is the absence of the function of these institutions and the executive over recent years, COVID, etc., etc. But we have seen in the south of this island how quickly the pile got bigger and the numbers of people coming forward were affected. And ministers in the south have told me on countless occasions that it's one of the biggest challenges to face the government. So I would like the Minister to give some clarification to the House in relation to that, because I would at least like us to be prepared if indeed we are to face a similar battle. And I would be shocked if we didn't, because I have every belief that those materials came across the border. A further question to the Minister, Mr. Speaker, if he would provide clarification and winding, is in relation to the European Convention of Human Rights. Is he satisfied that this bill is compliant with the European Convention of Human Rights? And if indeed he is, which I am assuming he is, can he explain to the House how he's arrived at that conclusion and how confident he is that that statement is indeed robust and that those interests are protected? Overall, Mr. Speaker, I think it's safe to say that this is not the right way to do business. In this House, we've waited for the last few years to get this place up and running again so we could scrutinise legislation that operates to ensure that it protects our citizens. I do have concerns about elements of the bill, and I have questions that I've raised, and I hope the Minister does answer them. But I do believe on the information that I've received that overall, given it is aligning to England and Wales, that the bill will improve various elements in providing that alignment, particularly given, as rightly pointed out by members, the very tragic incident of the Grenfell Tower incident where huge numbers of people sadly lost their lives in what should have been the safest place they could be, in their own homes. And that is a message for this House. The most important place for any of our citizens is within their own homes. They need to feel safe in that environment. If the materials that their homes have been built with are defective, then the consequences are significant, not just for the potential of loss of human life, but also the financial implications that it poses to the individual, the distress that it causes to those families. And we've seen that play out in a very real way across Donegal as well. And indeed, we might, I think it's important to point out, Mr. Speaker, quite a number of Northern Irish residents are affected who have holiday homes right across Donegal and unfortunately have no form of redress as well, and have been left out as a result of it. So I look forward to those clarifications, and I thank the Speaker for allowing me to ask those questions.
Well, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was quick on my feet there, and apologies to my colleague, Mr. McCrossan, for having to stand up before the end of his remarks. I just want to speak very briefly, because I have had a particular constituency interest in this draft legislation. What brought this really to the public fore was events at Victoria Square, which is a very prominent building right in the middle of Belfast. It's in my constituency. It's just at the northern edge of the South Belfast, now South Belfast and Mid-Down constituency. It's also an extremely important commercial site for the city of Belfast and our whole region. I had pressed and asked that executive ministers pay urgent attention to this issue, to the fact that unlike homeowners of defective premises in England and Wales and indeed other parts of these islands, homeowners at Victoria Square were facing a legal situation, and others in a similar position were facing a situation where they had time had lapsed and they had no legal recourse. That was clearly an unacceptable position. So I welcome the fact that the Minister acted swiftly with his colleagues in other departments, namely the ERA department, Minister Muir, whose department previously technically had responsibility for this, but also the Minister for Finance, who has responsibility for building regulations, and also took action in relation to rates and ensuring that those homeowners were not going to face rates bills, and those rates bills that they had faced over years where the properties had been totally uninhabitable, and indeed they weren't legally able to inhabit them or rent them out, that those rates bills would be waived. So I welcome that action by those ministers and the action by the Minister in bringing forward this legislation. We've always said in our role as opposition that we seek to be constructive and acknowledge where ministers act swiftly. I think the Minister has done in this situation. I would also acknowledge that, as others said in the previous debate, it is never a desirable situation for any piece of legislation to happen via accelerated passage. That is very much the case. There is a very particular set of circumstances in this instance, and obviously there are people who for very clear legal reasons have an interest in, and that's not putting words in anyone else's mouth, but it is clearly important for people that they who want to avail or want to hope to be able to avail the provisions of this bill that it passes speedily. It is a relatively short bill, which brings us into line with, as has been said, England and Wales. It obviously will be important if there are any amendments that are tabled in the next couple of days, that those are scrutinised and looked at. I don't know if there will be, but obviously it will also be important that the Communities Committee and indeed other committees, including the committee I chair, the Finance Committee, are able to look at any further measures that need to be taken around the area of building regulations and indeed remedial action where there are problems. As my colleague Daniel McCrossan has said very forcefully, it is clearly, in two different contexts in these islands over the last number of years, we have seen what happens when building regulations go terribly wrong. Obviously, the shocking events that happened at Grenfell. I was still living in London when Grenfell happened, and I remember all too well the shock in that city when that happened, but also a different kind of scandal, thankfully one that hasn't involved loss of life but has been traumatic and devastating for a large number of people, particularly in the county of Donegal, and that's the Micah scandal. But as my colleague Daniel McCrossan said, it probably goes beyond the county of Donegal. This bill is clearly a start in terms of bringing us into line with the limitation order that was changed in England and Wales. It was something that was asked for, and so I welcome the fact that ministers have acted on it. Though clearly, as I said, it would have been preferable had we had longer to debate it. There were obviously particular circumstances in which politicians, including myself, were calling for speedy action. So I welcome the fact that it's been brought before the House, and I welcome the fact that the Minister has done that, and I look forward to hearing any more detail he has in winding and then any further debates on this bill in the weeks to come. And as I say, of course, it will be important that there is continued scrutiny in this area, including scrutiny of the broader consequences of this bill, and obviously the Communities Committee will be well placed to do that. But my committee is also going to be looking at building regulations in terms of its responsibilities in that area. But otherwise, thank you very much, and I look forward to this bill passing and further scrutiny. Thank you.
Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raised a number of issues in the last debate that I'm not going to necessarily repeat, though I do express my disappointment that the Minister didn't answer any of them in his wind. I trust that he might answer them at the wind to this debate. There are a few additional points which I think need to be explored. In Clause 1, which adds a new Clause 4A to the 1975 order, it would appear that any liability relates only to work done in respect of dwellings. So there's no liability in respect of commercial properties, as I read this bill. Can I ask the question, where a commercial property or any property is being converted to or from dwelling use, is there liability? In both directions. If a property is being converted from an old factory into dwellings, is there liability? If dwellings are being converted into a commercial use, is there liability? Perhaps the Minister could be clear about that, because the wording of 4A would suggest to me that there might be liability for the conversion from dwellings to other uses. Is that the intention, or is it not? Second question I have on 4A, and I thought the memorandum might have answered this question, but it doesn't seem to. Is this importing strict liability on the developer? In other words, once it is established that there were not proper materials in the building, is that it? The strict liability. Strict liability doesn't arise that often, but it does for public policy reasons, like it's a strict liability offence to have no car insurance because you're protecting the public in the public interest. It doesn't matter what the excuse is, if you haven't got insurance, you're strictly liable. Under 4A, is there strict liability? Or is it a case that a builder who uses what appears to be proper materials, he has no means of knowing they aren't proper materials, he has no knowledge or means of knowledge that they aren't proper materials, would he nonetheless be liable? I think it's important to know whether or not this is absolute strict liability or not, particularly in circumstances where there isn't going to be a committee stage, it appears, in respect of this bill. So, in addition to the questions that I raised during the motion on accelerated passage, it would be helpful if the Minister could address those specifics as well.
Well, the Minister for Communities, Gordon Lyons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the broadly supportive comments that I have had from members right across at the House. However, I do want to address some of the issues that have been raised by a number of members. Can I first of all take Andy Allen's comments in terms of what it means to be finally determined? I hope that I did outline that within my speech in relation to second stage, but for clarity, it is the spirit and intent of this bill that any case that is currently in process or has been granted the right to appeal will benefit from it at royal assent. I hope that is useful to him. Mr. Allister had raised in relation to the convention right, the convention rights that are impacted. That would be Article 6(1). The right to the fair trial is what had been identified in that regard. Mr. McCrossan had raised an issue in regards to materials, and it is intended that this legislation will offer legal recourse and offer the owners the opportunity to do that if defective materials have been rendered a premise defective under the legislation. So this is about giving people the opportunity through the courts as well. Mr. Allister had also raised in relation to dwellings, so this would apply if a commercial business became a dwelling, because this is to protect residents. However, it is my understanding, but I will confirm this with the member, that that would not apply in the other direction. I assume that would happen whenever the change of use would be granted, that is the point in time that would come in. However, I hope the member will understand that that's an issue that has been raised, but I want to confirm that with him in writing. The strict liability is a matter for the courts to determine based on the facts of the individual case. But if the courts determined that strict liability is merited, then it would be applied. But as the member had said, it is very rare, but that's my understanding. That would be for the courts to decide. I will do, yes.
Not familiar with the concept of strict liability on a case-by-case basis. The approach of the courts is that a piece of legislation as drafted either does or doesn't impose strict liability if the circumstances of the legislation are met. So I don't understand how it would be that in one case there could be strict liability and in another there wouldn't.
Well, my understanding in the process of taking this through is that that would actually be the case, that it would be dependent. Each would be done on a case-by-case basis. However, if I'm wrong on that, I'm happy to correct the member. I think I've gone through most of the additional points that were raised, but Mr. Speaker, I do realise that this has gone through in a quick fashion. I know that members may have further questions. Obviously, we still have a number of stages to go through at this stage. My door is always open. I'm happy to take any of the additional questions that members might have. I hope to be able to be in a position to address those. I'm trying to deal with this disparity, and although there has been scrutiny of these clauses at England and Wales, and this is simply an extension of that, I understand that there may be further points that people want to raise. I understand that. I'm happy to answer those. However, I still believe that the extension of this legislation to Northern Ireland is beneficial, and I hope that the members here today would support it. Thank you.
The question is that the second stage of the Defective Premises Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the Defective Premises Bill. As the bill is proceeding by accelerated passage, there will be no committee stage, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. I should advise members that as the consideration stage of the bill is on the revisional order paper for next week, the deadline for amendments is 9:30 on Wednesday morning.
Could I invite you, Mr. Speaker, to make a ruling, maybe not today. When the motion for accelerated passage was called, there were no tellers in favour. How then is such a motion decreed to be passed if there was no manifestation of tellers in favour of it? And if that, given that we got to that stage, and I can't retrospectively, I would have thought, go back to the vocal vote. Given we got to that stage, if there were no tellers in favour, would the consequence of that not mean there would have to be a consideration stage?
When I put the question whether the Defective Premises Bill should proceed by accelerated passage, there were ayes from all sides of the chamber and only one dissenting voice that I could hear. And on that basis, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated and the motion has been agreed. I only give the opportunity for tellers to see if the member had support, but there was no evidence of any support for the position adopted for the single person who was objecting. Next item of business in the order paper is the second stage of the Pensions Bill, and just before we proceed to that, we're going to change the top table.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we just take our ease for a few moments until the Minister returns? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just before we proceed to the next item of business, I'm just very conscious of the fact that we need to remain core throughout this, so just keep a careful eye and make sure that we're not sort of reducing in numbers, just to make sure we can get through this important piece of legislation as it comes through. The second stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill. I call the Minister for Communities.
I beg to move.
The second stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister for Communities to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Automatic enrolment into workplace pensions was introduced in 2012 to enable more people to save for their retirement and to make saving the norm for most people in work. It requires employers to enrol eligible employees into a workplace pension scheme. Unless they opt out, employees will build up a private pension through their contributions and those of their employer. Eligible employees are those who are not already in a workplace pension scheme, are between age 22 and state pension age, and earn more than the minimum earnings threshold of £10,000 per annum. In 24-25, contributions are required to be made on earnings between the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band, which is £6,240, and the upper limit of the qualifying earnings band, which is £50,270. The minimum contribution rate is 8% of earnings. Of that 8%, employers contribute a minimum 3% and employees 5%, part of which includes tax relief. Workers can opt out of automatic enrolment. However, every 3 years, an employer must re-enrol those eligible employees who exercise their opt-out of an automatic enrolment with that employer. Again, employees can opt out at that stage. Since the introduction of automatic enrolment in 2012, there has been a significant growth in membership of workplace pensions, and saving for retirement has become the norm. In 2013, the proportion of employees in Northern Ireland who belonged to a workplace pension scheme was 44%. In 2021, it had increased to 73%. A statutory review of automatic enrolment carried out in 2017 concluded that whilst automatic enrolment was working, younger workers aged 18 to 21 missed out on the benefits of automatic enrolment because the lower age limit was 22. The review also found that whilst workers who earned more than £10,000 a year in a job were automatically enrolled, because their contributions were calculated from £6,240, the bottom of the qualifying earnings band, they missed out on a potentially significant contribution on their earnings below that level, and possibly more than once if they had more than one job. The key recommendations of the review were to lower the age for automatic enrolment from 22 in order to encourage saving for retirement from an early age, to reduce or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band so that the contributions were calculated on more of an individual's earnings. This is intended to support all those who are automatically enrolled, particularly those with low earnings and multiple jobs, to save more for retirement. The UK Government accepted the key recommendations of the review, and the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Act 2023, which extends only to Great Britain, was enacted in September 23. It provides the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions with the power to lower the age threshold and to amend the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band. Although pensions are a devolved matter, in general, pensions policy and legislation here operate in line with corresponding pension provision in Great Britain, in line with Section 87 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. Many employers and private pension schemes operating in Northern Ireland are UK-wide. Therefore, it is highly desirable that the same provisions are in place in Northern Ireland to ensure parity across both jurisdictions. The measures contained in the bill arise from the recommendations made by the 2017 review. The Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill will therefore provide the Department with the powers to lower the age at which qualifying workers are automatically enrolled into a workplace pension, with the policy intent to lower to the age of 18, and reduce or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band so that contributions are calculated on more of a person's earnings. Turning first to the proposals to reduce the lower age limit for automatic enrolment, it is clear that participation in workplace pensions is significantly lower in those employees under the lower age limit for automatic enrolment. Since the introduction of this in 2012, the percentage of employees in Northern Ireland aged 22 to 29 who are members of a workplace pension scheme has increased from 25% in 2012 to 72% in 2022. However, for employees aged 17 to 21, membership of a workplace pension scheme has only increased from 1% to 17% over the same time period. The bill would provide the power to lower the age for automatic enrolment from 22 in order to encourage saving for retirement from an early age. This would help to continue to normalise pension saving among workers, help lower earners to build resilience for retirement, and of course simplify automatic enrolment processes for employers. Workers will, as now, be able to opt out of automatic enrolment. Turning to the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band, the bill would provide the Department with the power to make regulations to reduce or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band. Removing the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band would mean that pension contributions would be made from the first pound earned, thereby increasing total pension saving and simplifying contribution calculations both for employers and individuals. This change to how contributions are calculated would improve the incentives for those in multiple jobs to opt into their workplace pension scheme, as they would benefit from an employer contribution for every pound they earn in every job, up to the upper limit of the qualifying earnings band. This would proportionally affect the contributions of lower earners the most, and would mean more workers would have access to a pension with an employer contribution and greater pension pots, supporting those with lower earnings and multiple jobs. Reducing rather than removing the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band would mean that contributions would start at the new lower limit. This would have the effect of increasing pension savings. However, the impact on pension savings by lower earners and those in multiple jobs would be less than if the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band was removed altogether. An EQIA examined the proposals in the context of the promotion of equality of opportunity and good relations, as required by Section 75 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. A public consultation exercise on the draft EQIA was carried out from the 18th of September 23 to the 11th of December 23, and responses were received from 5 respondents. No adverse impacts were identified. The EQIA final report was published on the 26th of April. A regulatory impact assessment has been carried out in respect of the bill. The bill itself will not impose any costs on businesses or employees at this time. The first year of full implementation of the policy would generate costs to businesses as set out in the RIA, although these costs would be lower if the measures were phased in over a number of years, just as the introduction of automatic enrolment was itself phased in over a number of years. This is an area that will be revisited as the implementation of the policy is formulated. Turning now to the bill itself, it's a short one and contains 2 clauses. Clause 1 amends the Pensions No. 2 Act, Northern Ireland 2008. It inserts a regulation making power enabling the Department to decrease the age upon which an employer has an obligation to automatically enrol or re-enrol job holders into a pension scheme. It also inserts a new section, 13A, which includes a regulation making power to reduce or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band and to make regulations to repeal Section 9 of the 2008 Act, Workers Without Qualifying Earnings, if the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band is abolished. Any regulations made under the new power in Section 13A may also include consequential amendments, repeals or revocations to other acts as appear to the Department to be required. Regulations made under any of the aforementioned powers in the bill will be subject to the confirmatory resolution procedure. Clause 2 of the bill contains a standard power for the Department to bring Clause 1 into operation by statutory rule. As regulations made under Clause 1 would amend primary legislation, I consider it appropriate for those regulations to be subject to the confirmatory resolution procedure to allow Assembly scrutiny. I think by most standards, automatic enrolment can be considered a success. The measures in the bill are intended to continue to normalise pension saving among workers, help lower earners to build resilience for retirement, support individuals in multiple part-time jobs, and simplify automatic enrolment for employers. Workers will, as now, be able to opt out of automatic enrolment. I believe that this is something that we can all support, and therefore I commend the bill to the Assembly.
Colin Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise as the Deputy Chair of the Committee for Communities to speak in support of the bill at this stage. The committee was briefed on the bill by department officials at its meeting on the 23rd of May. Members were reminded that changes relating to automatic enrolment were introduced back in 2012 to enable more people to save for their retirement and to shift more people towards making pension saving the norm. Committee members heard that in the North in 2021 there was a move of up to 73% of employees belonging to a workplace pension scheme. That represents a positive move, and it is one that is clear could be further increased by this bill. As the Minister has outlined, as the law stands at the moment, employers are required to enrol all eligible workers into a qualifying workplace pension scheme and pay pension contributions. Eligibility being defined as workers that are not already in a workplace pension scheme between the age of 22 and state pension age and earn more than a minimum earnings threshold of $10,000 per year. The bill in front of us today will reduce the lower age limit from 22 to 18, at which otherwise eligible workers must be automatically enrolled into a pension scheme by their employers, and reduce the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band or repeal the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band so that contributions are calculated from the first pound earned. Pensions may not be a subject that young people think of when they join the world of work, so this bill will ensure that they can automatically start to save towards their future from an earlier age. Members of the committee did ask at the meeting whether individuals would still have the ability to opt out, and noted that this is an option. At the committee meeting, members did raise a number of queries on the forecast costs that this bill might impose on businesses and the public purse. We were reassured to note that because the mechanisms for auto-enrolment already exist and are in place, the bill will not impose any substantial costs on business at this time, although this has the potential to change over time. However, officials did make the point to the committee that the benefits of this bill to workers will outweigh the costs over time. The committee welcomed the fact that a full equality impact assessment has been carried out and that it identified no adverse impacts on Section 75 groups. However, it was noted that there were only 5 responses to the EQIA consultation. The committee also discussed the importance of a robust communication strategy to ensure that young workers are aware of their rights and the benefits of automatic enrolment, one which would be tailored to those communication platforms where younger workers engage with news and changes to their lives. It was noted that traditional government websites may not be the most effective means of reaching this demographic. Committee will be keen to use innovative and relative communication channels to engage with and seek the views of young workers when it receives the bill for committee scrutiny. The Committee for Communities will welcome the opportunity to dig a little further and really try to engage as much as possible on this short but important bill. From this early stage, it can be noted that introducing pensions at a younger age will increase financial awareness among young workers, helping them understand the importance of saving for retirement, better financial planning and money management skills throughout their working lives. But committee will also be keen to seek out more information about the potential employer impacts, particularly from those sectors and employers which rely on young workers. Equally, some young workers might feel a financial strain if a portion of their income is diverted to pensions, which could impact their immediate spending and lives as well as their savings behaviour. Committee will be keen to hear directly from the Youth Assembly to seek their views on the inclusion of younger workers in auto-enrolment schemes. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the bill, and on behalf of the committee, we look forward to scrutinising this bill in more detail during committee stage, when members hope that we can carry out meaningful engagement with interested stakeholders, particularly our young people and our young workers across a range of sectors. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call on Brian Kingston.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the automatic enrolment in workplace pensions is an important enhancement of employers' responsibility and provision for their employees. This includes the requirement for a minimum employer's contribution to their workers' pensions. This in turn incentivises employees to invest in their own pension fund in order to receive that additional contribution from their employer. It's only too easy for younger adults to neglect paying into their pension pot when pensions seem so far away in time and they have so many other things that they wish to do with their money. So it is right that the bill before us provides the Department with the power to make regulations to reduce the lower age limit for automatic enrolment. It also provides the Department with the power to make regulations to remove or reduce the lower limit of the qualifying earnings band, so that contributions can be calculated from the first pound of earnings, rather than amounts over the current lower earnings limit of £6,240. This will enable more people to build up bigger pension pots and will support them to do so from an earlier age. And as has been said, it particularly benefits those with part-time jobs. So, as with the previous matter, this bill will bring us into line with the legislation passed for the rest of the United Kingdom last year. So the bill will be supported by the DUP, and we trust that it will have full support from the Assembly. Thank you.
I call on Andy Allen.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the introduction of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill, a pivotal piece of legislation aimed at enhancing the financial security of our workforce in Northern Ireland. And I thank the Minister and his officials for the work that they've undertaken on this important piece of legislation to date. As has been mentioned, the bill is designed to provide powers to extend the scope of automatic enrolment in workplace pension schemes, ensuring that the younger workers, starting from the age of 18, can begin saving for their retirement from the earliest stages of their careers. By lowering the age threshold from 22 to 18, we empower our youth to build pension savings over a more extended period, fostering a culture of financial responsibility and long-term planning. Additionally, this legislation proposes to adjust the qualifying earnings threshold, allowing contributions to be calculated from the first pound earned. This change is especially significant for lower income earners and those with multiple part-time jobs, who will now benefit from employer contributions on all of their earnings, ultimately when this is taken forward, thereby enhancing their retirement savings. This bill also ensures parity with the rest of the United Kingdom, maintaining a cohesive and unified pension system across our nation. This consistency is crucial given the UK-wide nature of many private pension schemes and the benefits of a standardised regulatory framework. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I call on Daniel McCrossan, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Like previous speakers, I too will be brief. Mr Speaker, we all recognise that while pensions are a devolved matter in general, our pensions policy and legislation operate in line with the rest of the UK, as there is a single pension system and regulatory regime across the UK. The bill is designed to bring Northern Ireland pension provisions in line with legislation, the Pensions Extensions and Automatic Enrolment Act 2023, passed in Westminster in 2023. The important details of the bill was already outlined by the Minister and by other members of the House. And I also note that an equality impact assessment, which is Section 75, and a rural needs impact assessment have been conducted on this bill, and no adverse impacts have been identified. The bill is therefore right in principle, and the SDLP will support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can I call on the Minister DeWine, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr Deputy Speaker, it appears that we have support from all sides of the House and no dissenting voices, to use your terminology, and that was evidenced by the great passion with which Mr McCrossan spoke in his contribution there, clearly excited by the matter in front of us. Pensions can seem dull at times, as I've said in this place before, but I think what we have in front of us is an important step forward to get younger people to think a little bit more about what they need to be doing in order to prepare for the future. I don't think there are any points that the House wanted me to respond to today or any clarification, so I will not prolong the Chamber any longer, but I commend the second stage to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the second stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? That concludes the second stage of the Pensions Extension of Automatic Enrolment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for the Communities. Adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.